out these throughout the decades, but also this series history and the fact that this has been the most common track that this series has visited, and for good reason. It is a track that puts on tremendous racing. It's very local for all the teams. A lot of the drivers and crew members, they're making about a 45-minute drive or so to get out here. But one thing that is unique, maybe not unique every time we come out here to the summer, is, my goodness, Eric, it is humid out here. We had a huge rainstorm come in about 3.5 hours ago or so, was about 30 minutes. It was pouring rain, and that has created, yes, it's 89 degrees, but the feel-like temperature, you could have me fooled on that.
Yeah, it is hot. Hats off to all the fans and the crew members who have pretty much been out in the sun all day long, with the exception of that thunderstorm that rolled through just a short while ago. Now, in terms of some headlines on the weekend, we've had a couple of weeks since North Wilkesboro Speedway, but there has been a name that has been an absolute staple when we talk anything Cars Tour related, late model stocks or pro late model. And Blake, that is Caden Honeycutt, and he's back for more.
Yeah, and just what a run he has been on in his short track racing, whether it's in the ARCA Menard Series or here in the ZMAX Cars Tour. Again, you think about the fact that nobody had accomplished the sweep, that nobody had won a pro late model and a late model stock race on the same day in the Cars Tour, and yet here we are with the Cars Tour. He's done it twice this season. He has an opportunity to do it 3 times, and if you talk to a lot of teams down there, they think the 17 and the 54 that he has tonight in both divisions are capable of doing just that.
And Caden is kind of setting a trend for something that we've been keeping our fingers on the pulse of when it comes to the late model stock cars, and that is star power. It has been remarkable that you have to go all the way back to April Nashville Fairgrounds to find a driver who is racing for the championship who has gone to victory lane. That was Caden Quapple in his second win of the season, while Caden has won in other big league late model stock events so far. Since then, we have only seen drivers who are running part-time go to victory lane, and it is drivers who are competing across several different facets of stock car racing, including the top 3 series in NASCAR. They include the aforementioned Honeycutt, Landon Lewis, Connor Hall, and Minnie Tyrell, and a few of those are here to try to add to their win totals in 2026, as it is yet another star-packed Cars Tour field for both classes who have center stage tonight at Hickory.
It's hard to think about that, and especially in the pro and late model class, we've had that where we have a lot of star power. You see Minnie Tyrell right there, one of those drivers who has had so much success. In fact, he's the defending winner of this race here 1 year ago here at Hickory Motor Speedway, that memorable night that kind of changed the trajectory of his racing career. Took home $50,000. Of course, we know what he's been able to go on and do since then with the Ram Race for the Seat program and being a part of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series this season. But that all started on what felt like the 72 hours of Hickory last year in the Throwback Classic.
Now, speaking of the Throwback Classic, this race and this place always has an opportunity to pull out some incredible schemes. Some of them sentimental. This one right here with Vito Cancilla, a throwback to his grandfather. In fact, the Rackley Ward team did a great job showing the premise of what this scheme came from. And remember, if you see several of the beautiful cars and colors here today, 15 of which are eligible, thanks to FloRacing, they're hosting for the 4th straight year the best-looking race car contest. You see there a couple of throwbacks to Harry Gant in the 33 with Jack Baldwin, the 88 of Caden Quapple. If you are watching along on FloRacing, you could scan that QR code. It will take you to the voting form across all 15 drivers. The top voter in each class is going to win a certificate for a complete next-gen body kit from 5-Star Race Car Bodies. The voting will end tomorrow night, Sunday night, at 11:59 p.m., and we're going to show you all of these beautiful cars, but you can check the photo gallery to see who they're throwing it back to and how they look on these types of race cars.
Again, we have our shots here, but watch until they go out for qualifying. You see the fans reacting to them. Got a lot of schemes that these teams did a really good job, and have to give a shout out to all of the partners and the sponsors that really go along with this. And the fact that the Cars Tour is unique, that with these throwbacks, they do allow these teams and drivers to change their numbers, but they keep the original owners' points that they would have on any given week. There's a look at our schedule here for tonight. We'll start with the pros, then move over to the late model stock cars for single car qualifying. The plan is in the cards right now for an autograph session for all the fans who have come out here to Hickory Motor Speedway tonight to be able to go on the racetrack, mingle with these drivers. We'll have some coverage of that as well. And then opening ceremony slated to kick off at about 6:30 with about a 7 o'clock p.m. Slated time for a green flag tonight for 100 laps, 125 for the late model stocks and the pros.
Yeah, every race that we have seen so far has been unbelievable this season across both classes. and the championship picture continues to tighten up. This is going to officially mark the halfway point for the Pro Late Models in their season at this point in 2026, with this being race 6 of 11 for late model stock cars, 9 of 14. We're going to step aside before we throw the green to kick off Pro Late Model qualifying from Hickory. Cars getting set to roll off as we will kick off our first of 2 qualifying sessions for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic, with the first group scheduled to be on track, the Pro Late Models, after we have them back in action after a couple of standalone events up in the state of Virginia for the late model stock cars. The pros return after their race at North Wilkesboro Speedway, and the battle for the title is starting to tighten up, with Mason Walters, who is the championship points leader and season opening winner, holding out a 12-point advantage over Caden Honeycutt, whose remaining schedule has a bit of a question mark due to a known conflict on the 22nd. But Connor Jones, Case James, Trayton Lapsevich all within striking distance as this marks the halfway point of the season.
Again, 44 points is the maximum amount of points you can score in a Cars Tour race. So you look at that, 8 drivers that still have the opportunity to try and chase a championship. And by the way, for the Pro Late Models, a little bit different than the late model stocks, because there's been a couple of periods with some downtime in the midst of the season that we're not even at the halfway point of this season in terms of the amount of races that we've run. So still plenty of time for somebody like a Connor Jones or a Case James, some of these drivers that we expect to see back out here for the rest of the season, being able to go out and try and chase this title. So we'll see if they're capable of it. But again, plenty of drivers with just winning on the agenda tonight here at Hickory.
Especially in this race as we officially kick off Mahle Motorsport Pole Award qualifying for the pros. 24 cars slated to come out and try to tackle this track for 2 laps to see where they will line up for tonight's 100-lap feature. First up out of Fisherville, Kentucky, in the JW Motorsports Max Recycling and Mills Automotive number 13, Ben Mack is going to set the bar for the session. It's his 4th start of 2026 and his career. His best effort so far this season was 17th in back-to-back races at Caraway and Ace, but he also ran a couple of limited late model races here, racking up a pair of top 5s in 2026. Mack is going to set the bar. 15.146 is the first car out.
Talk about some championship favorites. How about this driver right here that is at the top of the standings right now? Driver the number 6, Unified Electric Services Chevrolet out of Catawba, North Carolina. That's Setzer Racing and Development driver Mason Walters, looking to try to sit on the Mahle Motorsport front row like he did at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Was also the RPM Trailer Sales Rookie of the race there, as he sets the bar about 4.5 tenths, or just about 4 tenths quicker than Ben Mack at a 14.701.
Yeah, Walter's definitely a good litmus test as to what it may take to capture top honors here in this session. What a beautiful looking car. This a tribute to the late Greg Biffle and the truck that he ran in 1999 and 2000 with the number 50. For the Mike Darn Racing entry out of San Antonio, Texas, Tristan Pena in the Whataburger USGP DK Luxury Motors LLC. This is the third start of 2026 for the driver who has a lot of representation from Whataburger here at the track and just about everywhere he goes, and he's just under about a 10th and 3/4 of Mason Walters. Pena clocks in second.
Setzer Racing and Development also represented here with the fourth qualifier we see out here today, car number 20, the Municipal Chevrolet out of Windermere, Florida, Evan McKnight, who does have a decent amount of Pro Late Model experience here at Hickory in the Carolina Pro Late Model Series. Got a second and a third there in that series here, improving that experience right here. Fastest time, just beats out his teammate by 16 one-thousandths of a second. Catches a little bit of a cloud and will pick up about 800ths to a 14.609. Again, we expect maybe a 4 or a 5 or so to be around perhaps where that Mahle Motorsport Pole Award will be set.
Here's a driver who is making his fourth start of the season, first since Ace. He does have a legend car start here this season where he started fourth and finished fifth. 2026 Semi-Pro Summer Shootout Champion in the Burco Redwood, Gamma Rebar, and Concrete North number 12 for Hale Racing out of Manteca, California, Colton Hale. His first lap put him in fourth. We'll see what he's got here on lap number 2. As he comes down to the line, he will pick it up to third. Second lap was quicker, only the third driver to go faster on their second lap of the 5 that have been out on the racetrack thus far. So put Hale pretty much the meat in the sandwich of the 5 cars that have been out.
And again, we talk about the times that these drivers are running. Oh, Seawright, a moment off of turn 2. You wonder if perhaps we'll look at the right-hand side of that car. He may have just nicked it with the right rear, but looks like he was A-okay. Again, that was trying to get up to speed to complete his first lap. He's going to go 14.826, so still third fastest there. The number 5 Capella Legal and Kathy Boyd's Tax Services machine out of Winter Haven, Florida. And Seawright going to be able to find a 10.5 without a slip up on lap number 2. But again, this is a really treacherous racetrack. We just came from North Wilkesboro Speedway where it was a bit sketchy for a lot of these drivers to try and qualify. And I think proving that right now is, a matter of fact, Brandon Willard, our chief starter, has flipped on the light switch here at Hickory Motor Speedway, and they're going to pause the proceedings here in Pro Late Model qualifying for just a moment as some of the track crew, I think, going out and trying to see if perhaps there was some debris that was left on the front straightaway. And they think they've eyed the problem.
The track crew continues to do a bit of work. They'll jump back in to the safety truck. Now, fans, if you're watching tonight's race live on the FloRacing 24/7 channel, welcome. This is an exclusive look at the kind of action FloRacing streams all year long. Dirt, pavement, drag racing, and everything in between. Scan the QR code on your screen now or visit floracing.com to access 1,000 plus races live and on demand. There's pretty much something you could enjoy if you're a motorsports enthusiast every single night. Again, floracing.com, and we hope you enjoy the ride tonight because we got 2 great races up ahead as we are just a handful of cars plus in for Mahle Motorsport Pole Award qualifying. Let's go down to James Pike.
Has himself a very big and busy weekend. Tristan, you're honoring Greg Biffle with your scheme. You've got a ton of support from Whataburger. What does it mean to be representing Greg and representing Whataburger combined this weekend?
I'm honored, to be honest with you. I'm so blessed to be out here. I'm so grateful I was able to run this scheme this weekend, and I'm just happy to be out here.
Tristan Pena and the Whataburger machine going to be out there going after it, the Pro Late models. Don't forget, we got the Whataburger Speed Shot that you'll see some great action from today as well.
Fourth already for the Spears Manufacturing, number 75, at the place where he scored his first career Cars Tour Pro Late Model win. Keelan Harvick coming to the line on lap 2. He will jump up to second, 13,000 shy of the pole. Keelan Harvick to the front row in his 4th start of the season. representing colors of the company that supported his father just about at this point in his racing career. And Harvick's landed it on the front row for now.
And I'm sure he's hoping for a repeat effort of what he had here last July. 32 minutes, pretty much all green, dominated the night. It will look to try to do that again. Is way up the racetrack there. You can see kind of getting into the racetrack. You get those bumps, those characteristics here that we love at Hickory Motor Speedway. Out of this 25 Rackley War entry, Rodney Dallas Jr. in the Vietnam Veterans of America Chevrolet out of Dix Hills, New York. And Dallas able to pick up quite a bit there, 14.658. So back-to-back, we see Rackley War within a couple of hundredths of each other.
Seems like just about every throwback event, we see a car with this number and these colors, and you can see why. Tossing it back to handsome Harry Gant is Jack Baldwin in the 33 for LRT Motorsports in the Stoke Shoes entry, making his third career Cars Tour Pro Late Model start at third of 2026. Was talking to his father Tommy earlier today. He said the plan is for Jack to run the remaining slate in the pros as Baldwin cracks the top 5. Less than a tenth off the pole, but with how tight this pro field is, he's sitting 5th for the moment.
And we're going to see that continue throughout the day. And interesting to see this driver back in the field again. He ran with us at Tri-County last year. He was a factor in that race, brought home a second-place finish. The number 83, it is Bailey Curry who is behind the wheel here at Hickory Motor Speedway tonight. Again, had kind of had plans to run this on a part-time basis here in 2026. His first lap goes 9th. Let's see if he has a big pickup here on lap 2. Curry to the line, and doesn't look like he's going to be able to improve upon that effort. So Bailey Curry of 14, up there it goes, 14.875. So despite the small improvement, will pick up a little bit.
Windermere, Florida's Palmer Haig for his own operation in the Greenbrier Landscaping Life for Kids and Southern Tree Growers number 55, making his second start of his career and of 2026 after debuting at Ace but suffered a mechanical DNF, finishing 23rd. Since Ace, though, he's won twice down at New Smyrna Speedway in a Pro Late Model in the months of June and July. First lap for Palmer Haig was 9th of 11. As he comes to the checkered flag, Haig is going to potentially pick it up one spot. As his timing and scoring refreshes here, Haig will jump to 8th.
Speaking of timing and scoring, we have heard officially it was debris that was the brief delay there, but track crew feels that the track is A-OK right now for this driver to take 2 at the Eternity Homes, Redhead Racing, and Circuit Precision Toyota, Rockwell, North Carolina's Jacob Bradley behind the wheel. This number 7 goes 11th fastest on his first lap. Does have some Pro Late Model experience here at Hickory. Again, a number of drivers in this field getting behind the wheel in a Carolina Pro Late Model race here, and a big pickup on lap number 2 sees Bradley jump up right into the middle of the field, 14.733. Number 7 goes P7.
Up next, another one of our tremendous-looking throwback entries. This one throwing it back to ASA legend Mike Garvey, who is not only a tremendous short-track racer, but also a mentor and crew chief for this driver who goes to the Mahle Motorsport pole on lap 1. TJ DeCare to the top. And the Low Country Motorsports number 1, giving praise to the driver who helps crew chief his Super Late Model program. DeCare goes faster yet on lap 2, 14.524 for TJ DeCare out of Land Lakes, Florida, to the Mahle Motorsport pole.
And I think I found the fan section in 3 and 4 that was waving their number 1s right there as he went to the top of the charts again, 14.524. That's going to be a competitive lap when we get to the end of this thing, as Vito Cancia, the torpedo as they call him here for Rackley War. We touched on his throwback, honoring his family member earlier. Let's see if he can match what his teammates were able to do just a little bit earlier, and is just a bit behind right now, sitting in the 8th position, 14.708 for the Cars Tour West driver coming out east, and he goes up to 2nd, just shy of TJ DeCare, a 5.88 there for Cancia.
Tell you what, there has been quite the cloud that has come over this racetrack, and I wonder if it is starting to play right in the hands of some of these drivers who are going right now. We'll see if Brody Monahan in the 31 could back that up. In the Wheel and Engineering, Critical Signs, and Mahoney Family Racing, number 31, 2nd on lap 1 for the driver, 6th in points, coming off his 3rd top 10 finish of the season after finishing 8th at North Wilkesboro. Monahan looking to follow the trend to go faster on the 2nd lap. Is it enough for pole? It's faster, but not enough. 35 thousandths off of the lap set by Decaire, but Monahan's up on the front row with him.
It is getting competitive here for the Mahle Motorsport Pole Award as Dylan Garner, car number 97, next out onto the racetrack. The GESI DPF Fit G-Sport by GESI and hydraulic machinery number 97 taken to the racetrack right now. He and his family, such a great family to have in the pit area. They're small but mighty here for Dylan Garner, who jumps up into 11th, 14.749, nearly up into the top 10 as we're working to the back half of these qualifiers.
Next up, a driver who's trying to go back-to-back in Mahle Motorsport poles. Did so at North Wilkesboro last time out, but faded to 4th. The Atlanta Paving and Concrete Cadillac Ranch number 47 for Bryson Lopez Racing, Luke Baldwin. First time in for Luke is going to slot him into 7th. He's looking for a big pickup. Slight slide off of turn 2 there for Luke, who's coming off a 4th place finish in the Smart Modify race at Pulaski County last night. Second lap for Luke. Luke is going to be a little bit faster, but will remain 7th. So he will be a fun watch tonight. Right now, rolling off from inside of row 4.
If you talk about a fun watch, think about last year. He and Spencer Davis right down to the wire in this race 1 year ago. Was such a sight to see, and I'm sure we'll try to see a very similar effort out of this driver. Currently sitting 5th in the championship standings. On the Pro Late Model side, he sits 2nd over in a late model stock car where he'll qualify later, and he's up to 2nd here in the pros. 14.556 for Trayton Lapsevich in car number 30, trying to go up to the Mahle Motorsport pole in the Port City Race Cars Toyota out of Grimsby, Ontario, Canada. Not able to quite beat his first lap, but right now it's good for 2nd for a driver that, again, 36 points would help him a lot if he were able to start on the front row tonight.
I think the pit area was definitely hoping that the sun would come back out from behind the clouds before this car hit the racetrack. The hottest Cars Tour competitor right now out of Aledo, Texas, Caden Honeycutt, who on the first lap goes 9th quickest in the JC Motorsports number 54 for CV Partners Automotive, OEM Surplus, and Takeoff Parts and A-Rod Performance. Can it be a magical lap 2 for Honeycutt? As he comes to the checkers, he'll improve to 7th. But Honeycutt, if he wants to try to sweep for the 3rd time in a row, he's got some work to do, at least in the Pro Late Model, bottom portion of the top 10.
It tells you how competitive this field is. A number of teams that I spoke to today looked at that number 54 car as the car to beat. We'll see if the same can be said for Connor Jones, who has run a number of races here on the pro side at Hickory Motor Speedway. He ran 4th and 2nd in a pair of efforts in 2024 behind the wheel of this Pro Late Model. His first effort here, good enough for 13th. It's amazing. He picks up a couple of hundredths. In fact, he'll pick up a 10th and a half and go straight up to 4th for Connor Jones, the multi-time winner on the late model stock side. Maybe he's got a piece he can finally visit Cookout Victory Lane in the pros as well.
Next up, a driver who's relatively new to Pro Late Model racing after much success in Legend Cars. This is his 2nd start of the season, 5th of his career as he comes down to complete his first lap. Brody Gunter, who just misses the top 10 on lap 1, out of Starkey, Florida, in a 01 machine for Nexus Racing in the Consolidated Electrical Distributors and Morgantown number 01 car. Gunter, who's finished 2nd on debut at Caraway last season, is going to just miss out on the top 10 with a few cars left to go, but a solid effort for Gunter and company in his Cars Tour return.
Next driver back out here. Great, and speaking of back out here, great to see Nick Loden back behind the wheel of this number 43, a longtime competitor a number of years ago in the Cars Tour Pro Late Models, and also a part of the Loden family. And of course, Andy Loden, a multi-time track champion here at Hickory Motor Speedway. Right now, Nick Loden slotting in 16th fastest at a 14.743. As he slides that car off of turn 4, he is going to be able to pick up in just a couple hundredths is worth getting up into the top 10 for Nick Loden. 14.655 now, the lap of record.
2 cars left to go, and this driver, fresh off a Legend Car win here just 1 week ago, 4th in points with 3 top 10s in the first 5 races. Case James out of Newton, North Carolina, in car number 15 is 6th on his opening lap. This is the Nighthawk Frozen Foods, Clear 28, Spiller Industrial, RTM Construction, HMS Motorsport, and the Sign Shop represented entry that James is going to try to jump up into the top 5. And a big pickup there for the 15. We'll wait for it to kind of cycle out on the scoring monitor. Front row for Case James.
Wow, 3/1000ths of a second right now, the difference between first and second. And how about this third generation driver looking to come back out and try to make it a Bali Motorsport Pole Award for the final car that we'll see out of 24 here in the pros. Jeff Batten out of Nashville, North Carolina. What's his first effort here? It's going to clock in 23rd fastest. Down to the 14.8s, and you can see he is fighting, wrestling that car in turns 3 and 4, and in fact, he'll just limp it back across the line. And just like that, TJ DeCare, a Bali Motorsport Pole Award winner yet again here in the Cars Tour. It's the second of his career and the first since North Wilkesboro in 2024.
And we mentioned while he was out on the racetrack on his lap, paying tribute to Mike Garvey, who is not only someone who is exceptional in the short track, full-fendered racing world, but also someone who has taken TJ under his wing and serves not only as a crew chief for the Super Late Model program, but also as an advisor, mentor, and friend. And as we can see, Pike is with him. Here's our pole sitter, TJ DeCare.
Land of Lakes, Florida's TJ DeCare wins the Bali Pistons Pole Award. Yes, it's great to be back on pole, but I have to believe with this scheme and what this means to the Florida racing community to represent Mike Garvey, how cool is it to be starting up front tonight?
It's really cool. Mike's been a great help for me all year. Mike's a great guy. He's my crew chief on my Super Late Model, and like you said, being from Florida, it's awesome. It's really cool to represent like that, and this is one of his favorite schemes, so I'm happy we could put on the pole.
You will notice this black car with the very, very bright gradient stripe. Tonight it will start up front in the Pro Late Model race. TJ DeCare wins the Bali Pistons Pole Award for the pros at Hickory.
Thanks, Pike and DeCare, who got his first career and long-awaited Pro Late Model victory at Tri-County towards the end of last season, continuing to show his pace in just his 26th career start with the Tour, and a driver who has also found success here before in the Carolina Pro Late Models with a victory. Next up, the late model stock cars as they'll battle for the Heatwave Visual Pole here at Hickory when we come back.
A beautiful look at Newton, North Carolina, home of the birthplace of the NASCAR stars, Hickory Motor Speedway, and the fans that are continuing to show up to the racetrack, all made possible looking at our SRI Citrus Safe Cleaners drone cam here live on FloRacing. Blake McCandless, Eric Brennan, James Pike, along with you here for the Pro Late Models that have just wrapped up. It is TJ DeCare, his second career Pro Late Model Pole Award for the Bali Motorsport Pole. And we move forward to Heatwave Visual Pole Award qualifying here in the late model stock cars as the first car out on the racetrack here for the late model stock is going to be Matt Light, the 06. Out here running at Hickory Motor Speedway this afternoon. Made 2 previous starts in the Cars Tour back in 2019 and 2021 here at this racetrack. Qualified a best of 8th a couple of seasons ago at a 14.890 down to a 14.774. Again, that is quite a competitive lap there for Matt Light. The Hipstone Stone Rock might have something to say, that 06.
Throwing it back to the 1988 Bobby Isaac Memorial winner, Harold Wilson, with those colors. Seems to have brought him some speed. Here's a driver who most of his Hickory experience and success has come in a Tour Type Modified. He won the 2024 Smart Modified race here, driving the Mike Darn Racing, number 20, out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, for L&R Transmissions, QMF Metal and Electrical Incorporated. Carson Lofton trying to better the 14.7 that he laid down. It'll still be a 14.7, but he'll pick up a few hundredths. 14.737 for Carson Lofton, who is 10th in championship points.
I just want to let you guys know the fastest qualifying time that we've seen in a Cars Tour race here at Hickory was a 14.735 by Bradley McCaskill back in 2019, and yet through 2 cars, we have almost shattered that record. Let's see if the Matt Piercy Racing entry can do just that. Parker Eatman, the Vet Adventures, Southern Bank, and Quality Pre-Owned Chevrolet out of Wilson, North Carolina, owned by Matt Piercy, multi-time track champion here at Hickory Motor Speedway, and involved in some controversy at the end of the Jack Ingram Memorial 1 week ago in a tough race with Landon S. Huffman. Again, he's 600ths off the lead, but somehow that's 3rd of 3 cars that we've sent out thus far.
Speaking of Landon Huffman, not necessarily Landon S. Huffman, but this paying a homage to another Huffman, another track champion here, Father Robert Huffman, and the car that he ran in the early 2000s in what was then the Dash Series. These synonymous colors being wheeled by his son Landon Huffman out of nearby Claremont, North Carolina, a former track champion here himself, and the Texas Roadhouse, High Rock Vodka, IBCI at Josh Sellers and Sheets number 37, as Huffman completes lap number 2 and will jump up to 2nd. 15 thousandths off of Carson Lofton's time, but a popular front row effort for the 37 car tonight.
And what did Landon Huffman tell our Rob Blount earlier? If I can qualify 12th, I feel like I can win this race. I think he'll definitely take a time in a 7:52. And how about we go from one Landon Huffman to another, Landon S. Huffman, who his father, Shane, the 1999 track champion here in that scheme, represented here this afternoon by Landon S. Huffman himself. Again, we talked about that battle with Parker Eatman that he had at the end of the Jack Ingram Memorial. It was with this driver, and once you know it, right now they're lined up nose to tail, but Landon S. Huffman goes 3rd with a 7:72.
With Landon Huffman in between. So interesting facet and storyline that we'll be following there. Next up, a driver who has really good help in terms of this program. Former winner here, Connor Hall, heads up Denise Motorsports late model stock program. The pilot tonight, Matt Gould from Lexington, North Carolina, and a DQS and JF Electric number 4. This is his 4th start of the season. And his career best effort was a top 10 at Dominion a couple of races ago. Bit of a slide to the checkers. Gould was in the 6th spot on lap 1, moves up to 3rd on lap number 2. Great effort for Matt Gould.
I mean, just look at that pylon right now. 400ths pretty much separates the top 5, and we've only sent 6 cars out. It is going to be a tight field here at Hickory Motor Speedway tonight. This driver looking to slot himself in a good position there. Jace Hale hasn't run a late model stock race here at Hickory with the Cars Tour. Big slide as he goes into 1 and 2, but does have some pro late model experience here at this racetrack. And the Berka Redwood Gamma Repair and Concrete North number 15 for his family-owned racing operation. Jace Hale going to clock in slower on lap 2, 14.928, the lap of record.
Next up, we welcome to the ZMAX Cars Tour in a late model stock car for the first time, multi-time track champion at the Madhouse, Bowman Gray Stadium, and the 2025 NASCAR Division II national champion for Jerry Hunt Supercenter and Exceladon, the number 37 of Chase Robertson from Lexington, North Carolina, driving for Team Project 37. In fact, they did run a couple of limited late model races here in preparation for expanding their program and partnership together. First lap for Robertson. Robertson was 8th. Second lap's going to be a little bit quicker. He remains 8th of the 8 cars so far. But this young man has been impressive in just about every car that he's gotten his hands on. And he will be a fun watch to see him learn this series tonight.
A couple of cars really stuck out throughout the last couple of days in practice, and this was one of them. The Bundle of Joy Toyota for Thomas Racing, driven by a driver that has hardly lost. In fact, hasn't lost, and he goes straight to the top of the charts. Caden Honeycutt out of Aledo, Texas, sets a new Cars Tour qualifying record at a 14.727, and he's going to try to better that here on lap number 2. He comes across the line, 14.607 for Caden Honeycutt. Sets the record by nearly a tenth and a half. My goodness.
On a track that has been rumored for a repave over the last 6 to 12 months, Caden Honeycutt showing the evolution of the sport is still rolling forward as he sets a track record. And for anyone to beat him, they'll go down in the history books as well. How about this driver who is 7th on his opening lap and a number that he is very familiar with? This is the Lee Pulliam Performance, number 5, driven by Lee himself. For Carolina Drilling, Folsom Fence Supply, and Best Repair Company, and he's up to the front row. Lee Pulliam to 2nd, but a 10th plus off of the lap that Honeycutt threw down just 1 car ago.
Amazing the times that we're seeing out here. Remember, last year we qualified at night. The lights were on. It was a great visual because of the rain that we saw last season, and yet here we are running so much faster. These teams just continue to improve as the second number 5 that we'll have out here competing this evening, the Hettinger Racing number 5, the Medic Corp, Victory Custom Trailers, and Direct Development Ford, King William, Virginia's Chase Burrow behind the wheel and improves up right into the 5th position. In fact, it's a tie for 4th. How many times do we say that in a Cars Tour qualifying race? Landon Huffman and Chase Burrow now tied for that 4th spot. The tiebreaker will go to their 2nd fastest lap, and we'll see who gets that at the end of it.
We talked about momentum being a great thing for Caden Honeycutt. The same goes for this driver, Michael Bumgarner. After he won the Jack Ingram Memorial here last week in a thriller with Ryan Millington. This is the Super.com, Schaefer's Oil, and Clear Electric number 51 for Rick Ware Racing. For the multi-time track champion, but his qualifying effort is not going to be what they were hoping for. 10th right now for Bumgarner, who knows this place like the back of his hand. He will be fun to keep eyes on once this race goes green.
And he was last year in this race where he drove through the field for a very respectable finish towards the top 10. This driver's got to be feeling pretty good, and Connor Jones, after a great pro late model qualifying effort, of course, throwing back to Greg Biffle in the IBCI Chevrolet for the Carroll Speed Shop. Let's see if the Fredericksburg, Virginia driver can go better here in the late model stock versus what he did in the pro late model. And Connor Jones up to 6th. Remember, he ran a Jimmy Johnson throwback last year. This Greg Biffle one, very masterfully done. Great job there by the Carroll Speed Shop. It's a great-looking race car.
From one throwback to another, a driver who has done very well here in throwback races. This one going it back to Todd Hunt in the number 1 for Jerry Hunt Super Center, Best Retire and Auto, and Buddy Scoops Ice Cream for Bassett Racing. Here is Ronnie Bassett Jr., who won this race 2 years ago, hoping that the throwback trend continues to produce results in what has been an up and down year for Bassett. How about this? Up to 2nd for Ronnie. Great run.
Awesome lap there for a team that really needs it, and Ronnie Bassett Jr., again, winner of a Throwback Classic, but yet an interesting stat. Bassett still looking to lead his first lap in Cars Tour competition. Remember the end of that race and how that was settled. Perhaps he could do that here if he starts on the front row here in Heat Wave Visual Pole Award qualifying. This driver looking to bring a bare-knuckle fight to the field here tonight. The number 77 Chad Bryant Racing entry, Trayton Lapsevich. The pair of races that he has tonight after a pro late model qualifying effort earlier. His first lap in the late model stock slated for 13th for a driver that is looking to make up some ground in the championship standings, and that's how you do it. Up to 3rd for Trayton Lapsevich at a 14.728.
You gotta love when you could see a mellow yellow style throwback, but that car is not gonna be on the racetrack just yet as initially scheduled. We'll throw it back to our 2025 late model stock champion Landon Lewis in what may be a bit of a swan song for him as his Truck Series obligations pick up for the remainder of the season. This is the rent source, our tray number 29 for KHI Racing. For Supply North Carolina, Landon Lewis, who was 6th on his first lap. Lap number 2, he's up to 2nd, and the first driver to get within a 10th of what Honeycutt laid down for the 2 drivers who are getting ready to run the truck race at Richmond this coming Friday. So Lewis to 2nd.
Insane that our top 5 drivers right now have set a new qualifying record, or were faster than the record that was coming into this race in terms of Cars Tour qualifying. Again, 14, I believe 322 is the late model stock overall record here at the racetrack at Hickory Motor Speedway. This driver looking to see if he can get close to that in the Victory Junction number 44, a throwback to Kyle Petty for his family-owned racing team. A great-looking race car for a driver that has spent a majority of his season in the IHRA Stock Car Series, scored some multiple top 5 finishes there, and right now sits 15th on the scoring pile, 14,923 here at Hickory tonight. Man, do we have some good-looking race cars out here this evening.
How about this Darrell Waltrip throwback for our points leader and 2-time winner on the season, Caden Quapple. Since we last saw Caden, he went on to win the Hampton Heat at Nashville. First lap, however, 15th for the Jerky Boys. Lake Norman Mechanical, CorvetteParts.net number 88 for the Junior Motorsports team. What can he do on lap 2? 15th as well. So after finishing out of the top 10 for the first time this season at North Wilkesboro, Quapple is going to have to come from the mid-pack to try to protect his 28-point advantage over Trayton Lapsovich, who is 4th.
And that's just been the way the season has gone for Quapple, that he's had to race his way through some fields. He's done a great job of it, but again, has his hands full here trying to eliminate some of the, or trying to get back some of the cushion that he had coming into this race in terms of the championship battle. Next car on the racetrack, the number 99 for the 38-year-old Brandon Dean out of Lancaster, South Carolina, the Concrete Construction, Lancaster Motor Speedway, and Langley Collision Ford. Here in car number 99, he goes 18th fastest, 14,940 for a driver who is back out here making his 2nd start in ZMAX Car Store.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, here's a driver making his 81st career start with the Tour. Longtime veteran at a venue where he won the pole and the race back in 2022. This is the Aaron Sales and Lease number 16 from McCumbee Elliott Racing, Chad McCumbee. At a racetrack where he has been so solid, his average start, 8.38, average finish, 9.38. That average start's going to take a bit of a hit here today, though. McCumbee slots in 13th outside of the top 10, but he will certainly figure out a way to be in contention towards the end, as he does every time we come to Hickory.
Again, 0.04 of a second, and he's up in the close up into the top 5. It's crazy just how close everybody is. Second car out of the Matt Piercy Racing staple, the Alessandro Chevrolet, driven by the driver out of Houston, Texas, Elio Meza. Right now in car number 7. First lap gonna slot that driver in 17th position for now. You go one better here on lap number 2, and it looks like that time is going to hold. 14,895 there for Meza. In fact, no, he'll improve right to 9th. 14,755 as the lap refreshes on our screen.
Waiting for the next car to roll, that is slated to be Landon Rapp, as the cars are being funneled out over on the turn 2 side of the pit exit. The next car will now fire off from the pit exit portion there, off the second corner, and it is indeed the driver out of Concord, North Carolina, for what is a family-owned operation in the Rapp Fabricating, LJM Contracting, and Rapp Wraps number 28R for Landon Rapp, who is a multi-time winner and champion in legend cars and has been racing a late model stock car here to garner some additional experience. He's looking to make his 2nd career start with the Tour. Started at Sobo last season. Check that, 2024, finished 22nd, but completed all the laps. First lap, not, however, what Landon was looking for, as he skates the car off the 4th corner. We'll see if he can pick it up any, and he will. Up to 16th for Landon Rapp, who has several top five finishes here in weekly racing competition as well.
And again, just a note you made, they're going out on that turn 2 exit because of some of the moisture and the rain that we had earlier. There's a little bit of a divot kind of on the apron into turn 1 where the drivers would pick up a lot of fluid. That's since dried up, but just wanted to make that procedure easier. You can see as London McKenzie passes by that it is dried up at that area of the racetrack. As the McKenzie Properties Lumber and Supply and Trucordia Chevrolet out of Asheboro, North Carolina, takes here to Hickory Motor Speedway. First start at this racetrack. Here the Cars Tour for London McKenzie, who at the time is going to slot in just outside of the top 15, 16th fastest at a 14.809.
Well, like my good buddy to my left, Blake McCandless, this driver also had to take a flight from Iowa last night to get here to Hickory today. However, Jake did so after finishing third in the Arkham Menard Series race. No shade at all, Blake.
Yeah, I just pit spotted, so it's all good.
Jake Bowman out of Huntington Beach, California, who's been a very strong qualifier and had a great run at North Wilkesboro Speedway last time out. However, that first lap, polar opposite. 24th first time around. He's going to pick it up to 20th in the factory canopies. LPG Transporter Pacific Coast Propane, number 71 for the Arkham Menard Series points leader.
And how about this team riding some momentum? They didn't win the race at North Wilkesboro Speedway, but they took home the Floatium check for $10,000 with this driver behind the wheel, and he is back now after winning the Brickyard 400. Marietta, Georgia's Corey Heim in the 3M, Autos by Nelson and BRCC Toyota. For Heim, who is back here at Hickory Motor Speedway, the site of his lone Cars Tour victory when he raced full-time in this series a number of years ago, and looking to repeat that feat here tonight. His first lap will put him 14th. His second lap goes to second. The second driver into the 14.6 is Corey Heim at a 14.630. I heard a lot of teams, Eric, talking about how they think this is going to be a heavyweight fight between Honeycutt and Corey Heim. And well, the teams and the fans may get exactly what they were expecting.
Yeah, the handicappers right now have done their job because, the flex is certainly at the top of the field with Honeycutt and Heim, and the defending winner of this race is going to try to wedge his way in there. Mini Tyrell first lap, 24th. And the Jesus is Lord's, Carnage Performance Exhaust, and Gateway Shell Station number 81 out of Manassas, Virginia. Back in the family-owned team, Tyrell to 18th. So while he does have a pole here in August of 2020, he will not get his second, but still hoping for a second consecutive win at Hickory, but he will be coming from further back in the field.
And don't sleep now, but the final two drivers that we have going out, you don't want to sleep on them, including this driver right here, former track champion right here at Hickory Motor Speedway, this time driving the number 9 PRW chassis house car. Out of Statesville, North Carolina, Ryan Millington, car number 9, had spent a majority of the season with Taylor Satterfield Racing. He brought his own family car here to Hickory last weekend. He ran runner-up in the Jack Ingram Memorial, but for now, it's going to be a qualifying effort that is outside the top 20 for Ryan Millington.
From one Hickory Motor Speedway track champion to another, we welcome a throwback entry. This one, the Texaco Haviland colors, specifically throwing it back to Ricky Rudd, back when he joined the Robert Gates Racing Team in 2000. Out of Full Shear, Texas, in the AAA Tree Experts number 28 car is Cade Brown, making his 40th career start and third of the season. First lap matches the car number, unfortunately. 28th. We'll see if he can have one of those monumental pickups on lap 2. As Brown comes to the checkers, he will improve to 21st, as there is just one car left to challenge Caden Honeycutt, and that car is coming to the green.
And he's been known to be a great qualifier in the past in the Atlanta Paving and Concrete, Sundance Equipment Sales, and Reynolds Warren Equipment Chevrolet. The Bryson Lopez Racing entry of Brandon Lopez out of Woodstock, Georgia. Going to be the final contender here for the Heatwave Visual Pole Award in the late model stock car. And unfortunately for him, he slipped up off of turn 4. It's going to affect lap 1, and it's going to affect lap 2 as Lopez goes 29th of the 29 cars that we've seen out here thus far. He has 3 starts in the pros in this series. His second lap is going to be quite a pickup for him, but not going to be enough to challenge for the Heat Wave Visual front row as Brandon Lopez moves up a couple of spots. At the end of it all, Caden Honeycutt and Corey Heim are going to sit on your front row as they don't just break, they shatter a Cars Tour qualifying record. Only 2 drivers that got down into the 14.6 second bracket.
You got to love that Caden is someone who, there's no such thing as an off weekend. He wants to race something somewhere, and when he does, he's good at it. Pike is standing by with our pole sitter, Caden Honeycutt.
Heatwave Visual Pole Award goes to Aledo, Texas's Caden Honeycutt. Caden, this thing was a 10th faster than most of this field. Behind the wheel, did that lap feel a 10th faster than just about everybody else?
I don't know, man. The first lap, I definitely messed up into 3. Slid the right rear pretty good and was in the second lane. The second lap, I just came myself together and just wanted to run a good lap there. So, yeah, really good job by my Tom Mostly Racing group. I cannot say about this group for how hard they work, the endless hours. Special thank you to Donnie Wilson for letting us use her beautiful Intech trailer this weekend. Our trailer ended up breaking down the other day. So, yeah, just great people. I can't do this without Kenneth Backer, Miss Sandy, all of our partners, Reynolds Race Chassis, Hellraiser Jacks, Fayetteville Heating and Air, Scott Heating and Air, Logan Long Race Engines, 5-star bodies. Yeah, just really cool. And, you know, just the paint scheme we got this weekend, I think just makes it that much better, man. Just want to do it for those guys. Want to do it for Samantha and Brexton, everyone at Bundle of Joy, and hopefully lay a KFB type butt whooping today that would solidify that. So yeah, it's gonna be a hard race. We got really good guys up there in the front, and we'll just see if we can hold them off for 125, and hopefully do the same over in the pro. Got a little bit work to do in that car, but hopefully we can pull off another sweep. But if not, it's hopefully we get this one. It'll be really special for those guys.
Representing Bundle of Joy Fun, both on the Pro Late Model and the Late Model, I think he'd love nothing more than to do 2 Kyle Busch-style bows over the course of the evening. Caden Honeycutt wins the Heatwave Visual Pole Award in the Late Model Stock Cars at the Spears Throwback Classic.
Thanks, Pike. And while Caden is not necessarily running a throwback paint scheme, it is certainly an honor and tip of the cap to a driver who is going to be honored in throwback fashion for several years and putting a massive spotlight on the foundation that Kyle and his wife Samantha built up so much. And the tributes for Kyle are going to continue not only for the remainder of the year, but for many years to come, as Honeycutt is now eligible for 2 potential chances for the best throwback scheme. Scan the QR code and it will bring you to the voting page. Voting open till 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, with Honeycutt having a chance to, as he's done already twice this season, win 2 prizes if he could be voted highest in the late model stock car and the pro as well.
Again, I don't know how it could get much harder than what he was able to pull off in North Wilkesboro Speedway. I mean, just remember how physically exhausted he was after that race, and it's going to be a hot and humid one here tonight when we get going at Hickory Motor Speedway. So we'll see if he's up to the task. He's got 2 fast race cars, a little bit better starting position in the late model stock, but you know, Hickory, it has the propensity to have some crazy things happen.
You look at this beautiful shot high above this racetrack, courtesy of our SRI and Citra Safe drone. Some ominous clouds off in the distance. We're hoping that they continue to stay pretty far away from the birthplace of the NASCAR stars so we can get set to get to race time. On-track party upcoming here at Hickory. More to come live on FloRacing. Welcome back to the Hickory Motor Speedway for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic, where qualifying is in the books for the Pro Late Models ahead of their 100-lapper tonight and the late model stock cars, who will be circling this historic venue 125 times to see who can lay claim to one of the staples on the Cars Tour's schedule. And as you see by the parking lot, the fans have come out here in droves for the opportunity to see how the night will pan out. For those who may have had the chance or not had the chance to capture what happened in Mahle Motorsport Pole Award qualifying, we'll take you back to the first bit of on-track activity, including Connor Jones, who is still searching for his first career Pro Late Model win with the Cars Tour, clocking in 5th fastest when the session was all said and done.
This has been his best racetrack when it comes to performance and getting not only great starting positions, but finishing results right here at Hickory on the Pro Late Model side. And how about Brody Monahan? We talked about these drivers that are in the hunt for this championship fight. Both he and Trayton Lapsevich right now kind of wedged into a fight for 5th, and isn't it fitting then that they start pretty much nose to tail, 4th to Brody Monahan, and Trayton Lapsevich has a very fast Pro Late Model. He'll start from 3rd tonight here at Hickory.
Lapsevich, who's taken on a new role with that Rhett Jones team, and here's a driver 4th in points trying to make up ground, and he's already done it. He gets a point for starting on the front row for Case James, who also picked up a legend car win here just last week, but the Mike Garvey throwback for the driver who serves as a pilot for the Low Country Motorsports team and organization tonight, with a renumbered number 1 car for fellow Florida native TJ DeCare, captures the Mahle Motorsport pole, looking for career win number 2 tonight after winning at Tri-County towards the close of 2025. Now we'll shift over to what we just wrapped up in terms of Heatwave Visual Pole Award qualifying for the late model stock car portion of tonight's Spears Throwback Classic. And as we saw, even though the age of this racing surface is certainly a point of conversation, there was a lot of speed in this track, and there's a couple of drivers who were able to do it in both sessions, like the driver 2nd in points, Trayton Lapsevich.
Yeah, and I hope these drivers were enjoying it, because this may be one of the last races that we get on this pavement for the Cars Tour here at Hickory Motor Speedway. But Trayton Lapsevich, again, a pair of top 5 starting efforts. And how about Ronnie Bassett Jr.? We know how good he is on the long run in these cars, but get in the track position now to boot for it. Don't sleep on RBJ tonight, starting from 4th.
We've seen a trend since April. We haven't seen a full-time competitor win a Cars Tour late model stock race. Well, the next 3 drivers you're going to see are all drivers who have had a chance to win, like our defending champion, Landon Lewis, who will be sliding over into his NASCAR Craftsman truck next Friday. And how about our Brickyard 400 winner after helping this team win a Floatium bonus last time out at Wilkesboro in the 12 car? Heim is going to start on the front row with, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, another Reynolds Racing chassis here for car number 17. How about Caden Honeycutt, the Bundle of Joy Toyota, just continuing to try and rack up these wins on what's been perhaps the best short track racing season of his career, where he has just brought speed everywhere he's shown up in the Cars Tour, the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. When he has an off week, Eric, he's not just staying busy, but he is trying to stay in Cookout Victory Lane when he does it.
And as you can see, there is some weather in the area, mostly off to the direct west of the racetrack. But for those of you here at the Speedway, we are going to still have a bit of a fan fest. However, we're going to keep the cars on pit road in the event we do get a stroke of bad luck. And it's a little less hard on the teams in order to make that happen, to maneuver them around and keep these cars in condition where they're not going to get drenched if there is, in fact, a downpour that hits the Speedway. So we are going to step aside, and we're going to take you back to the Pro Late Model portion of last year's throwback event, as well as the late model stocks. It was a very long weekend, but 2 very entertaining races. If you want a bit of an appetizer as what tonight may look like, stay tuned, because you're watching the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic for the ZMAX Cars Tour, presented by Sound Gear here on Flow.
who's going to be that driver tonight as we go through the iRacing start zone. Sit back and enjoy this one from the birthplace of the NASCAR stars. Keelan Harvick not able to break away as they come around to complete the opening lap. Ben Mayer going to settle for second, but going to look for the top spot. He already wrestles it to the inside in turn 2.
You saw in turn 1 the ditch that Keelan Harvick hit. The car bottomed out. There were sparks right off of the rear end of his Chevrolet late model. Ben Mayer just made the peak to the indoor side, but Keelan Harvick holds on.
And Harvick struggling off the jump. Again, he started in 4th. He's already fallen back a couple of positions, trying to get back down to the bottom, which again, that groove looking really good. Again, we had all the rubber that these cars had laid down over the last couple of days washed out in a huge thunderstorm that rolled through here earlier today. And right now you can see Harvick on the top side, that number 29 car, struggling to try to get down to the bottom. And can't do it just yet.
And that's Rodney Dallas to the inside. There was maybe a faint moment in which Harvick thought he could clear to the inside and settle in right behind one of the Bryson Lopez racing cars, but unfortunately the nose of Dallas is still there. Now Harvick is finally able to clear as they enter turns 1 and 2. That's Brandon Lopez, the winner from Caraway, right behind, and just about a 4-car battle as they enter turns 3 and 4 as the 21 Mason Diaz tries to strike through the outside lane.
In his Z-Max Cars Tour Pro late model debut, you can see Dylan Garner there going a lap down, and there's a car with a flat tire out of turn number 2, stopping on the racetrack, and it's the 82 of Taylor Hall, who we just mentioned had been in the pits, pulled back on the racetrack.
For just the second time today, it is Keelan Harvick, Ben Mayer to the green flag. Solid start as they chase for turn 1.
And a really good start there on that high side from Mayer, looking to wrestle away the race lead from Keelan Harvick. And now Harvick has got a challenge behind him from Caden Quapple, who's made his way up to 3rd from his 5th place starting effort. And the first lap, not led by Keelan Harvick, was done right there. Ben Mayer leads with 62 to go.
Very different from the initial start in which Ben Mayer found his way to the inside, but he was pinched so far down the racetrack in 3 and 4. He hit the bumps. The car could not rotate. This time, though, he cannot make it happen on the outside lane. Keelan Harvick retakes the lead, and there's a bumper there in turns 1 and 2. Here comes Mayer to the inside. Nose down low in turn 3. Will not have his nose fully there as they come out of turn 4. Harvick does a fantastic job to maintain the defense back to turn 1. That is the father of Keelan, Kevin Harvick, to the inside of Carson Ware in the 51 machine. Still no proper battle built up yet, but we did see early, Blake, a bit of that fall off from Harvick early on in the race. There goes a touch of the wall there by Ware. Inside goes Harvick.
And I think that's something that was coming for a couple of laps here. You can see Ware that last lap. I was just about to mention the fact that he almost scraped the wall off it too. running nearly 4/10 off of the pace that is being set by your race leader at the moment. You can see the rest of the field starting to stack up, and Ben Mayer just not strong enough to try and make a move right now at the moment. So 16 laps to go. And it's going to be something these drivers, as they tune up and get ready for the Throwback Classic here in about a month or so, that they're going to have to be ready for. Contact as Harvick leans into the back of Ben Mayer, your championship points leader, looking to hold off the driver that is a part owner of the series and the father of the driver who's leading this race. Also of note, Dylan Garner into the pits. The 97 is at the hauler, and they might be done for the night. It looks like they're changing out the right rear tire.
Yeah, Blake, this is going to be a huge dagger for Garner coming into this race with hopes of trying to get closer to the championship points leader that you're watching on screen right now, and Ben Mayer, who's finally able to clear away for second, but Harvick is still going to be there, filling up the rear view mirror and the rear bumper heading back to turn 3. So Garner will be out of this race, at least for now, inside the final 9. Keelan Harvick is well and away. He's searching to cruise into the victory if no yellow comes out. Caden Quampo settling nicely into second, and Jade Abedisian just lurking in the shadows, trying to make sure that this battle stays within her reach in the fight for third.
Oh, what a slide there. You can see from Ben Mayer doing his best to try and salvage every championship point possible on the high side. And Harvick, you can see, racing with a lot of respect here, trying to give that 6 car plenty of room, trying to race hard. And you can see he's rapid. I mean, his left side tires are on the yellow as you exit turn number 4. Mayer slides into 1 and 2. Harvick still looking to try to get around. This is all happening well behind your race leader, Keelan Harvick. The gap to second that Keelan has stretched out 3.2 seconds at the moment. But what a great battle between two very talented race car drivers.
And Mayer is wrestling this race car right now, Blake. He's been on that secondary lane for a little while now, ever since Harvick put his nose down there. And now they're officially gridlocked in the fight for third place. Bit of more contact. Harvick is loose. It allows Mayer to stay up on the high side, but Mayer has been really wrestling his car to stay afloat. Harvick shoves Mayer up the racetrack, invites Abedisian in the fight for fourth place. Harvick clears for third.
Abedisian again, halt the bleed. So hold on to the 4th position, back to 5th. Abedisian driving away. 4 laps to go at Hickory.
Blake McCandless to see Keelan Harvick take down the final lap here from Hickory Motor Speedway in search of his first win.
Off of turn number 2, Keelan Harvick, 3.5 seconds to the good as he works it into 3 and 4 for the final time. Keelan Harvick is a Cars Tour winner. He gets it done in the road to the Throwback Classic at Hickory. And on the line, the richest race in pavement late model racing history is set to go. Sit back and enjoy this one from Newton, North Carolina. Side by side for the top spot. Nearly a drag race at the line between youngster Tristan McKee trying to celebrate his birthday by earning $50,000 tonight, and Lane Riggs looking to go back to Cookout Victory Lane, and the cars toured side by side, but McKee had it by 3 thousandths at the line.
And that time again, McKee by about a quarter of a car length in the 7, able to edge out Lane Riggs in a newly numbered 2 car who flirts with the outside wall. Behind him, Carson Lofton did just the same in the 22. Here comes Landon Lewis in the 97, drawing even with Lane Riggs for second spot to turn 1.
We knew as soon as Landon Lewis had good track position that he was going to be a factor tonight. Ever since Rodney Childers has been turning the wrenches for this Kevin Harvick Incorporated team, they have found something else in terms of speed, and you can see him very easily able to make his way by Lane Riggs for that second position. Meanwhile, Caden Honeycutt, I'm sure, very motivated after being put to the tail end of the field in the Pro Late Model race. This is Jared Fryer, Trayton Lapsovich, just on the outskirts of the top 10. That's for the 8th running position. Oh, trouble!
Off of turn number 2, that's Landon S. Huffman, whose car is sitting stationary as the caution flag flies.
99 laps to go here at Hickory through the iRacing restart zone. Back underway here in the late model stock cars, and Caden Honeycutt taking it to your race leader Tristan McKee through turn 1. But McKee in that Spire Motorsports number 7 from Hickory Racing has it cleared to 3.
Now the battles for second. 97 inside, Landon Lewis. 17 outside, Caden Honeycutt. Outside pole sitter Lane Riggs slots into 4th in the 2 car as we're door to door and just about rubbing fenders off 2 in the battle for the runner-up position, with Lewis starting to drift further forward as he washes wide off 4.
You can see with that yellow fire suit, those arms working behind the wheel, the number 97. Honeycutt going to try to get back down in front of his Craftsman Truck Series rival in Lane Riggs. He's able to do just that. Tyrell fills the spot. It'll be Lapsovich that's stuck on the high side just a few cars back. He and Bowman had a couple of laps prior. She checked up off the corner. She was able to save it. We stayed green, but nevertheless kind of formed this gap in the field as this is the battle for 4th right now. We talked about Lane Riggs still hanging around, but Minnie Tyrell looking to take a spot from that number 2 car. Goes low. Clean and easy for Minnie Tyrell up into the 4th position. That's the driver he's chasing in the battle for the 2025 ZMAX Cars Tour Championship. McKee's run is somewhat stalled out, and the caution flag is out, so Hall survives and at least will be the free pass of the recipient of the lucky dog. So a big break there for Connor Hall. Tristan McKee once again brings Caden Honeycutt, who elected to start on the front row through the iRacing restart zone, back underway, and Honeycutt is hanging with your race leader off at turn 2. They touch as they go down into 3.
Bit of a brush there as McKee entered up wide there to try to perfect his entry down into turn number 3, and it's gonna work as he barely clears the nose of Honeycutt, with now Lewis and Honeycutt banging doors for second.
Second straight restart that Lewis is the second car, chose the inside lane, and you can see exactly why Honeycutt hanging on for all he is worth. But this is just allowing Tristan McKee to slowly continue to pull away if they can't settle it out. But Honeycutt, working with a brand new spotter this weekend, is able to find a way down, working with Brett Edwards. He's never worked with him before.
As Bowman is now losing multiple spots and is trapped to the outside lane, and he's gonna roll to a stop. And the caution flag will fly for the 3rd time tonight and spin behind him.
Side by side through the iRacing restart zone, back underway to settle 50 grand, 37 to go. And the best launch of the night for Caden Honeycutt in the 2nd lane. It's Honeycutt with the advantage off of turn 2.
Carson Lofton popped the wall behind him. Contact here as McKee gets shoved aside by Lewis. 3 wide for the race lead at the start-finish line.
Lewis going to try to go for it here. I don't know if this will work. Honeycutt gets shoved wide. Now it's 2 wide for the lead. Landon Lewis looking to wrestle it away for the first time from Tristan McKee. Honeycutt Honeycutt officially led that last time. Side by side, now Fryer may try to make it 3 wide for third.
Honeycutt tried to get back to the bottom, but Tyrell kept the nose inside. McKee hanging tough on the top lane in the 7. Here comes Lewis in the 97 down low. Still door to door for the lead in 3 and 4 with Tyrell closing from third.
Minnie Tyrell trying to get clear of Caden Honeycutt for third, and looks like into turn number 1, he's going to be able to do just that. McKee looking to close the door. What a tremendous effort, fending off McKee from the top side. And Jared Fryer, he's trying to get up into 4th. He gives a shot to Caden Honeycutt.
Every nudge, every bump, every rub from this point forward, the drivers are going to take exception, and the battle for the lead's back on. Lewis to the bottom, McKee up top, Tyrell in 3rd. Contact there in turn 3. McKee trying to hang on to the top spot off 4, and he's still got the top spot.
An amazing jog for the youngster who just turned 15 years of age today. It's hard to believe that he's able to do this right now, holding off Landon Lewis. Minnie Tyrell starting to work into the picture. $50,000 would completely change the direction of that program if he were able to go to victory lane here tonight. Off at turn 2. Nose to tail, Lewis gets a shot from Minnie Tyrell behind.
30 to go when they come back to the line. Tyrell with another nudge to the back of Lewis. This time gets him up off the bottom, but he can't get a fender inside of turn 1 just yet. Another tag there to Lewis. Tyrell and Lewis bouncing off each other in turn 2.
Remember how these two raced at Caraway? These two came together in the battle for the win. They weren't so happy afterwards. Is that influencing how they're racing here tonight? Tyrell into turn 1. Lewis gives him a shot. 3 wide. Tyrell saves it. Remarkable driving. Honeycutt now trying to take advantage.
I think the gloves are off between the 81 and 97 now, with Honeycutt trying to take advantage of them both. Lewis holds on to 2nd. Honeycutt back to 3rd. Lewis cut the margin in half. Caution is out. We got a yellow flag, and for the 2nd time tonight, Landon S. Huffman, who worked so hard to get back in the top 15, spins out of what was scored to be 15th spot.
To collect $50K with 10 laps left through the iRacing restart zone. Caden Honeycutt, a great launch on the outside. He clears Tristan McKee almost down into 1. New leader here off of turn number 2. It's Caden Honeycutt who gets a shot from McKee into 3.
And now McKee gets him off the bottom. Lewis to the flat to try to get to 2nd. Contact there. Lewis is crashing. Lofton with a massive hit to the tire barrier, and several cars pile in.
Do have something else to report as well that will shake up the running order. It was confirmed earlier several minutes ago by officials over the radio, but the race leader, Caden Honeycutt, he will be put to the tail end of the field for jumping the restart on the outside line on that previous restart. Through the iRacing restart zone, Minnie Tyrell, Connor Jones lead us back to green for the final 10 laps at Hickory.
Great launch for Tyrell. He's clear to the lead, but sideways off of turn 2, with Fryer now peeking the nose down low to get back to 2nd, with Barnes running wide there. 2nd car to the outside into 3. Tyrell to the top spot with Fryer back to 2nd.
Landon Huffman also trying to wrestle away that 4th position from Doug Barnes. Jones slides off the corner. Jared Fryer now sets his sights on the number 81. Now Landon Huffman starting to come to life. Connor Jones slipping up here late in the going, and Landon Huffman trying to take the 3rd spot away from the Jimmy Johnson throwback.
Those two side by side, almost rubbed tires on the exit of turn number 2, with Doug Barnes lurking. Caden Quapple trying to get up to the top 5 for the first time tonight. Jones by half a car length holds 3rd. Fryer trying to break free. Tyrell's got 0.3 of a second while the battle for 3rd rages on.
Landon Huffman and Connor Jones both, they want to finish this battle quickly because it is starting to heat up.
Oh, trouble, turn 4. Ronnie Bassett Jr. spins and gets tagged by Brody Monahan, who had nowhere to go.
And Jake Bowman comes to a stop, angled his car towards the entry of pit road. Through the iRacing restart zone, back underway at Hickory, and a great launch on the inside for Connor Jones. Jared Fryer trying to stay alongside the 81 out of turn 2, but can't do it.
And just like the last restart, Tyrell is going to cement the lead off the second corner. Here's Jones to the inside of Fryer. He gets checked up a little bit off 4. Fryer rockets to the outside to get sole possession of second back in his hands and reel in Tyrell as they'll be coming to 5 to go next time by at the line.
Oh, and Jared Fryer, you can see how to correct that car off at turn number 2, but now sets its sights on the back bumper of the number 81 of Mini Tyrell.
Fryer is digging, 2 to go, and all of the fans who have stuck it out here at Hickory Motor Speedway and watching along on Flow are about to see what is Jared Fryer willing to do for $50,000 as Tyrell takes him to the white flag.
2 old school late model racers settling it out here at Hickory with 1 lap left to go. Off at turn number 2, the biggest payday in pavement late model racing history is going to go to Virginia's Mini Tyrell. He is $50,000 richer and wins the Throwback Classic.
Glad you're with us on FloRacing. Time to kick off the Spears 75 for the Pro Late Models at North Wilkesboro. Wrapping up our sound gear sound check live, and the points leader Mason Walters makes the bottom work in 3 and 4 to take the lead from Luke Baldwin, who's trying to get it back off 2.
3 wide for third place down the back straightaway. Honeycutt on the inside. Time on the top of the racetrack.
Are they going to go 3 wide again off of turn 3? It looks like they might, and I can't believe Honeycutt, he went to the bottom groove in 1 and 2. We haven't seen that groove come in very recently here at this racetrack, and yet he was able to make a pass there. And how about the restart? Again, Baldwin had lane choice. He took the top. Walters took the lead on the bottom. Now he loses it and is trying to get it back as they're nearly touching each other for third.
And the battle for the lead is back on again in turn 1. That's Walters in the 6 to the bottom of Baldwin. Honeycutt behind him in the 54 to third.
Gets a good bite off of turn 2 here. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Big second of it.
Yeah, I think Honeycutt knows this is a long race. It's only lap 5 of 75. Trying to make some moves. Oh, contact into the wall is Luke Baldwin trying to fend off Mason Walters. And here comes Honeycutt almost making contact with Walters as we are seeing a ton of cars running the bottom in 1 and 2 early.
Time ran really, really high up against the wall in turn 1 and 2. Tons of momentum. Closes the gap on the top 3 here.
As they come to the line, Walters by half a car length. Many of the fans on the front stretch still on their feet as we're going to get 3 wide for the lead off turn 2, maybe.
They get more and more confidence. They understand the grip as we run more and more laps. Baldwin starting to sharpen up that outside line, making this pass on the bottom more and more difficult, more contact right there.
And again, that's where Walters, that bump that's off the exit of turn 4 gets really hard. And again, Baldwin, we didn't think that high lane or that middle groove would come in 3 and 4, but right now it's been really strong.
On Baldwin, back on the power, and we're back underway as the rush to turn 1 begins. A little more contact off of turn 2 between Baldwin and Walters in the battle for the lead.
Baldwin up the center of the racetrack just a little bit, using up more track here, trying to stay on the inside down the front straightaway. Honeycutt wants to get to the right rear quarter panel of that 6 car, try to be able to take away that 6th spot, or the 2nd spot here. As he tries to drive up alongside. Now they're side by side for 2nd.
Love seeing Caden Honeycutt and even Corey Heim. He's been running higher than anybody, but these drivers, these truck guys, this is why having this talent in the field is so important for these young racers. They get to watch, they get to learn. I mean, see, look, 4 different lanes, entirely different lanes being used right now. A scattered 4 wide, and Honeycutt's trying to take that 2nd spot away.
He does so down into turn 3. Walters back to 3rd.
The battle for 2nd. DeCare to the inside of Honeycutt.
Honeycutt's been fading a little bit off of Baldwin. Baldwin's driven away from these 2 cars, and now this battle wages. DeCare's going to take it just about, almost clear the 54 car off the corner.
Well, it depends. Where's this lap car going to go? Is it going to block DeCare's progress? And indeed it is. DeCare's going to look to the bottom to try to pass him. And oh, he's not going to be able to do it. Gets blocked in behind him.
Boy, DeCare really cut. Scores Ellie a break there in the 18. Now he goes to the top side. Mason Walters all the way down to the bottom. And they clear the 18 car going into 3, but DeCare lost one of his chances to move to 2nd.
Cut struggling right now in that 54 car.
I agree. I'm worried about the
trouble front straightaway. Dylan Capello is spun and tagged the inside wall. Caution's out. The crew chief for Lane Riggs in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, making another Cars Tour Pro Late Model appearance, has found the wall on lap 45. Into the iRacing restart zone they come. 30 circuits remaining in a Spear 75.
That's a great launch by the 54 on the outside. Right there, I mean, that's a pass for the lead on a restart. You have to imagine that Baldwin is freaking out right now on the bottom of the racetrack, potentially giving away the lead to lane choice.
So Honeycutt takes the lead. Baldwin, regardless of whether he chooses the bottom or the top, he has just not been able to fire off all that well. DeCare is able to get back to the top of the racetrack to get third. Here comes Keelan Harvick looking for fourth, and Baldwin may try to take another shot at Caden Honeycutt for the top spot.
Will the clean air now help that 54 car find a balance or improve the speed? We saw how he was struggling before the last caution. Baldwin to the inside.
Sails it off into 3, almost gets up in the numbers of Honeycutt as they come off 4. Double wide for the lead, nearly, and then 2 wide, 2 rows behind him in the battle for 3rd and 5th as Walters gets up in his Hickory, and here comes Jones to the bottom.
Walters basically clears himself off the nose of the 7 car down the back straightaway. Battle for the lead still going on up front.
And again, for Honeycutt and for Baldwin, you have to have a lot of trust. If that car's on the bottom and you're going to pinch him down there, there's a lot of trust on which lane they're going to run and if they're going to be able to hold their spot. Connor Jones got clear for 3rd, guys, and I tell you what, through 1 and 2, he made up a lot of ground as Baldwin peeking to the inside again of Caden Honeycutt. This is great racing here at Wilkesboro.
25 to go as they cross the line. Caution is out. Yellow flag number 3 is out. Another great launch for Honeycutt, and he is clear to the lead. Baldwin is 2nd, nearly 3 wide for 3rd as they go to 3.
Keelan Harvick down on the inside, trying to take those positions away. Knows the laps are running out. Just trying to put perfect laps together. You see the lap traffic here ahead.
That's Mike Scorzelli in the 18. Brandon Marhefka also up the road. Honeycutt may catch Scorzelli here in a good spot, but he picks the bottom. Can DeCare close the ground here as they come off the corner? 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Honeycutt had to dive in the middle of the corner to miss him. It's going to give DeCare an opportunity. White flag, 1 lap to go.
DeCare's right there down the back straightaway. Can he close the gap into 3?
Final corner. Here comes DeCare with 1 last shot. He closes to the back bumper of Honeycutt, but runs out of time. 3rd win in a row for Caden Honeycutt. He wins the Sphere 75 at North Wilkesboro.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hickory Motor Speedway, where, as you can see, since we wrapped up qualifying, for those of you watching along on FloRacing or across the several platforms that are offering up tonight's races, Mother Nature has intervened on our program in a pretty significant way. It came through, and it continues to rain here at the birthplace of the NASCAR stars for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic pretty heavily, as it's Eric Brennan alongside of Blake McCandless. And now the good news is, word from Cars Tour officials, and this is also good news for the handful of fans that have continued to quite literally ride this out, which we admire the bravery. We are hoping that we're going to do everything we can to get this race in tonight. There is some patterns that are being shown by the radar that perhaps we could get to a dry patch or a dry pattern to get tonight's Throwback Classic in, and that is the full intention of our officials, Blake, which I hate to use the cliche and expression deja vu all over again, but this is unfortunately very similar to what we dealt with last year in the running of this race. But at this juncture, should the radar and weather continue to cooperate, the plan is to still run this race tonight.
Again, there has been a strong cell that has just kind of lingered around, and it's been quite heavy rain for about the last half hour or so. The good news is that, you know, earlier today, again, we won't have the benefit of sunlight later on, but Hickory historically has been a track that when it does stop raining, it doesn't take particularly long to dry. So we are hoping that with the opening that we hope will materialize later on in the night, that will provide an opportunity for us to get to that point, to dry the racetrack. And again, we heard the specific phrase from officials that they will do everything they can in their power to try to get this race in, both the pros and the late model stock cars tonight as scheduled. So, of course, we will ride this out. We appreciate, as Eric mentioned, all those in the grandstands and those of you who are tuned in with us on FloRacing right now for trying to ride this out. But again, we're in a delay that we hope will not last much longer. There's still precipitation here at the racetrack, although the intensity has subsided a little bit or so in the last couple of minutes, but we hope we reach a point where the cell will pass us, nothing will develop behind it, and we hope at that point that we can get to drying this racetrack and putting on the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic.
So for those of you either here at the racetrack, maybe watching in your car, maybe thinking about heading to the racetrack, we're still in a bit of a holding pattern as far as having fans in and about the grandstands or garage area. Obviously, if you could hear this message, we would ask that you seek shelter and safety because there's still a good bit of lightning in the area. But the intention is to get tonight's race in. Now, until then, we are going to continue to have some pre-recorded content as well as some other bits of updates and information. Make sure that you stay tuned either to the FloRacing channel itself here, or if you do choose to step aside to watch some of the other available programming across the platform, you can check out our social media as well as Cars Tour social media, as we will keep you abreast as to when the potential start time for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic will take place. Until then, we will step aside and continue to watch the raindrops fall here in Newton, North Carolina, in hopes that we can get the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic underway tonight.
back and enjoy this one from North Wilkesboro as you enjoy our Sound Gear Sound Check Live. Honeycutt led the field to the green. He will not lead them to the end of lap number 1. Jake Bowman, looking to right the wrongs from a year ago, takes the top spot, and here comes Honeycutt back on the bottom to challenge for the race lead again.
Bowman used some muscle to get that race lead in turn 1, but it's not going to take Honeycutt long to get it back as he slides his way to the line to cement the lead as they're just about side by side for second. That's Carson Quapple and Butterbean, 32 and 03, with more battling happening behind them. Continues down the backstretch.
Little contact. Jones continues to lay into the left rear quarter panel in the back bumper of Lapsevich. Jones, pretty aggressive little race car driver. Giving him just enough to try to get him up out of the groove. Really takes the line away right there.
That's frustration right there. I've been battling you for what feels like 20 laps, and I'm just sick of it. I'm going to take a little bit of space there.
Max Reeves able to grab a spot as Lapsevich is shoved up the racetrack. Here's another battle for third between Carson Quapple. These guys have had plenty of races together in the Cars Tour. Landon Lewis to the inside, taking this spot away.
That 29 car of Lewis really starting to come to life here. And
Highline National Bank 100. And Lewis not going to waste any opportunity to try to get to the outside of Jake Bowman. He looked there to try to get the spot, but he'll hang on to third for now.
Got a car off the pace on the back straightaway. It's Landon S. Huffman, who finished second here last fall. He drops to the tail of the field. Honeycutt cements the lead. Just about 3 wide there with Heim looking low on Max Reeves to 1.
Heim taking advantage as Lapsevich. Again, we've seen him having to play a lot of defense in this race. But can't quite hang out there at 3 and 4. Reeves slides up in front of him. Lapsevich is going to cross over. He backs out of it, looking to the middle. Is Carson Lofton. First time we've mentioned his name. Again, makes the move over from Nelson Motorsports to Mike Darn Racing. But here's Carson Lofton getting into the top 10.
Yeah, it was a great moment for Corey Heim to grab a couple of spots quickly.
Oh.
There's good speed in that number 12 car as he continues to move forward as this battle rages back here.
Yeah, Lofton had a big moment there at 1 and 2, a big wiggle. 3 wide, Butterbean, passed by Connor Hall. Almost a little bit of contact between your top 2 as we're back underway. And Lewis, like he did last time, trying to get to the right rear of Bowman. This time he's able to accomplish that feat side by side for second. Butterbean into 4th behind him.
Yeah, Hall got all over the apron off of turn 2 and gave up a lot of speed. More contact for Hall. He's a sandwich now. Connor Jones to the inside. Meeting the sandwich of this Connor Jones. Now Connor Jones fades here. A little bit of slip of the 44 car through turns 1 and 2.
That opened the door for Carson Quapple. Jones slots in behind Max Reeves in the 18 as they continue side by side for about 5 rows deep. Quapple and Hall now door to door for a spot.
And it's so costly, just that little slip up, little bit of contact. Connor Hall goes from 4th to 6th. And again, he feels like he has a car that can get back up there, but the time it takes and the wear and the heat it builds up in your tires. And that's the car that Connor Hall used to drive for several years in this series.
Low 3 way up the racetrack.
And Lapsevich off the pace as well down the front straightaway.
77 breaks, mechanical. Not going to be able to make it around. This is likely going to bring out another caution.
Back underway, 56 to go here from Wilkes County.
A little bit better launch for Bowman now. Down in the inside. You can see that outside line, just the way to be on these restarts.
And time again, Lewis has looked better and better on each restart, and he's finally got the 2nd spot at the start-finish line. As he'll try to make a move in 1 and 2. He may look to the outside of Honeycutt in a moment to try to take the top spot.
So Lewis to 2nd, Bowman back to 3rd. Heim now to the outside of Carson Quapple in the battle for 4th. Then it's Butterbean in the 03, Connor Hall in the 4. Here comes Lewis for the lead off turn 4.
He looks to the inside, down into turn 1. That 29 car wrapping right around the bottom.
Meanwhile, behind him, Corey Heim gets kicked up to the top side. Lewis unable to complete the pass in 1 and 2, but Lewis applying the pressure to the back of that 17 car. They're about to approach the halfway point here in a couple of laps. The iRacing halfway marker. Some money that's up on the line there as well. Sweep the night here from North Wilkesboro. Heim and Bowman nearly touching off of turn 2. They're going to be 3 wide for the second position. Landon Lewis trying to clear them into 3. Oh, he's hit up into the marbles. Lewis into the wall.
Big damage to the rear of that car. The 29 of Landon Lewis. Huge problems down the front straightaway off into turn 1 and 2.
And it does not appear that the KHI Racing number 29 of Landon Lewis is going to go back to victory lane at North Wilkesboro. That moves Corey Heim to second. Bowman back to third. Survived the contact with Carson Quappel running fourth.
Now this corner is going to hurt Honeycutt right in the dirty air. Heim made up a ton of time into turn 3 that time. 0.7 of a second. It's down to half a second now for Honeycutt to hang on.
Yeah, it didn't look like Bassett's going to lay over too easily for the leader. 22 closing the gap just a little bit.
Honeycutt has gotten to the bumper. Now down to the inside of Bassett with a big slide off of 4. That's going to hurt him down the front stretch.
2 to go. Honeycutt down to the bottom. Corey Heim has caught the back of the 0-4, who gets into the wall off of turn 2. 2 car lengths separating 1 and 2. They come around. They'll see the white flag this time. 1 more lap to go here from Wilkesboro. Is it Honeycutt or Heim that gets to ride the elevator?
Heim rolls the bottom there, closes the gap just a little bit. Honeycutt with the throttle off of turn 2.
Honeycutt going into 3 and 4. They're 2 wide. Lap traffic in front of him, but he's going to be able to pull it off. Caden Honeycutt will ride the elevator for a second time in Wilkes County tonight. as we will have our sound gear sound check. Lead us to green from Hampton, Virginia. Barnes comes around to lead the opening lap of the race, but I don't know how much longer Connor Hall's going to have to wait if he wants to be a little bit patient sitting in that third position. Matt Gould, the car that he crew chiefs right now, is stuck on the outside, and you know, at Langley we have seen moves, we've seen passes for the win on the high side, but it's not too often that we see that.
Yeah, not this early in the race as well. That's a tough road to hoe in that top lane, and it's showing for the 4 cars. Now London McKenzie in the 95 inside of Matt Gould for that third spot. Carson Brown trying to follow McKenzie through, and just behind him, that's Landon Lewis, who said, I got a hole, I'm getting out of this top lane. Falls in behind Brown as they just about touch there in turn 1. But Gould's doing a good job hanging on to that spot as they touch.
Oh, a big save by Gould. The rest of the field reacts. Lewis is going to go all the way down to the apron, nearly into the grass to try to make the pass 3 wide. Gould still hanging on to the spot. Brown may have some right front fender damage, and Lewis going to be the beneficiary of it. Oh, they get squeezed behind him 3 wide as Lofton has to check up, and Riley Music gives him some space in the 47. I don't think I've seen 3 wide this much at Langley in the first 40 laps.
Oh, Strauss gets in the wall. He may have a problem. Strauss up the track and into the wall.
The iRacing restart zone. Doug Barnes Jr. Connor Hall get us back going. A little bit of a slip there from Doug Barnes on the bottom, and Hall may be able to take the lead from the top side of the racetrack. We've seen this before, and he's going to be able to do it in turn 3. New leader off of turn 4, and the fans, well, they're going to let him know if they love him or hate him. Connor Hall to the lead here at Langley.
There was a lot of clapping, a lot of fist bumps, also a couple of fingers pointed in whatever direction you want to let your imagination run with. Is that pace going to suffice for the competition? Landon Lewis gave him a little bit of a warning shot 2 laps ago. We'll see if he decides to do it again, because he may want to get going, and here he comes for the lead off 2.
Landon Lewis looking to the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Connor Hall going to try to dive back. Oh, he tries to cross him over, saves the race car as he cut across the nose of Doug Barnes Jr.
77, they started 15th and 16th respectively. Remember at Southern National, it was 29th and 30th. There's contact there. Burrows sideways and around.
And first time we've seen a leader on the top side of the racetrack as we go off into 1 and 2. McKenzie a little bit of a slip up on the restart. Connor Hall fighting to try to take the lead away, and he'll do it off at turn 2.
Boy, Hall sent that car off into turn 1 to clear Lewis by the time he got off the second corner. Top side, bottom side, doesn't matter. Connor Hall back to the lead with Lewis to second. Oh, trouble, turn 3. Connor Jones is backed into the wall. The driver, who is third in points, got tagged going into third corner, and he has shortened up the backside of that race car.
That's leading us back to green through the iRacing restart zone. A good launch for that 12 car. Lewis going to try to fend him off for the top side as they go into 1 and 2.
Boy, Hall's car just turned so good in the middle of 1 and 2.
Oh!
Contact there. Lewis tried to get back in line, and that was almost a major accident in the battle for the lead.
That could have been really bad because, like you said, he just wanted to get back down in line to protect from Doug Barnes Jr. And if he's a couple feet, if he's a foot forward, that's a right rear going into 3. That could have been bad.
And inside the top 10, Landon Eshoff is. We got trouble behind him. Around goes Ryan Matthews. Matt Gould is spun as well. Oh, man, and Gould just got ran into by Connor Jones, who was at the tail end of the pack.
Through the iRacing restart zone, back underway at Langley. Lewis going to try to hold down Hall, not going to be able to do it. New leader into turn 3. It is Connor Hall again. Lewis drives it in the center to try to get to him, but Connor Hall just too strong. McKenzie thinks, well, I'm on the top side and I'm able to keep up here. You should let me go. And then Barnes is thinking, you're on the outside, I'm on the inside. Where are you going? But McKenzie may just be able to pull him into turn 1, and it looks like he's going to be able to do it. Wow.
From one Carson to another, Lofton just gave a shot to Brown. Now Lofton gets checked up there in the 22 car.
Going to try to do the same. You can see the same thing as they get down into 1 so deep. It's so easy for them to get on the brakes, get that car sideways. Oh, Lofton gets hit into the corner. He's still trying to save it through turns 3 and 4.
How about Quapple trying to get a 2-for-1 with Lapcevich right in the tire tracks? Unfortunately, he can't make up points if you're behind the points leader, as now Quapple and Lofton start to ping-pong off one another.
Lofton got hit on entry. He got hit in the center of the corner. He's still wheeling it. He gets hit again and still trying to hold on to that car on the top side. Oh, that's big. He was able to clear both of them. They're side by side in front of Landon Lewis.
Trouble turn 2. Landon Huffman gets turned around as the leaders arrive on the scene.
And Landon Lewis on the outside into the iRacing restart zone again. Back underway. Hall first back to the line. 16 laps left to be completed, and Connor Hall strong off of 2. He'll look for the lead, and he's got it.
Turn 4, Connor Jones goes for a slide. Caution is out.
And that is the last thing that Connor Hall wanted to see, as he had stretched out his lead by over a second already in just a couple of laps. We're ready for a shootout here at Langley through the iRacing restart zone. Lewis with a nose in front as they head down to 1 and 2 contact. Lewis up the track. Here comes London McKenzie looking to try to take the lead 3 wide. Lewis into the fence. He tries to cut back down. Hall escapes. Lewis gets tagged.
If this race stays green, Connor Hall may be gone. Double wide throughout the whole field behind him. McKenzie and Lewis touch again in turn 1.
Field is cheering on Connor Hall that last time by. 4 to go. Lewis slips up off the corner. McKenzie giving the fight for second.
Trouble turn 2.
Landon Huffman around again off of turn 2. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis through the iRacing restart zone. Back underway to finish this one off here at Langley. Hall looking for the race lead off of turn number 2. Lewis hanging tough though on the outside. Is he going to try to cross him over? Can't quite do it. Hall is there off of turn 4. Give it to the 12th car. 4 to go.
Now that Lewis has fallen back in the tire tracks, what is he going to do? McKenzie up into the door of Barnes. Now Quapple looking low to try to get to a podium spot. Hall cleared to the lead by about 2 car lengths over Lewis while they're side by side for 3rd on back.
And Connor Hall is just praying, please get me trouble. McKenzie spins back up into the field, and Brandon Pierce and Mason Bailey tag the 95.
Boy, McKenzie was fighting and fighting and fighting for 3rd off of turn number 4, and he bounced off the left rear tire of Doug Barnes Jr., missed the inside retaining wall, but he was so far up towards the front of the field by the time that car came back up into traffic, there was nowhere for several cars to go.
And Connor Hall fires to the iRacing restart zone, back underway with just a couple of laps to go. Perhaps the best restart we've seen from Landon Lewis on the top side. And car in the fence off of 2. It's Landon S. Huffman. We stay green. Contact up front. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis. And oh, by the way, the ride that Connor Hall was in last year is directly behind him.
And Landon S. Huffman is not going to get down. Caution will fly again.
3 to go through the iRacing restart zone. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis side by side as they head down into turn number 1. Again, Lewis got a great launch on the top side. They'll be side by side as they head into 3.
Lewis still trying to toe the top lane. Hall's going to try to keep the car pinned down low. Got McCumbee kicked out of line. Bowman sideways off the corner. Everybody keeps it straight. We're still green.
Lewis into the back of Connor Hall off of turn 2 as Hall trying to drive away with the race lead. They go into 3 and 4. Still under the green flag. Hall able to pull away and try to manage it here with just 1 lap to go here at Langley.
And all that Hall is hoping for is that they make it back around. Half a lap to go.
Through 3 and 4 for the final time. When you visit Hampton, you're going to have to run through this guy. Connor Hall wins at Langley again. We are Green Flag Racing here in Raleigh. Lap number 1 led by Carson Hayslip. It'll be Minnie Tyrell who's able to wrestle it back here on lap number 2. So he won't go flag to flag like he did last year. Great battle going on here though for third. That's Landon Huffman, 57 on the bottom, and Trayton Lapsevich, which you'll see many times here. These drivers trying to get back down. Mason Diaz not going to make that easy though. Series is trouble in 1 and 2. The rear bumper has been sheared off of Brandon Lopez's number 6. Minnie's looking for his second victory in a row here at Wake County as we're back underway in Raleigh. Good restart there on the top, but that's exactly what Huffman wanted. He was in third. He got to choose. He went to the outside, quickly found a hole to get down into second. Perfectly executed restart there.
Cars in a race. Oh, trouble. Got a car to the wall. It's Tate Fogelman off of turn number 4. And he almost got it slowed down and stopped before tagging the outside retaining wall. But Fogelman, for the second week in a row, is going to find trouble. This time it happens off of the 4th corner.
Is now Minnie Tyrell. Trayton Lapsevich through the iRacing restart zone puts us back underway at Wake County.
Lapsevich trying to give it a good fight up on the top side. Look at the 77, get a good launch off turn 2, but Tyrell lunges his car to the bottom to cement the lead off turn 4.
Oh, and a big slide off of 4 there for Trayton Lapsevich is going to allow Huffman a bit of a hole there to try and make it work on the bottom. Contact made. Huffman still trying to hold him off as Lapsevich, you can see him sliding off the corner, wants to close the hole, but can't quite do it yet.
Lapsevich is trying to do all he can to hold that tight line, late apex off the corner to try to pin the 57 down. That's the second time that they've come door to door and bounced off one another. Lapsevich cuts it down to the bottom to slide into third for the moment. Driver right now for that $10,000 bonus. The driver closest to him to challenge, Caden Quappo, as we got Landon Lewis around after contact with Bassett and a major crash in 1 and 2.
And we're back underway as Minnie Tyrell gets us going through the iRacing restart zone. And much like we've seen a couple of times already, Doug Barnes, a great restart. And in fact, he may have a nose on Minnie Tyrell as they go down into turn number 3.
Bit of a slide behind him there by Parker Eatman to the 4. No harm, no foul. Everybody continues on. Barnes still trying to give it to Tyrell off turn 2. Bit of a slide off the corner for the 88. He will lift going into 3 and duck in line. How about a crossover for Barnes for the lead as they go to 1?
Looking low, and he's going to give Tyrell a shot. Minnie's going to save it. Doug Barnes Jr., new race leader here at Wake County. And Tyrell not able to get him back as Connor Jones trying to take advantage. He's up into second, but Doug Barnes Jr. into the lead.
Barnes went down from the bottom. Tyrell tried to cover the spot, and Doug thought this was his chance. Now Tyrell checks up Jones. What a save by Connor Jones in the 44.
A pair of amazing saves here at the front of the field at Wake County Speedway. Here comes Caden Quapple. Bowman gouges Huffman out of the way just behind him. 83 to go. Talked about the gloves have come off. Multiple pairs of gloves have come off. And in fact, Tyrell is all over the back bumper of that number 88. How do they play things out here going into turn 3? Tyrell, just a little bit of a nudge off of turn 4 to try and get the lead back.
See if Doug wants to respond. Remember, Doug's racing for $10,000 in the floatium. A crossover.
Oh!
Big contact on the backstretch as Barnes goes back to the lead. Tyrell up in the window net of Doug Barnes. They survived the contact, but the back end of Doug's car is destroyed.
So Barnes holds the lead. Can't imagine. We'll see what the officials elect to do. And in fact, no, he can't hang on any longer as Barnes is going to try to lift the back tires and dumps Minnie Tyrell into turn 1. Caution is out into the iRacing restart zone to bring us back underway at Wake County.
Huffman having a look. Looked, Caden Quapple thought about going 3 wide on the backstretch. We've seen that before here at Wake County. Doesn't work. Jones will protect the lead. Huffman still fighting back as Eatman struggles with his 4 car in the top lane just behind.
Yeah, some of that damage is dragging with the low air pressures for Parker Eatman, who it seems like he needs a lap or two to try and get that number 4 car going, as there's trouble out of turn 2. Ronnie Bassett Jr. is spun around, and Mason Diaz is facing the outside retaining wall. We're back underway here at Wake County.
Caden Quapple got quite a jump, and Jones gets in the side of him. Caden Quapple to the point off of turn number 2.
First time we've seen all night that a driver has gone to the outside and been able to live to tail and grab the race lead. Quapple does it much like he did 4 weeks ago, driving from the back of the field all the way to the front, and with 66 laps to go, they slide up to the line. 17 to go, the battle is on in Wake County. Oh!
Quapple gets shoved aside. Here comes Jones to the inside with his teammate looking 3 wide.
Oh, that's a little bit of teammate courtesy right there. Checks up for him, new leader again. Connor Jones, 16 to settle it here in Wake County, new race leader. Quapple gonna try the crossover into 3.
Quapple could not get down to the inside and try to give it back. Here comes Huffman and Brown in the 5 car. Quapple now in the back of Jones to turn 1.
Laps to go, should be settled in about 2 minutes as Carson Brown goes up in smoke with 8 to go, running 4th. Again, his teammate is now one of the race leaders. He's restarting 2nd. Quapple is leading the top lane as Quapple has trouble getting going through the restart zone. He may be out of gas. Quapple falls through the field. Huffman away with the race lead.
Race stays green. Quapple's falling to the rear of the field. Landon Huffman out in front with Clay Jones, the hometown hero, up to 2nd.
Trayton Lapsevich able to get through for 3rd, and Quapple spins in 1 and 2. Caution is going to be back out.
2 drivers with 1 win apiece looking for their 2nd as we come to the iRacing restart zone, and Tate Fogelman may be out of fuel on the front stretch.
They're going to keep it green for now. Huffman and Lapsevich side by side, trying to make it on fumes to the end of this race. Here they go. Landon Huffman back to the stripe. 8 to go. Can Fogelman make it back to the pit lane?
He's still off the pace on the backstretch. Huffman was the leader last time through. Here comes the field off turn 4. Caution is out.
2 miles away from deciding the winner here at Wake County. We are back underway. Lapsevich with a great launch on the outside line. Side by side, they go into turn 3. They'll come around this time, 7 to go, but Chase Burrow will hang on to it as they go 3 wide on the front stretch. Incredible.
Clay Jones has got the bodywork ripped off his car. It's Huffman clear to the lead with 6 to go. Lapsevich is off the pace. He may be out of fuel as he sputters on the front stretch. Now the car picks back up off turn 4.
And the rest of the pack is snarling behind
Huffman's
him.
out of fuel.
Huffman's out of gas. He is low and slow on the front stretch. Burrow runs into him. 5 laps to go. It is Clay Jones that is now the leader.
Jones now up front. Whoa! Lapsevich comes to a stop right as the leaders got there. There's Clay Jones trying to scrape some of the bodywork off the car. Shades of what Kyle Busch did in a truck race not that long ago. Maybe trying to avoid the potential of a black flag as the leader with the right front fender hanging off the car.
Yeah, he wants that damage to come off naturally. He doesn't want to have to answer a black flag. He's going to be issued the black flag anyway.
The efforts to try to get the bodywork to peel off for Clay Jones is going to be futile.
5 laps to go. Connor Jones, Landon Lewis side by side for the lead.
Jones trying to make the top side work off the corner. He's got the run contact already before they get to 3.
Sam Butler is behind him, but to our timing and scoring, he's not on the lead lap at the moment. We'll have to confirm and make sure that that's correct, because he's trying to challenge Landon Lewis for 2nd as Connor Jones drives away with the lead.
Lewis down to the inside. Butler scored 3rd on the racetrack, but in timing and scoring standards, not 3rd as things run right now. Chase Burrow scored in the 3rd spot as Jones has been able to run and hide for now. 2 laps to go for Connor Jones.
Just about 10 laps ago, Connor Jones was leading this race under red. He ran out of fuel and could not get the car refired. He since has been able to come back down, refuel this race car, and drive all the way away from this field. Connor Jones survives at Wake County, and he wins it.
car is off. Into the iRacing start zone they come, and the 4th race of 2026 is underway from Caraway. Wrapping up our Sound Gear Sound Check live, and it is the Z-Max Car Store presented by Sound Gear champion Landon Lewis, clear to the lead by about 3 car lengths as McCumbee looks inside of the 5 of Carson Brown, trying to get up to 2nd.
Carson Brown running that high line on the outside. McCumbee looking down low. Eatman trying to follow suit there. Good battle a little bit further back. Jared Fryer and Brandon Lopez. We mentioned Fryer's record here. He is the best driver at Caraway, statistically speaking, in this field in the car store. It's his home track. He's from nearby Trinity, North Carolina, but he's packed in behind a group of cars as Brown and McCumbee are stacking the field up behind Landon Lewis.
Yeah, they are definitely creating a bit of a wedge between the race leader Landon Lewis and just about everybody else as they come through the field here. So that would put us, if we were to run another 23 laps from this point, we would get to that one and only comp yellow possibility with Landon Lewis out in front. Trouble! Got a car around. Matt Gould is spun at the tail end of the pack off turn 2. We're going to come to the SRI and CitraSafe drone optic of our choose. And how about this? Quite the storyline here. The race leader, Landon Lewis, dropping to the tail of the field for a choose violation. Did not clearly select his restart line as he came across the choose that time. And Landon Lewis, the pole sitter and defending champion, being split by the field and drop kicked to 29th. Connor Jones, Chad McCumbee bring us back to green.
Good jump there.
Oh, McKenzie doesn't get going. Big damage on Mini Tyrell and Caden Honeycutt's car.
Saw a piece fly off, and there's debris right in the middle of the front straightaway. We'll see whether or not that factors into things as McCumbee has the lead for the moment. Tyrell's coming down pit road, and he will come down. And they just managed to slow down. I think somebody clipped it. It's right down towards the end of the front straightaway, entry to turn 1.
So McKenzie falls back off of Carson Brown. And there goes that white piece of debris there off to the right-hand side of your picture. It looks like it headed towards the infield. It actually went straight up into the air and landed back on the racing surface. And being that it was a white piece of bodywork, very well could have come from Honeycutt. Back underway. And as we check through the remainder of the field, everybody seems to get up through the gears cleanly that time, with Jones getting a good run off turn 2. Door handle to door handle for the lead. Half a car length edge for Jones to 3. McCumbee battles back on the bottom.
McCumbee got a little bit stuck there on the inside. Couldn't quite drive it off the way he wanted and was sideways out of turn 4. And Jones with the opportunity to try and climb ahead. McCumbee with a deep drive to the corner, but a great run on the outside of turn 2. Connor Jones to the point. Meanwhile, just behind that, 3 wide going into turn 3.
Yo, Landon S. Huffman, Donovan Strauss, Sam Butler still locked together off turn 4, and they survive the corner.
Landon S. Huffman making a big-time move on the bottom of the racetrack to try and get 2 spots here, but great run for Donovan Strauss and an AK Performance machine right up on that high line to at least maintain the track position for the time being, but a big move there. Landon S. Huffman started in the 19th position. Really good drive for him already up to 10th.
Oh, Doug Barnes, what a save just behind him off of turn 2. That could have been disastrous as he got booted just behind this battle. Butler outside in the 16, Lofton inside in the 22, Strauss into the back of Lofton, who saves the car as he washes up the track. Strauss now door to door with Lofton in the Nelson Motorsports 22 going to 3.
Get a hunch that Donovan Strauss might be getting a little bit tired of being pinballed. He's been moved a few times already in this race and just gave it back to Carson Lofton to get the track position, and that moves Donovan Strauss up into the 12th position for the time being, but there's contact again out of 2.
Lofton gave it back, but not enough. Now here comes Burrow up the inside, and Landon Lewis is taking no prisoners in that 29. He was just about underneath Chase Burrow in the 5.
I'm about to say Landon Lewis not afraid, I think, to try and use Chase Burrow as a cue ball to move Carson Lofton out of the way if he feels like he has to, but Burrow with a pretty good drive on the bottom already. Honeycutt now working to the outside of Landon Lewis and then tucks back in line.
But Burrow really wants to get by Lofton as they come together off 4. What's Lewis going to do? Stays in line with the 5.
Yep, stays tucked in line there as Lofton now gets set with the high side. Big contact there in the middle of the corner. They come together. Lewis will clear. Lost spots for both Chase Burrow and Carson Lofton, who lose heaps of track position as the march for Landon Lewis to the front continues.
Oh, man, and it's problems for Jace Hale for the 4th race in a row. Also, Mason Diaz has spun off of turn number 2. The Throwback Classic winner in 2023 goes for a slide, but the heartbreaking effort for the 2025 Spears Cars Tour West Pro Late Model champion, Jace Hale.
Back to green flag racing here at Caraway with Connor Jones and Chad McCumbee leading this field as we go back to green. Good restart for Jones, who will have the high line and all the momentum he needs to take control. McCumbee to second, battles for third between Fryer and Aitman, and Donovan Strauss is slow in turn 2.
Strauss may have gotten in the back of another car. Look at the hood on that car, buffeted up right now. Race stays green. We'll see if he elects to come to the pit lane. We've got a car around 3, 4 cars involved. Aiden King went around. Diaz for the second time. Mason Bailey and Carson Lofton, who got kicked out of line in the same part of the racetrack a lap ago, had nowhere to go but the passenger side door of Bailey. In the iRacing restart zone they come. Restarts have been chaotic all day long. There's no exception. They jam up mid-pack. Lewis fans out 3 wide while McKenzie gets up into the side of Carson Brown off 2, and everybody keeps it straight.
Somebody missed something. There might have been Dylan Fetcher. He was the first one that was sort of sideways. Meanwhile, Jared Fryer has gotten around the outside of Chad McCumbee to go to second. The man here at Caraway with 3 wins to his name. Now P2 on the charts trying to go after Connor Jones for the race lead. 8 up on it against each other.
Oh, McKenzie and Eatman. Major contact in the fight for 5th, and Eatman is hard into the wall with the back end of the race car.
Rear end damage for the Matt Piercy Racing machine of Parker Eatman. London McKenzie trapped behind him. Green flag is out, and a good jump for Jones and Fryer, but Jones will be clear going into 1.
How about Fryer, though? Got back to the gas early, middle of the corner, but Jones pulls him off the second turn to cement the lead. Quapple to third from the outside lane with Carson Brown peeking up top in the 5.
Honeycutt still out of the way. Wonder if that affects how he races these cars in heavy traffic.
And while Huffman into the back of McCumbee, who saves it on the backstretch. And Honeycutt is now clear to the inside of the 16.
That was the nose ahead that Caden Honeycutt needed to maybe break up this log jam, and he might bring Landon Lewis with him. Lewis already to the inside of Landon S. Huffman, and now to the inside of Chad McCumbee, racing for the 6th position on the racetrack. And here comes, Landon S. Huffman thought about driving it in deep and then tucked back in line behind Landon Lewis.
The devil on his shoulder said go for it, but the angel on the other side said not quite yet. He lifts and gets back in line and will follow Landon Lewis through to the inside of McCumbee, who continues to fall backwards.
Is only about a quarter away from beginning to catch some of the lap traffic, and Landon Lewis now makes his approach down to the inside of the Lee Pulliam Performance Machine, keeps it down on the bottom. Carson Brown with a good drive off the front straightaway, but Landon Lewis has just such a good race car on the bottom. He's still able to hang with Carson Brown there down low.
Seen a lot of races over the last few years where Lee Pulliam Performance and KHI have gone toe-to-toe and battling for race leads, victories, and more. Junior Motorsports can be thrown into that mix as well, and that's the car that's up ahead. The points leader, Caden Quapple, who runs 3rd. Barnes now off the pace as the caution flag will fly.
There was fire underneath the hood of Doug Barnes' machine, just behind the front wheel well, just out of the camera shot that we saw, but fire and smoke. So a mechanical issue for Doug Barnes Jr. that puts him out of this race when he was running in the top 10. Green flag is out. We are off and away, and a good jump there for Connor Jones once again.
As we saw in the last restart, though, Fryer gives the fight to him through 1 and 2. Still has the fender inside of 3. Here comes Jared Fryer, starting to edge forward and slide up wide with Jones in the battle for the lead at the line.
Just couldn't get the air on the nose, though. Good Fryer. He got loose out of the corner. That might be enough there for Connor Jones. Meanwhile, Landon Lewis has got 3rd all to himself, just sort of waiting for an opportunity to make the move when the time is right. He's watching a pretty good fight between Jared Fryer and Connor Jones. Fryer now, I think, turning up the tempo a little bit, recognizing that now track position matters, and they get physical and into each other. Jones goes up the racetrack. Fryer takes the lead. Landon Lewis has the door open to go to 2nd.
We'll see how Connor Jones can respond after the rub and tangle in turns 1 and 2. Lewis now trying to get the perfect corner done. He's up to 2nd and looking for the lead as they approach turn 1.
How much do you want it if you're Landon Lewis? Gets a fender to the inside of Jared Fryer. And here comes Connor Jones, who thought about making it 3 wide, then thought better of it. Landon Lewis still down to the inside as Jared Fryer tries to take the air off the nose, but it's Landon Lewis who is going to lead at the stripe with 31 to go.
Oh, Jones into the back of Lewis. Jones shoves Lewis aside. Fryer up the track, and Jones back to the lead.
How does Landon Lewis respond? No contact between those 2 and 3 and 4. Fryer up the racetrack and now potentially at risk of losing a spot to Caden Quapple. Lewis looking to the inside there of Connor Jones, who cue-balled some race cars and won last time by, but he might not be able to hang on to the race lead here down the backstretch.
We'll see if that contact carries over. Now Jones lifts, falls in line, cross under move for Connor Jones off the corner, but can't get there. Landon Lewis back to the point with 29 laps to go.
Did not have the best drive off of 4, but here comes Connor Jones with a great drive down the back straightaway. Is he going to get it into Landon Lewis? Physical racing in 3 and 4 at Caraway. Contact there, maybe a slight nudge, but Landon Lewis with a great drive off of 4 to maintain the lead.
Connor Jones is not going to let the 29 run and hide. He's into him again. Up the track goes Lewis. Jones down to the bottom for the lead.
Physical racing there. Elbows out from Connor Jones for the second time in the last 5 laps. And how does Landon Lewis respond now that he has gotten a shot from the Carroll Speed Shop machine? There's a gap now, but Landon Lewis now tracking on the inside.
Battle for the lead. Here comes Landon Lewis off the corner.
Is it time for Landon Lewis to repay the favor? Yes, it is. There goes Connor Jones up the racetrack and back in arrears of Landon Lewis by about a car length. No way for Connor Jones to make up the gap in one corner. Lewis back to the point.
White flag in the air for your defending Cars Tour late model stock champion. Got dropped to 29th on the grid for a choose violation. Took the lead with 29 to go. And now the 29 car is going to go to victory lane for the first time. Landon Lewis gets his first win of 2026 at Caraway.
the richest race in pavement late model racing history is set to go. Sit back and enjoy this one from Newton, North Carolina. Side by side for the top spot. Nearly a drag race at the line between youngster Tristan McKee trying to celebrate his birthday by earning $50,000 tonight, and Lane Riggs looking to go back to Cookout Victory Lane in the Cars Tour side by side, but McKee had it by 3 thousandths at the line.
And that time again, McKee by about a quarter of a car length in the 7, able to edge out Lane Riggs in the newly numbered 2 car, who flirts with the outside wall. Behind him, Carson Lofton did just the same in the 22. Here comes Landon Lewis in the 97, drawing even with Lane Riggs for second spot to turn 1.
We knew as soon as Landon Lewis had good track position that he was going to be a factor tonight. Ever since Rodney Childers has been turning the wrenches for this Kevin Harvick Incorporated team, they have found something else in terms of speed, and you can see him very easily able to make his way by Lane Riggs for that second position. Meanwhile, Caden Honeycutt, I'm sure, very motivated after being put to the tail end of the field in the Pro Late Model race. This is Jared Fryer, Trayton Lapsovich, just on the outskirts of the top 10. That's for the 8th running position. Oh, trouble!
Off of turn number 2, that's Landon S. Huffman, whose car is sitting stationary as the caution flag flies.
99 laps to go here at Hickory through the iRacing restart zone. Back underway here in the late model stock cars, and Caden Honeycutt taking it to your race leader Tristan McKee through turn 1, but McKee in that Spire Motorsports number 7 from Matt Piercy Racing has it cleared to 3.
Now the battles for second. 97 inside, Landon Lewis. 17 outside, Caden Honeycutt. Outside pole sitter Lane Riggs slots into 4th in the 2 car as we're door to door and just about rubbing fenders off 2 in the battle for the runner-up position, with Lewis starting to drift further forward as he washes wide off 4.
You can see with that yellow fire suit, those arms working behind the wheel, the number 97. Honeycutt going to try to get back down in front of his Craftsman Truck Series rival in Lane Riggs. He's able to do just that. Tyrell fills the spot. It'll be Lapsovich that's stuck on the high side just a few cars back. He and Bowman had a couple of laps prior. She checked up off the corner. She was able to save it. We stayed green, but nevertheless kind of formed this gap in the field as this is the battle for 4th right now. We talked about Lane Riggs still hanging around, but Minnie Tyrell looking to take a spot from that number 2 car. Goes low. Clean and easy for Minnie Tyrell up into the 4th position. That's the driver he's chasing in the battle for the 2025 ZMAX Cars Tour Championship. McKee's run is somewhat stalled out, and the caution flag is out, so Hall survives and at least will be the free pass of the recipient of the lucky dog. So a big break there for Connor Hall. Tristan McKee once again brings Caden Honeycutt, who elected to start on the front row through the iRacing restart zone, back underway, and Honeycutt is hanging with your race leader off at turn 2. They touch as they go down into 3.
Bit of a brush there as McKee entered up wide there to try to perfect his entry down into turn number 3, and it's gonna work as he barely clears the nose of Honeycutt, with now Lewis and Honeycutt banging doors for second.
Second straight restart that Lewis is the second car, chose the inside lane, and you can see exactly why Honeycutt hanging on for all he is worth, but this is just allowing Tristan McKee to slowly continue to pull away if they can't settle it out, but Honeycutt, working with a brand new spotter this weekend, is able to find a way down, working with Brett Edwards. He's never worked with him before.
As Bowman is now losing multiple spots and is trapped to the outside lane, and he's gonna roll to a stop. And the caution flag will fly for the 3rd time tonight and spin behind him.
Side by side through the iRacing restart zone, back underway to settle 50 grand, 37 to go. And the best launch of the night for Caden Honeycutt in the 2nd lane. It's Honeycutt with the advantage off of turn 2.
Carson Lofton popped the wall behind him. Contact here as McKee gets shoved aside by Lewis. 3 wide for the race lead at the start-finish line.
Lewis gonna try to go for it here. I don't know if this will work. Honeycutt gets shoved wide. Now it's 2 wide for the lead. Landon Lewis looking to wrestle it away for the first time from Tristan McKee. Honeycutt officially led that last time. Side by side. Now Fryer may try to make make it 3 wide for third.
Honeycutt tried to get back to the bottom, but Tyrell kept the nose inside. McKee hanging tough on the top lane in the 7. Here comes Lewis in the 97 down low. Still door to door for the lead in 3 and 4 with Tyrell closing from third.
Vinny Tyrell trying to get clear of Caden Honeycutt for third, and looks like into turn number 1 he's going to be able to do just that. McKee looking to close the door. What a tremendous effort fending off McKee from the top side. And Jared Fryer, he's trying to get up into 4th. He gives a shot to Caden Honeycutt.
Every nudge, every bump, every rub from this point forward, the drivers are going to take exception, and the battle for the lead's back on. Lewis to the bottom, McKee up top, Tyrell in 3rd. Contact there in turn 3. McKee trying to hang on to the top spot off 4, and he's still got the top spot.
An amazing job for the youngster who just turned 15 years of age today. It's hard to believe that he's able to do this right now, holding off Landon Lewis. Vinny Tyrell started to work into the picture. $50,000 would completely change the direction of that program if he were able to go to victory lane here tonight. Off at turn 2. Nose to tail, Lewis gets a shot from Vinny Tyrell behind.
30 to go when they come back to the line. Tyrell with another nudge to the back of Lewis. This time gets him up off the bottom, but he can't get a fender inside of turn 1 just yet. Another tag there to Lewis. Tyrell and Lewis bouncing off each other in turn 2.
Remember how these two raced at Caraway? These two came together in the battle for the win. They weren't so happy afterwards. Is that influencing how they're racing here tonight? Tyrell into turn 1. Lewis gives him a shot. 3 wide. Tyrell saves it. Remarkable driving. Honeycutt now trying to take advantage.
I think the gloves are off between the 81 and 97 now, with Honeycutt trying to take advantage of them both. Lewis holds on to 2nd. Honeycutt back to 3rd. Lewis cut the margin in half. Caution is out. We got a yellow flag, and for the 2nd time tonight, Landon S. Huffman, who worked so hard to get back in the top 15, spins out of what was scored to be 15th spot.
To collect 50K with 10 laps left through the iRacing restart zone. Caden Honeycutt, a great launch on the outside. He clears Tristan McKee almost down into 1. New leader here off of turn number 2. It's Caden Honeycutt who gets a shot from McKee into 3.
And now McKee gets him off the bottom. Lewis to the flat to try to get to 2nd. Contact there. Lewis is crashing. Lofton with a massive hit to the tire barrier, and several cars pile in.
We do have something else to report as well that will shake up the running order. It was confirmed earlier several minutes ago by officials over the radio, but the race leader, Caden Honeycutt, he will be put to the tail end of the field for jumping the restart on the outside line on that previous restart. Through the iRacing restart zone, Vinny Tyrell, Connor Jones lead us back to green for the final 10 laps at Hickory.
Great launch for Tyrell. He's clear to lead, but sideways off of turn 2, with Fryer now peeking the nose down low to get back to 2nd, with Barnes running wide there. 2nd car to the outside into 3. Tyrell to the top spot with Fryer back to 2nd.
Landon Huffman also trying to wrestle away that 4th position from Doug Barnes. Jones slides off the corner. Jared Fryer now sets his sights on the number 81. Now Landon Huffman starting to come to life. Connor Jones slipping up here late in the going, and Landon Huffman trying to take the 3rd spot away from the Jimmy Johnson throwback.
Those two side by side, almost rubbed tires on the exit of turn number 2, with Doug Barnes lurking. Caden Quapple trying to get up to the top 5 for the first time tonight. Jones by half a car length holds 3rd. Fryer trying to break free. Tyrell's got 0.3 of a second while the battle for 3rd rages on.
Landon Huffman and Connor Jones both, they want to finish this battle quickly because it is starting to heat up.
Trouble, turn 4. Ronnie Bassett Jr. spins and gets tagged by Brody Monahan, who had nowhere to go.
And Jake Bowman comes to a stop, angled his car towards the entry of pit road. Through the iRacing restart zone, back underway at Hickory, and a great launch on the inside for Connor Jones. Jared Fryer trying to stay alongside the 81 out of turn 2, but can't do it.
And just like the last restart, Tyrell is going to cement the lead off the 2nd corner. Here's Jones to the inside of Fryer. He gets checked up a little bit off 4. Fryer rockets to the outside to get sole possession of 2nd back in his hands and reel in Tyrell as they'll be coming to 5 to go next time by at the line.
And Jared Fryer, you can see how to correct that car off at turn number 2, but now sets its sights on the back bumper of the number 81 of Mini Tyrell.
Fryer is digging, 2 to go, and all of the fans who have stuck it out here at Hickory Motor Speedway and watching along on Flow are about to see what is Jared Fryer willing to do for $50,000 as Tyrell takes him to the white flag.
2 old school late model racers settling it out here at Hickory with 1 lap left to go. Off at turn number 2, the biggest payday in pavement late model racing history is going to go to Virginia's Mini Tyrell. He is $50,000 richer and wins the Throwback Classic. going to be that driver tonight as we go through the iRacing start zone. Sit back and enjoy this one from the birthplace of the NASCAR stars. Keelan Harvick not able to break away as they come around to complete the opening lap. Ben Mayer going to settle for second, but going to look for the top spot. He already wrestles it to the inside in turn 2.
You saw in turn 1 the ditch that Keelan Harvick hit. The car bottomed out. There were sparks right off of the rear end of his Chevrolet late model. Ben Mayer just made the peak to the indoor side, but Keelan Harvick holds on.
And Harvick struggling off the jump. Again, he started in 4th. He's already fallen back a couple of positions, trying to get back down to the bottom, which again, that groove looking really good. Again, we had all the rubber that these cars had laid down over the last couple of days washed out in a huge thunderstorm that rolled through here earlier today. And right now you can see Harvick on the top side of that number 29 car struggling to try to get down to the bottom and can't do it just yet.
And that's Rodney Dallas to the inside. There was maybe a faint moment in which Harvick thought he could clear to the inside and settle in right behind one of the Bryson Lopez racing cars, but unfortunately the nose of Dallas is still there. Now Harvick is finally able to clear as they enter turns 1 and 2. That's Brandon Lopez, the winner from Caraway, right behind, and just about a 4-car battle as they enter turns 3 and 4 as the 21 Mason Diaz tries to strike through the outside lane.
In his Z-Max Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut, you can see Dylan Garner there going a lap down, and there's a car with a flat tire out of turn number 2, stopping on the racetrack, and it's the 82 of Taylor Hall, who we just mentioned had been in the pits, pulled back on the racetrack.
For just the second time today, it is Keelan Harvick, Ben Mayer to the green flag. Solid start as they chase for turn 1.
And a really good start there on that high side from Mayer, looking to wrestle away the race lead from Keelan Harvick. And now Harvick has got a challenge behind him from Caden Quapple, who's made his way up to 3rd from his 5th place starting effort. And the first lap, not led by Keelan Harvick, was done right there. Ben Mayer leads with 62 to go.
Very different from the initial start in which Ben Mayer found his way to the inside, but he was pinched so far down the racetrack in 3 and 4, he hit the bumps. The car could not rotate. This time, though, he cannot make it happen on the outside lane. Keelan Harvick retakes the lead, and there's a bumper there in turns 1 and 2. Here comes Mayer to the inside. Nose down low in turn 3. Will not have his nose fully there as they come out of turn 4. Harvick does a fantastic job to maintain the defense back to turn 1. That is the father of Keelan, Kevin Harvick, to the inside of Carson Ware in the 51 machine. Still no proper battle built up yet, but we did see early, Blake, a bit of that fall off from Harvick early on in the race. There goes a touch of the wall there by Ware. Inside goes Harvick.
And I think that's something that was coming for a couple of laps here. You can see Ware that last lap. I was just about to mention the fact that he almost scraped the wall off it too. And there you can see finally makes contact with it. You can see that car pushing all the way up there. Again, you need all that space if you're taking all that speed in these Pro Late models. You are tracking out that car all the way to the exit of turn number 2. And right now, Ware just having trouble. You can see as he gets down to the corner, having trouble turning down there as he gets a little bit of a shot there from Avedisian, who's quickly going to try and drive away.
It's going to make it a neck-and-neck fight for the championship when we get into that Throwback Classic. Caution flag will come out here with 22 laps to go. A great battle building up with Kevin Harvick, Jade Avedisian, and Evic McKnight. That has settled down. They'll go behind the pace car right now, and first caution in a little while. Blake McCandless is going to have a chance for the field to reset a little bit. Keelan Harvick still leading this race.
As they roll through the iRacing restart zone, Keelan Harvick gets the jump. Quapple got a great launch as well. They'll go into 1 and 2. Harvick, though, driving away, making it look easy right now.
That was the best restart we've seen from Quapple all race long, and now he's got a fight on his hands for second. Inside on Ben Mayer out of turn 4, clear for the second spot. Caden Quapple now has one more driver to beat with 21 laps to go. And the man with the benefit of all of this right now, Blake, is the race leader, because Ben Mayer has been mostly clear in second place for the entire night up until now. He hasn't had much other challengers to face. Now that he's got Quapple to fight with, Kevin Harvick in his rearview mirror, all of a sudden it has allowed Keelan to stretch out this lead. It is now 1.7 seconds as they come across the turn 4. The 62 machine will see 18 laps to go. This fight continues on for the runner-up spot. Quapple playing defense down to the inside, and it may just be, Blake, about using that bumper just a little more. Just remember that Mayer is the meat in the sandwich right now. any mistake, Kevin Harvick's right there, and here comes Mayer again, loose off of turn 4.
That might be the mistake that he needed as Quapple slipped up a little bit of contact there made in turns 3 and 4. Again, Quapple right now running nearly 4/10 off of the pace that is being set by your race leader at the moment. You can see the rest of the field starting to stack up, and Ben Mayer just not strong enough to try and make a move right now at the moment. So 16 laps to go. And it's going to be something these drivers, as they tune up and get ready for the Throwback Classic here in about a month or so, that they're going to have to be ready for. Contact as Harvick leans into the back of Ben Mayer, your championship points leader, looking to hold off the driver that is a part owner of the series and the father of the driver who's leading this race. Also of note, Dylan Garner into the pits. The 97 is at the hauler, and they might be done for the night. It looks like they're changing out the right rear tire.
Yeah, Blake, this is going to be a huge dagger for Garner coming into this race with hopes of trying to get closer to the championship points leader that you're watching on screen right now, and Ben Mayer, who's finally able to clear away for second, but Harvick is still going to be there, filling up the rear view mirror and the rear bumper heading back to turn 3. So Garner will be out of this race, at least for now, inside the final 9. Keelan Harvick is well and away. He's searching to cruise into the victory if no yellow comes out. Caden Quampo settling nicely into second, and Jade Avedisian just lurking in the shadows, trying to make sure that this battle stays within her reach in the fight for third.
What a slide there. You can see from Ben Mayer doing his best to try and salvage every championship point possible on the high side. And Harvick, you can see, racing with a lot of respect here, trying to give that 6 car plenty of room, trying to race hard. And you can see he's rapid. I mean, his left side tires are on the yellow as you exit turn number 4. Mayer slides into 1 and 2. Harvick still looking to try to get around. This is all happening well behind your race leader, Keelan Harvick. The gap to second that Keelan has stretched out 3.2 seconds at the moment. But what a great battle between two very talented race car drivers.
And Mayer is wrestling this race car right now, Blake. He's been on that secondary lane for a little while now, ever since Harvick put his nose down there. And now they're officially gridlocked in the fight for third place. Bit of more contact. Harvick is loose. It allows Mayer to stay up on the high side. But Mayer has been really wrestling his car to stay afloat. Harvick shoves Mayer up the racetrack, invites Avedisian in the fight for fourth place. Harvick clears for third.
Avedisian again trying to halt the bleeding and salvage every championship point that 6 car can, but he's not going to be strong enough to hold on to the 4th position. Back to 5th. Avedisian driving away. 4 laps to go in Hickory.
Blake McCandless to see Keelan Harvick take down the final lap here from Hickory Motor Speedway in search of his first win.
Off of turn number 2, Keelan Harvick, 3.5 seconds to the good as he works it into 3 and 4 for the final time. Keelan Harvick is a Cars Tour winner. He gets it done in the road to the Throwback Classic at Hickory. Track drawing continuing to resume here at Hickory Motor Speedway for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic from Newton, North Carolina. Again, if you're watching along with us on FloRacing, we appreciate you continuing to monitor the situation here for tonight's events. As you can see, track drawing is continuing. Now, the rain that we had for several hours was pretty substantial, but within the last 30 to 45 minutes or so, that cell that had been lingering over the speedway has since passed, and the Cars Tour officials have briefed the drivers and teams and crews down in the pit area that they will do everything they can to try and get this race in here tonight. So you can see the track drawing that is going on. There's no more rain here at the speedway, and at least looking at the radar, all fingers crossed, it looks like that will continue for at least the next hour or so. So, Eric, there's a little bit of work to do to try to get this track ready and in racing conditions. You could see how much moisture fell on it throughout the course of the afternoon and the evening through the rain showers that we had, but some steady work being done. Hickory is a track that traditionally can dry pretty quickly. We don't have the sun anymore, but it seems that all signs are starting to point towards us getting ready to go. Now, we don't know exactly when that will be, but it seems to be sooner rather than later. And of course, with that, we will have an update in terms of the procedures and schedules for tonight. We will not have any driver introductions. We will move the Pro Late models onto the front stretch, do our opening ceremonies, and then we're going to get after it.
Yeah, and I have to say that, of the amount of fans, not only those of you who have been sticking with us here on Flow Sports, and I love the fact that, you've got the North-South 100 going on, there's weekly racing going on just about everywhere. There are tons of other options, but I know that some who utilize the multi-viewing capabilities that you may have in your home are keeping an eye on what's happening here, and that's one of the best signs that we can see is that car covers are essentially coming off. Teams are doing some of their final checks, making sure that the windshields are in fact clean, because all signs are pointing to us getting this show in here tonight. And also, tip of the cap to the Cars Tour officials with the decisions made to amend some of the other amenities. And, a lot of the fans did get a chance to enjoy some of the on-track activities. There was a bit of a pivot off of the original plan. They kept the cars in place, knowing the weather was coming. They gave the fans a good about 20 to 30-minute window. And then, unfortunately, with lightning in the area, we had to have everyone go back to their seats. But many of the fans are still here waiting for the same thing that we all are, and that is to get this race going. And all signs are pointing to it happening tonight. And Blake, I can't wait.
Yeah, and much like all the fans that are starting to work their way back into the grandstands, we appreciate all of you for following along on FloRacing. So, of course, as always, we will keep you up to date. Please go to FloRacing and Cars Tour on social media platforms, and we will continue to keep you abreast as to what's going on or if any further updates are available. But as far as we know for now, track drawing is continuing, and we hope that it will be in short order that we will be able to get the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic going here for the Pro Late models and late model stocks in its entirety at some point tonight. So again, please stay tuned to our broadcast for updates, and we'll continue to roll through some previous races here at the racetrack and throughout the 2026 Cars Tour season as we get ready for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic from Hickory Motor Speedway.
Glad you're with us on FloRacing. Time to kick off the Spears 75 for the Pro Late Models at North Wilkesboro. Wrapping up our sound gear sound check live, and the points leader Mason Walters makes the bottom work in 3 and 4 to take the lead from Luke Baldwin, who's trying to get it back off 2.
3 wide for third place down the back straightaway. Honeycutt on the inside. Heim on the top of the racetrack.
Are they going to go 3 wide again off of turn 3? It looks like they might, and I can't believe Honeycutt, he went to the bottom groove in 1 and 2. We haven't seen that groove come in very recently here at this racetrack, and yet he was able to make a pass there. And how about the restart? Again, Baldwin had lane choice. He took the top. Walters took the lead on the bottom. Now he loses it and is trying to get it back as they're nearly touching each other for third.
And the battle for the lead is back on again in turn 1. That's Walters in the 6 to the bottom of Baldwin. Honeycutt behind him in the 54 to third.
Gets a good bite off of turn 2 here. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Big second of it.
Yeah, I think Honeycutt knows this is a long race. It's only lap 5 of 75, trying to make some moves. Oh, contact into the wall is Luke Baldwin trying to fend off Mason Walters, and here comes Honeycutt almost making contact with Walters as we are seeing a ton of cars running the bottom in 1 and 2 early.
I ran really high up against the wall in turn 1 and 2. Tons of momentum. Closes the gap on the top 3 here.
As they come to the line, Walters by half a car length. Many of the fans on the front stretch still on their feet as we're going to get 3 wide for the lead off turn 2, maybe.
They get more and more confidence. They understand the grip as we run more and more laps. Baldwin starting to sharpen up that outside line, making this pass on the bottom more and more difficult. More contact right there.
And again, that's where Walters, that bump that's off the exit of turn 4 gets really hard. And again, Baldwin, we didn't think that high lane or that middle groove would come in 3 and 4, but right now it's been really strong.
And on Baldwin back on the power, and we're back underway as the rush to turn 1 begins. A little more contact off of turn 2 between Baldwin and Walters in the battle for the lead.
Baldwin up the center of the racetrack just a little bit, using up more track here, trying to stay on the inside down the front straightaway. Honeycutt wants to get to the right rear quarter panel of that 6 car, trying to be able to take away that 6th spot, or the 2nd spot here. As he tries to drive up alongside. Now they're side by side for 2nd.
Love seeing Caden Honeycutt and even Corey Heim. He's been running higher than anybody, but these drivers, these truck guys, this is why having this talent in the field is so important for these young racers. They get to watch, they get to learn. I mean, see, look, 4 different lanes, entirely different lanes being used right now, a scattered 4 wide, and Honeycutt's trying to take that 2nd spot away.
He does so down into turn 3. Walters back to 3rd.
The battle for 2nd. DeCare to the inside of Honeycutt.
Honeycutt's been fading a little bit off of Baldwin. Baldwin's driven away from these 2 cars, and now this battle wages. DeCare's going to take it just about, almost clear the 54 car off the corner.
Well, it depends. Where's this lap car going to go? Is it going to block DeCare's progress? And indeed it is. DeCare's going to look to the bottom to try to pass him. And oh, he's not going to be able to do it. Gets blocked in behind him.
Boy, DeCare really cut. Scores Ellie a break there in the 18. Now he goes to the top side. Mason Walters all the way down to the bottom. And they clear the 18 car going into 3, but DeCare lost one of his chances to move to 2nd.
Cut's struggling right now in that 54 car.
I agree. I'm worried about
trouble front straightaway. Dylan Capello is spun and tagged the inside wall. Caution's out. The crew chief for Lane Riggs in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, making another Cars Tour Pro Late Model appearance, has found the wall on lap 45. Into the iRacing restart zone they come. 30 circuits remaining in a Spears 75.
That's a great launch by the 54 on the outside. Right there, I mean, that's a pass for the lead on a restart. You have to imagine that Baldwin is freaking out right now on the bottom of the racetrack, potentially giving away the lead to lane choice.
So Honeycutt takes the lead. Baldwin, regardless of whether he chooses the bottom or the top, he has just not been able to fire off all that well. DeCare is able to get back to the top of the racetrack to get third. Here comes Keelan Harvick looking for fourth, and Baldwin may try to take another shot at Caden Honeycutt for the top spot.
Will the clean air now help that 54 car find the balance or improve the speed? We saw how he was struggling before the last caution. Baldwin to the inside.
Sails it off into 3, almost gets up in the numbers of Honeycutt as they come off 4. Double wide for the lead, nearly, and then 2 wide, 2 rows behind him in the battle for 3rd and 5th as Walters gets up into Decare, and here comes Jones to the bottom.
Walters basically clears himself off the nose of the 7 car down the back straightaway. Battle for the lead still going on up front.
And again, for Honeycutt and for Baldwin, you have to have a lot of trust. If that car's on the bottom and you're going to pinch him down there, there's a lot of trust on which lane they're going to run and if they're going to be able to hold their spot. Connor Jones got clear for 3rd, guys, and I tell you what, through 1 and 2, he made up a lot of ground as Baldwin peeking to the inside again of Caden Honeycutt. This is great racing here at Wilkesboro.
25 to go as they cross the line. Caution is out. Yellow flag number 3 is out. Another great launch for Honeycutt, and he is clear to the lead. Baldwin is 2nd, nearly 3 wide for 3rd as they go to 3.
Keelan Harvick down on the inside, trying to take those positions away. Knows the laps are running out, just trying to put perfect laps together. You see the lap traffic here ahead.
That's Mike Scorzelli in the 18. Brandon Marhefka also up the road. Honeycutt may catch Scorzelli here in a good spot, but he picks the bottom. Can Decare close the ground here as they come off the corner? 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Honeycutt had to dive in the middle of the corner to miss him. It's going to give Decare an opportunity. White flag, 1 lap to go.
Decare's right there down the back straightaway. Can he close the gap into 3?
Final corner. Here comes Decare with 1 last shot. He closes to the back bumper of Honeycutt, but runs out of time. 3rd win in a row for Caden Honeycutt. He wins the Spears 75 at North Wilkesboro.
sit back and enjoy this one from North Wilkesboro as you enjoy our Sound Gear Sound Check Live. Honeycutt led the field to the green. He will not lead them to the end of lap number 1. Jake Bowman, looking to right the wrongs from a year ago, takes the top spot, and here comes Honeycutt back on the bottom to challenge for the race lead again.
Bowman used some muscle to get that race lead in turn 1, but it's not going to take Honeycutt long to get it back as he slides his way to the line to cement the lead as they're just about side by side for second. That's Carson Quapple and Butterbean, 32 and 03, with more battling happening behind them. Continues down the backstretch.
Little contact. Jones continues to lay into the left rear quarter panel on the back bumper of Lapsevich. Jones, pretty aggressive little race car driver. Giving him just enough to try to get him up out of the groove. Really takes the line away right there.
That's frustration right there. I've been battling you for what feels like 20 laps, and I'm just sick of it. I'm going to take a little bit of space there.
Max Reeves able to grab a spot as Lapsevich is shoved up the racetrack. Here's another battle for third between Carson Quapple. These guys have had plenty of races together in the Cars Tour. Landon Lewis to the inside, taking this spot away.
That 29 car of Lewis really starting to come to life here. And
Highline National Bank 100. And Lewis not going to waste any opportunity to try to get to the outside of Jake Bowman. He looked there to try to get the spot, but will hang on to third for now.
Got a car off the pace on the back straightaway. It's Landon S. Huffman, who finished second here last fall. He drops to the tail of the field. Honeycutt cements the lead. Just about 3 wide there with Heim looking low on Max Reeves to 1.
Heim taking advantage as Lapsevich. Again, we've seen him having to play a lot of defense in this race. But can't quite hang out there at 3 and 4. Reeves slides up in front of him. Lapsevich is going to cross over. He backs out of it, looking to the middle is Carson Lofton. First time we've mentioned his name. Again, makes the move over from Nelson Motorsports to Mike Darn Racing. But here's Carson Lofton getting into the top 10.
Yeah, it was a great moment for Corey Heim to grab a couple of spots quickly. There's good speed in that number 12 car as he continues to move forward as this battle rages back here.
Yeah, Lofton had a big moment there in 1 and 2, a big wiggle. 3 wide, Butterbean, passed by Connor Hall. Almost a little bit of contact between your top 2 as we're back underway. And Lewis, like he did last time, trying to get to the right rear of Bowman. This time he's able to accomplish that feat side by side for second. Butterbean into 4th behind him.
Yeah, Hall got all over the apron off of turn 2 and gave up a lot of speed. More contact for Hall. He's a sandwich now. Connor Jones to the inside. Meeting the sandwich of this Connor Jones. Now Connor Jones fades here. A little bit of slip of the 44 car through turns 1 and 2.
That opened the door for Carson Quapple. Jones slots in behind Max Reeves in the 18 as they continue side by side for about 5 rows deep. Quapple and Hall now door to door for a spot.
And it's so costly, just that little slip up, little bit of contact. Connor Hall goes from 4th to 6th. And again, he feels like he has a car that can get back up there, but the time it takes and the wear and the heat it builds up in your tires. And that's the car that Connor Hall used to drive for several years in this series.
Low 3 way up the racetrack.
And Lapsevich off the pace as well down the front straightaway.
77 breaks the mechanical. Not going to be able to make it around. This is likely going to bring out another caution.
Back underway, 56 to go here from Wilkes County.
A little bit better launch for Bowman now. Down in the inside. You can see that outside line, just the way to be on these restarts.
And time again, Lewis has looked better and better on each restart, and he's finally got the second spot at the start-finish line. As he'll try to make a move in 1 and 2. He may look to the outside of Honeycutt in a moment to try to take the top spot.
So Lewis to second, Bowman back to third. Heim now to the outside of Carson Quapple in the battle for 4th. Then it's Butterbean in the 03, Connor Hall in the 4. Here comes Lewis for the lead off turn 4.
He looks to the inside, down into turn 1. That 29 car wrapping right around the bottom.
Meanwhile, behind him, Corey Heim gets kicked up to the top side. Lewis unable to complete the pass in 1 and 2, but Lewis applying the pressure to the back of that 17 car. They're about to approach the halfway point here in a couple of laps. The iRacing halfway marker. Some money that's up on the line there as well. Sweep the night here from North Wilkesboro. Heim and Bowman nearly touching off of turn 2. They're going to be 3 wide for the second position. Landon Lewis trying to clear them into 3. Oh, he's hit up into the marbles. Lewis into the wall.
Big damage to the rear of that car. The 29 of Landon Lewis. Huge problems down the front straightaway off into turn 1 and 2.
And it does not appear that the KHI Racing number 29 of Landon Lewis is going to go back to victory lane at North Wilkesboro. That moves Corey Heim to second. Bowman back to third. Survived the contact with Carson Quappel running fourth.
Now this corner is going to hurt Honeycutt right in the dirty air. Heim made up a ton of time into turn 3 that time. 0.7 of a second. It's down to half a second now for Honeycutt to hang on.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Bassett's going to lay over too easily for the leader. 22 closing the gap just a little bit.
Honeycutt has gotten to the bumper. Now down to the inside of Bassett with a big slide off of 4. That's going to hurt him down the front stretch.
2 to go. Honeycutt down to the bottom. Corey Heim has caught the back of the 0-4, who gets into the wall off of turn 2. 2 car lengths separating 1 and 2. They come around. They'll see the white flag this time. 1 more lap to go here from Wilkesboro. Is it Honeycutt or Heim that gets to ride the elevator?
Heim rolls the bottom there, closes the gap just a little bit. Honeycutt with the throttle off of turn 2.
Honeycutt going into 3 and 4. They're 2 wide. Lap traffic in front of him, but he's going to be able to pull it off. Caden Honeycutt will ride the elevator for a second time in Wilkes County tonight.
Pace car is off. Into the iRacing start zone they come, and the 4th race of 2026 is underway from Caraway. Wrapping up our Sound Gear Sound Check live, and it is the Z-Max Car Store presented by Sound Gear champion Landon Lewis, clear to the lead by about 3 car lengths as McCumbee looks inside of the 5 of Carson Brown, trying to get up to 2nd.
Carson Brown running that high line on the outside. McCumbee looking down low. Eatman trying to follow suit there. Good battle a little bit further back. Jared Fryer and Brandon Lopez. We mentioned Fryer's record here. He is the best driver at Caraway, statistically speaking, in this field in the car store. It's his home track. He's from nearby Trinity, North Carolina, but he's packed in behind a group of cars as Brown and McCumbee are stacking the field up behind Landon Lewis.
Yeah, they are definitely creating a bit of a wedge between the race leader, Landon Lewis, and just about everybody else as they come through the field here. So that would put us, if we were to run another 23 laps from this point, we would get to that one and only Comp Yellow possibility with Landon Lewis out in front. Trouble! Got a car around. Matt Gould is spun at the tail end of the pack off turn 2. We're going to come to the SRI and CitraSafe drone optic of our choose. And how about this? Quite the storyline here. The race leader, Landon Lewis, dropping to the tail of the field for a choose violation. Did not clearly select his restart line as he came across the choose that time. And Landon Lewis, the pole sitter and defending champion, being split by the field and drop kicked to 29th. Connor Jones, Chad McCumbee bring us back to green.
Good jump there.
Oh, McKenzie doesn't get going. Big damage on Mini Tyrell and Caden Honeycutt's car.
Saw a piece fly off, and there's debris right in the middle of the front straightaway. We'll see whether or not that factors into things as McCumbee has the lead for the moment. Tyrell's coming down pit road, and he will come down. And they just managed to slow down. I think somebody clipped it. It's right down towards the end of the front straightaway, entry to turn 1.
So McKenzie falls back off of Carson Brown. And there goes that white piece of debris there off to the right-hand side of your picture. It looks like it headed towards the infield. It actually went straight up into the air. It landed back on the racing surface. And being that it was a white piece of bodywork, very well could have come from Honeycutt. Back underway. And as we check through the remainder of the field, everybody seems to get up through the gears cleanly that time, with Jones getting a good run off turn 2. Door handle to door handle for the lead. Half a car length edge for Jones to 3. McCumbee battles back on the bottom.
McCumbee got a little bit stuck there on the inside. Couldn't quite drive it off the way he wanted and was sideways out of turn 4. And Jones with the opportunity to try and climb ahead. McCumbee with a deep drive to the corner, but a great run on the outside of turn 2. Connor Jones to the point. Meanwhile, just behind that, 3 wide going into turn 3.
Yo, Landon S. Huffman, Donovan Strauss, Sam Butler still locked together off turn 4, and they survive the corner.
Landon S. Huffman making a big-time move on the bottom of the racetrack to try and get 2 spots here, but great run for Donovan Strauss and an AK Performance Machine right up on that high line to at least maintain the track position for the time being. But a big move there. Landon S. Huffman started in the 19th position. Really good drive for him already up to 10th.
Oh, Doug Barnes, what a save just behind him off of turn 2. That could have been disastrous as he got booted just behind this battle. Butler outside in the 16, Lofton inside in the 22, Strauss into the back of Lofton, who saves the car as he washes up the track. Strauss now door to door with Lofton in the Nelson Motorsports 22 going to 3.
Get a hunch that Donovan Strauss might be getting a little bit tired of being pinballed. He's been moved a few times already in this race and just gave it back to Carson Lofton to get the track position, and that moves Donovan Strauss up into the 12th position for the time being, but there's contact again out of 2.
Lofton gave it back, but not enough. Now here comes Burrow up the inside, and Landon Lewis is taking no prisoners in that 29. He was just about underneath Chase Burrow in the 5.
I'm about to say Landon Lewis not afraid, I think, to try and use Chase Burrow as a cue ball to move Carson Lofton out of the way if he feels like he has to, but Burrow with a pretty good drive on the bottom already. Honeycutt now working to the outside of Landon Lewis and then tucks back in line.
Boy, Burrow really wants to get by Lofton as they come together off 4. What's Lewis going to do? Stays in line with the 5.
Yep, stays tucked in line there as Lofton now gets set with the high side. Big contact there in the middle of the corner. They come together. Lewis will clear. Lost spots for both Chase Burrow and Carson Lofton, who lose heats of track position as the march for Landon Lewis to the front continues.
Oh, man, and it's problems for Jace Hale for the 4th race in a row. Also, Mason Diaz has spun off of turn number 2. The Throwback Classic winner in 2023 goes for a slide, but the heartbreaking effort for the 2025 Spears Cars Tour West Pro Late Model champion, Jace Hale.
Back to Green Flag Racing here at Caraway with Connor Jones and Chad McCumbee leading this field as we go back to green. Good restart for Jones, who will have the high line and all the momentum he needs to take control. McCumbee to second, battles for third between Fryer and Aitman, and Donovan Strauss is slow in turn 2.
Strauss may have gotten in the back of another car. Look at the hood on that car, buffeted up right now. Race stays green. We'll see if he elects to come to the pit lane. We got a car around 3, 4 cars involved. Aiden King went around. Diaz for the second time. Mason Bailey and Carson Lofton, who got kicked out of line in the same part of the racetrack a lap ago, had nowhere to go but the passenger side door of Bailey. In the iRacing restart zone they come. Restarts have been chaotic all day long. There's no exception. They jam up mid-pack. Lewis fans out 3 wide while McKenzie gets up into the side of Carson Brown off 2, and everybody keeps it straight.
Somebody missed something. There might have been Dylan Fetcher. He was the first one that was sort of sideways. Meanwhile, Jared Fryer has gotten around the outside of Chad McCumbee to go to second. The man here at Caraway with 3 wins to his name. Now P2 on the charts trying to go after Connor Jones for the race lead. 8 up on it against each other.
Oh, McKenzie and Eatman. Major contact in the fight for 5th, and Eatman is hard into the wall with the back end of the race car.
Rear end damage for the Matt Piercy Racing machine of Parker Eatman. London McKenzie trapped behind him. Green flag is out, and a good jump for Jones and Fryer, but Jones will be clear going into 1.
How about Fryer, though? Got back to the gas early, middle of the corner, but Jones pulls him off the second turn to cement the lead. Quapple the 3rd from the outside lane with Carson Brown peeking up top in the 5.
Honeycutt still out of the way. Wonder if that affects how he races these cars in heavy traffic.
And while Huffman into the back of McCumbee, who saves it on the backstretch. And Honeycutt is now clear to the inside of the 16.
That was the nose ahead that Caden Honeycutt needed to maybe break up this log jam, and he might bring Landon Lewis with him. Lewis already to the inside of Landon S. Huffman, and now to the inside of Chad McCumbee, racing for the 6th position on the racetrack. And here comes, Landon S. Huffman thought about driving it in deep and then tucked back in line behind Landon Lewis.
The devil on his shoulder said go for it, but the angel on the other side said not quite yet. He lifts and gets back in line and will follow Landon Lewis through to the inside of McCumbee, who continues to fall backwards.
Is only about a quarter away from beginning to catch some of the lap traffic, and Landon Lewis now makes his approach down to the inside of the Lee Pulliam Performance machine, keeps it down on the bottom. Carson Brown with a good drive off the front straightaway, but Landon Lewis has just such a good race car on the bottom. He's still able to hang with Carson Brown there down low.
Seen a lot of races over the last few years where Lee Pulliam Performance and KHI have gone toe-to-toe and battling for race leads, victories, and more. Junior Motorsports can be thrown into that mix as well, and that's the car that's up ahead. The points leader, Caden Quapple, who runs 3rd. Barnes now off the pace as the caution flag will fly.
There was fire underneath the hood of Doug Barnes' machine, just behind the front wheel well, just out of the camera shot that we saw, but fire and smoke. So a mechanical issue for Doug Barnes Jr. that puts him out of this race when he was running in the top 10. Green flag is out. We are off and away, and a good jump there for Connor Jones once again.
As we saw in the last restart, though, Fryer gives the fight to him through 1 and 2. Still has the fender inside of 3. Here comes Jared Fryer, starting to edge forward and slide up wide with Jones in the battle for the lead at the line.
Just couldn't get the air on the nose, though. Good Fryer. He got loose out of the corner. That might be enough there for Connor Jones. And meanwhile, Landon Lewis has got 3rd all to himself, just sort of waiting for an opportunity to make the move when the time is right. He's watching a pretty good fight between Jared Fryer and Connor Jones. Fryer now, I think, turning up the tempo a little bit, recognizing that now track position matters, and they get physical and into each other. Jones goes up the racetrack. Fryer takes the lead. Landon Lewis has the door open to go to 2nd.
We'll see how Connor Jones can respond after the rub and tangle in turns 1 and 2. Lewis now trying to get the perfect corner done. He's up to 2nd and looking for the lead as they approach turn 1.
How much do you want it if you're Landon Lewis? Gets a fender to the inside of Jared Fryer. And here comes Connor Jones, who thought about making it 3 wide, then thought better of it. Landon Lewis still down to the inside as Jared Fryer tries to take the air off the nose, but it's Landon Lewis who is going to lead at the stripe with 31 to go.
Oh, Jones into the back of Lewis. Jones shoves Lewis aside. Fryer up the track, and Jones back to the lead.
How does Landon Lewis respond? No contact between those 2 and 3 and 4. Fryer up the racetrack and now potentially at risk of losing a spot to Caden Quapple. Lewis looking to the inside there of Connor Jones, who cue-balled some race cars and won last time by, but he might not be able to hang on to the race lead here down the backstretch.
We'll see if that contact carries over. Now Jones lifts, falls in line, cross under move for Connor Jones off the corner, but can't get there. Landon Lewis back to the point with 29 laps to go.
Did not have the best drive off of 4, but here comes Connor Jones with a great drive down the back straightaway. Is he going to get it into Landon Lewis? Physical racing in 3 and 4 at Caraway. Contact there, maybe a slight nudge, but Landon Lewis with a great drive off of 4 to maintain the lead.
Connor Jones is not going to let the 29 run and hide. He's into him again. Up the track goes Lewis. Jones down to the bottom for the lead.
Physical racing there. Elbows out from Connor Jones for the second time in the last 5 laps. And how does Landon Lewis respond now that he has gotten a shot from the Carroll Speed Shop machine? There's a gap now, but Landon Lewis now tracking on the inside.
Battle for the lead. Here comes Landon Lewis off the corner.
Is it time for Landon Lewis to repay the favor? Yes, it is. There goes Connor Jones up the racetrack and back in arrears of Landon Lewis by about a car length. No way for Connor Jones to make up the gap in one corner. Lewis back to the point.
White flag in the air for your defending Cars Tour late model stock champion. Got dropped to 29th on the grid for a choose violation. Took the lead with 29 to go. And now the 29 car is going to go to victory lane for the first time. Landon Lewis gets his first win of 2026 at Caraway.
as we will have our sound gear sound check lead us to green from Hampton, Virginia. Barnes comes around to lead the opening lap of the race, but I don't know how much longer Connor Hall's going to have to wait if he wants to be a little bit patient sitting in that third position. Matt Gould, the car that he crew chiefs right now, is stuck on the outside, and you know, at Langley we have seen moves, we've seen passes for the win on the high side, but it's not too often that we see that.
Yeah, not this early in the race as well. That's a tough road to hoe in that top lane, and it's showing for the 4 cars. Now London McKenzie in the 95 inside of Matt Gould for that third spot. Carson Brown trying to follow McKenzie through, and just behind him, that's Landon Lewis, who said, I got a hole, I'm getting out of this top lane. Falls in behind Brown as they just about touch there in turn 1. But Gould's doing a good job hanging on to that spot as they touch.
Oh, a big save by Gould. The rest of the field reacts. Lewis is going to go all the way down to the apron, nearly into the grass to try to make the pass 3 wide. Gould still hanging on to the spot. Brown may have some right front fender damage, and Lewis going to be the beneficiary of it. Oh, they get squeezed behind him 3 wide as Lofton has to check up, and Riley Music gives him some space in the 47. I don't think I've seen 3 wide this much at Langley in the first 40 laps.
Oh, Strauss gets in the wall. He may have a problem. Strauss up the track and into the wall.
The iRacing restart zone, Doug Barnes Jr. Connor Hall get us back going. A little bit of a slip there from Doug Barnes on the bottom, and Hall may be able to take the lead from the top side of the racetrack. We've seen this before, and he's going to be able to do it in turn 3. New leader off of turn 4, and the fans, well, they're going to let him know if they love him or hate him. Connor Hall to the lead here at Langley.
There was a lot of clapping, a lot of fist bumps, also a couple of fingers pointed in whatever direction you want to let your imagination run with. Is that pace going to suffice for the competition? Landon Lewis gave him a little bit of a warning shot 2 laps ago. We'll see if he decides to do it again, because he may want to get going, and here he comes for the lead off 2.
Landon Lewis looking to the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Connor Hall going to try to dive back. Oh, he tries to cross him over, saves the race car as he cut across the nose of Doug Barnes Jr.
77. They started 15th and 16th respectively. Remember at Southern National, it was 29th and 30th. There's contact there. Burrows sideways and around.
And first time we've seen a leader on the top side of the racetrack as we go off into 1 and 2. McKenzie, a little bit of a slip up on the restart. Connor Hall fighting to try to take the lead away, and he'll do it off of turn 2.
Boy, Hall sent that car off into turn 1 to clear Lewis by the time he got off the second corner. Top side, bottom side, doesn't matter. Connor Hall back to the lead with Lewis to second. Oh, trouble, turn 3. Connor Jones has backed into the wall. The driver, who is 3rd in points, got tagged going into 3rd corner, and he has shortened up the backside of that race car.
It's leading us back to green through the iRacing restart zone. A good launch for that 12 car. Lewis going to try to fend him off for the top side as they go into 1 and 2.
Boy, Hall's car just turned so good in the middle of 1 and 2.
Oh!
Contact there. Lewis tried to get back in line, and that was almost a major accident in the battle for the lead.
That could have been really bad because, like you said, he just wanted to get back down in line to protect from Doug Barnes Jr. And if he's a couple of feet, if he's a foot forward, that's a right rear going into 3. That could have been bad.
And inside the top 10, Landon S. Huffin, as we got trouble behind him. Around goes Ryan Matthews. Matt Gould is spun as well. Oh, man, and Gould just got ran into by Connor Jones, who was at the tail end of the pack.
Through the iRacing restart zone, back underway at Langley. Lewis going to try to hold down Hall, not going to be able to do it. New leader into turn 3. It is Connor Hall again. Lewis drives it in the center to try to get to him, but Connor Hall just too strong. McKenzie thinks, well, I'm on the top side and I'm able to keep up here. You should let me go. And then Barnes is thinking, you're on the outside, I'm on the inside. Where are you going? But McKenzie may just be able to pull him into turn 1, and it looks like he's going to be able to do it. Wow.
From one Carson to another, Lofton just gave a shot to Brown. Now Lofton gets checked up there in the 22 car.
Going to try to do the same. You can see the same thing as they get down into 1 so deep. It's so easy for them to get on the brakes, get that car sideways. Oh, look. Lofton gets hit into the corner. He's still trying to save it through turns 3 and 4.
How about Quapple trying to get a 2-for-1 with Lapsevich right in the tire tracks. Unfortunately, he can't make gun points if you're behind the points leader, as now Quapple and Lofton start to ping-pong off one another.
Lofton got hit on entry. He got hit in the center of the corner. He's still wheeling it. He gets hit again and still trying to hold on to that car on the top side. Oh, that's big. He was able to clear both of them. They're side by side in front of Landon Lewis.
Trouble turn 2. Landon Huffman gets turned around as the leaders arrive on the scene.
And Landon Lewis on the outside into the iRacing restart zone again. Back underway. Hall first, back to the line. 16 laps left to be completed, and Connor Hall strong off of 2. He'll look for the lead, and he's got it.
Turn 4, Connor Jones goes for a slide. Caution is out.
And that is the last thing that Connor Hall wanted to see, as he had stretched out his lead by over a second already in just a couple of laps. We're ready for a shootout here at Langley through the iRacing restart zone. Lewis with a nose in front as they head down to 1 and 2 contact. Lewis up the track. Here comes London McKenzie looking to try to take the lead 3 wide. Lewis into the fence. He tries to cut back down. Hall escapes. Lewis gets tagged.
If this race stays green, Connor Hall may be gone. Double wide throughout the whole field behind him. McKenzie and Lewis touch again in turn 1.
Field is cheering on Connor Hall that last time by. 4 to go. Lewis slips up off the corner. McKenzie giving the fight for second.
Trouble turn 2.
Landon Huffman around again off of turn 2. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis through the iRacing restart zone. Back underway to finish this one off here at Langley. Hall looking for the race lead off of turn number 2. Lewis hanging tough though on the outside. Is he going to try to cross him over? Can't quite do it. Hall is there off of turn 4. Give it to the 12th car. 4 to go.
Now that Lewis is falling back in the tire tracks, what is he going to do? McKenzie up into the door of Barnes. Now Quapple looking low to try to get to a podium spot. Hall cleared to the lead by about 2 car lengths over Lewis while they're side by side for 3rd on back.
And Connor Hall is just praying, please get me trouble. McKenzie spins back up into the field, and Brandon Pierce and Mason Bailey tag the 95.
Boy, McKenzie was fighting and fighting and fighting for 3rd off of turn number 4, and he bounced off the left rear tire of Doug Barnes Jr., missed the inside retaining wall, but he was so far up towards the front of the field by the time that car came back up into traffic, there was nowhere for several cars to go.
And Connor Hall fires to the iRacing restart zone, back underway with just a couple of laps to go. Perhaps the best restart we've seen from Landon Lewis on the top side. Is car in the fence off of 2. It's Landon S. Huffman. We stay green. Contact up front. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis. And oh, by the way, the ride that Connor Hall was in last year is directly behind him.
And Landon S. Huffman is not going to get down. Caution will fly again.
3 to go through the iRacing restart zone. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis side by side as they head down into turn number 1. Again, Lewis got a great launch on the top side. They'll be side by side as they head into 3.
Lewis still trying to toe the top lane. Hall's going to try to keep the car pinned down low. Got McCumbee kicked out of line. Bowman sideways off the corner. Everybody keeps it straight. We're still green.
Lewis into the back of Connor Hall off of turn 2 as Hall trying to drive away with the race lead. They go into 3 and 4. Still under the green flag. Hall able to pull away and try to manage it here with just 1 lap to go here at Langley.
And all that Hall is hoping for is that they make it back around. Half a lap to go.
Through 3 and 4 for the final time. When you visit Hampton, you're going to have to run through this guy. Connor Hall wins at Langley again.
Racing the way it's meant to be all season long. 2 divisions, nearly 3,000 laps of the closest, toughest short track racing you'll see anywhere. Every pass, every fender rub, every bump and run, every emotion. Winners race here and stars are born here. This is pure stock car racing. It's the Z-Max Cars Tour, and it's next right here on FloRacing.
Well, we may have had some pretty strong inclement weather roll through Newton, North Carolina and the Hickory Motor Speedway, but it has not dampened our spirits, nor the many fans who have stuck around for the Spears Throwback Classic for the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, the 9th race for the late model stock cars and 6 for the pros here at America's most famous short track. Alongside of my buddy Blake McCandless, I'm Eric Brennan. James Pike will be joining us shortly, and we have been waiting quite a while to start tonight's on-track activity, but look at the crowd, Blake, that has stuck with us as we inch closer towards 10 p.m. Eastern Time with still 225 laps left to run.
And just a couple of minutes ago, you could hear the roar when they finally got the announcement. They had been waiting for, roughly the last 2.5 hours or so to hear drivers to their cars as the Pro Late Model drivers ready to get in. Again, if you're just joining us on FloRacing, a little bit of a different adjustment in terms of the schedule that we're going to have here tonight. Basically, the Pro Late Model drivers, they're going to go out, they're going to stage on the front straightaway, and as soon as we can thank God and country, we're going to turn them loose and throw the green flag.
And it seems like it's been a while since we were able to be in a position to see these cars on track. We did get both qualifying sessions in for the pros and the late model stock cars. We also were going to have an on-track party with some of the drivers on the racetrack with the fans. However, as we saw the system approaching, officials deemed that it would be best to keep the cars on the pit lane but still give fans a chance to get down on track and meet some of their favorite drivers. It was the perfect compromise for those who were here in attendance and many of the drivers who wanted to welcome the fans just the same. However, it wasn't shortly after that the weather came through in a relatively big way. We had to clear the grandstands. Many of the parking lot areas did see quite a number of streams of water flowing through them. But as you can see, many of the fans came right on back, and those who may not have, they've elected to watch it along with us here on FloRacing tonight for a race and an event that has been a marquee feature on the Cars Tour for several years. Tonight will be no exception.
And again, for those of you just joining us, again, we did have qualifying a couple of hours ago, and we were able to see what a competitive field we have for both the pros and the late model stock cars here this evening in both divisions. Again, the top 5 in the late model stock cars, they all set a Cars Tour qualifying record for this race tonight. It's amazing the speed that these teams continue to find here, despite the fact that this pavement's not getting any younger, Eric. It continues to age, and here we start in the Pro Late Models. How about Connor Jones, though? Great effort. He's finished very well in the Pro here at Hickory. Still looking for his first visit the Cookout Victory Lane in the Pro, but could certainly go 2 for 2 tonight. We've seen that a couple of times already this season.
Fourth in the session was Brody Monahan out of Waterford, Connecticut, coming off of his 3rd top 10 finish of the season last time out at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Another driver looking for his first career Cars Tour Pro Late Model win. Trayton Lapsevich, one of our double-duty drivers on the night. This, the Rhett Jones Racing number 30, and Trayton clocked himself in 3rd fastest. And even though he's a late model stock winner, he also is looking for his first win in the Pro at the Tour.
Starting here on the second row, or the outside, just outside of the Mahle Motorsport front row, Case James outside of the front row. A great qualifying effort that he had it again. A native of Newton, North Carolina. You know how important this race is going to be. And then how about the performance yet again? He came out for the first time this season at North Wilkesboro Speedway a couple weeks ago. Nearly won that race. He comes out here, gets a Mahle Motorsport Pole Award for the 2nd time in his Cars Tour career, in a very special throwback for his mentor.
So as you see, many of the cars here, including that impressive Mike Garvey-looking throwback of that number 1 of our pole sitter TJ DeCare, lining the infield of the racetrack before they get the go-ahead to try to get this race rolling and underway with 100 laps on the docket for the pros. And this race is going to mark just past the official halfway point of the season. This is round number 6 of 11 on the pros. The rest of the season, they're going to run in conjunction with the late model stock cars as the championship picture will start to take a little bit more shape as things roll on here in the latter portion of the 2026 season, when you see the pace car on the ready for when these cars are fired and ready to roll 24 strong, despite the fact that we had to wait out some unfortunate weather circumstances.
And again, the one thing that really comes to mind when you think about Hickory, I think about the great battles that we've seen, not just in the recent past, but several years throughout the years that we've been coming here. Again, this is the most visited racetrack in the ZMAX Cars Tour in terms of how often we've been to the Speedway. And over the course of even the very recent past, you think about Luke Baldwin and Spencer Davis and the race they put on just last year in the Throwback Classic. Caden Honeycutt and Minnie Tyrell were up front. I'm sure a lot of our fans were watching the highlights earlier. They were duking it out. Connor Hall and William Sawalich several years ago. I mean, you just name them. Hickory just has a propensity for putting on some very memorable races, and it's very fitting that the identity of this series is very tied very tightly to the birthplace of the NASCAR stars.
Well, we have been holding our breath for several hours, and it is time now for one of the most important elements of our Cars Tour program, our opening ceremonies. To kick us off, we will throw it down trackside to James Pike.
Race fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as you are able, and veterans, please render a hand salute as Motor Racing Outreach's Jim Foster delivers tonight's invocation.
Good evening, everyone. Let us join in prayer. Father, we thank you for clearing this rain out for us, and just thank you for all these fans that hung out, and now we're ready to enjoy some great racing here at Hickory. Lord, we thank you for the freedom to gather and to enjoy this sport. We pray for our health and healing for those that we know, family members and friends that are going through health issues. Father, we thank you for all these race teams, all the owners and sponsors represented here this evening, and all this race sponsors as well. We pray for safety tonight, God, for the drivers, their crews, our track personnel, and all these great fans after the race as they head home. We ask your blessing on all that will take place this evening. We'll give you all the glory and the honor. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing as Kip Childress honors America with our national anthem.
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And now, race fans, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the branch manager of Carolina Supply Incorporated, Vince Ornelas.
Drivers, start your engines!
To announce absolute roaring ovation from the crowd. The sound of 24 Z-Max Cars Tour Pro Late Models coming to life at Hickory Motor Speedway for what is going to be their 9th race in series history. Certainly, these fans, along with all of us, are itching and ready to go to see what this track is going to produce, as it is always a bit unpredictable, and now the elements have taken quite the dramatic turn. We now welcome to the broadcast booth. I mentioned we're going to have a special guest here tonight, and he came to join us. We would love to see him out there on the racetrack later on once the late model stocks hit. But we now welcome Doug Barnes Jr. to the booth. Doug, first off, how are you feeling? And secondly, how excited are you to be up here?
Well, I'm feeling good. I felt good. You know, ever since the wreck, I felt a little shaken up. I tried to run the North Wilkesboro race, and I just wasn't quite ready. So I'm frustrated. You know what I mean? I want to be here. I've had the worst FOMO when I came here and I watched qualifying. I would definitely rather be out here, but I'm excited to be here with y'all. I think you guys are the best in late model stocks. You know, you guys are always fun to listen to, so I'm just hoping I can, you know, play a piece tonight.
Well, and speaking of playing a piece, I mean, you have a ton of insight here. When we talk about drivers that know this place well, whether it's driving in a truck around here or late model, you've done that for a very long time. So I'm quite curious when we get to this race and the fact that we've had all this rain, we've been sitting around for hours. I mean, what should we expect here out of the first couple laps of this one?
Well, I tell you, everybody's tired of sitting around. So if I recall correctly from last year, everybody went at it from the start, and it didn't really end until the night ended. So, I mean, it's kind of a race for tradition. It's becoming traditional for it to rain here. I feel like we've done more sitting around waiting than any other place that we go to lately.
Well, the track crew here did an amazing job getting the track dry, and being that this is a pretty unique venue, we will see drivers occasionally dip the left sides below the yellow line, specifically coming off turn 4, and there's still a couple of damp patches there as well. And you see, too, the infield also has a little bit of water spots in what is not the conventional racing groove. Just something to keep an eye on as we start to inch closer to the start of this race. So, Doug, you talk about sitting around and waiting for the chance to get behind the wheel of the race car. When you put the helmet on, does all that angst and anticipation kind of start to slowly fade away, or is it pretty much pegged ever since you get in the car and gets ready to go?
Well, I've always compared it to football in a way that's not really comparable to football at all. You have all the anxiety and the excitement of getting in a race car before you get to this point right here. And now you're locking in. You're not about to go run into an offensive line or nothing like that. You're about to go run in the Pro Late Model race 100 laps. So you got to be there at the end. I've heard it a million times. You can't win the race on the first lap. So you just got to try and keep your nose clean and be there at the end.
Here's a look at our starting grid. As we mentioned, TJ DeCare. I've been waiting for a while to get going, too, apparently. On the pole alongside of Case James, who's 4th in points. Trayton Lapsevich, Brody Monahan, row 2. And then you've got Connor Jones, another double-duty driver. And Vito the Torpedo Cancilla out of Martinez, California, outside of row 3 in a Rackley War entry.
I got my eyes on row 4. Evan McKnight, Keelan Harvick, 2 very strong drivers with 2 very good race teams. And then how about Caden Honeycutt, the man that simply can't be stopped in his recent Cars Tour visits? He's back on here trying to sweep for a 3rd time. It had never been done before. He did it earlier this year at Ace Speedway. Nick Loden back with the tour here. A very special place for Andy Loden, his father, a former track champion here. Rodney Dallas and Luke Baldwin, who nearly won this race a year ago, completes your top 12.
Take you back now to row number 7, where you will find Brody Gunter, who finished 2nd on debut at Caraway last year, alongside of our points leader, Mason Walters, in a 6. Keep your eye on that Setzer Racing and Development car as he'll work his way to the front. Jack Baldwin is in a Harry Gant throwback in the 33 in row 8, alongside a rookie driver, James Seawright, in the 5. Jacob Bradley's making his Cars Tour debut, alongside a driver who is in his 3rd full-time Cars Tour season, Dylan Garner, in the 97, outside of row 9.
Good to see these drivers back with the tour. Bailey Curry, Palmer Hag. Again, Curry ran very well at Tri-County last year. Colton Hale starting in 21st, 22nd to Tristan Pena, a great Greg Biffle throwback that he's gotten from 2003. Jeff Batten, car 49, will start in 23rd. Ben Mack, we just saw him on pit road a moment ago, but he makes up your 24th and final starter.
And as we mentioned, 24 total cars going to contest this racetrack for 100 laps. And typical rules for the Pro Late Models here, 45 consecutive green flag laps is the only time that we would see a competition caution. It can only happen once in the race and not in the final 25 laps. But if these drivers are as aggressive as we all seem to think it may be, we might not see that comp yellow at all for the pros here tonight, but we will see.
I just think of this race and watching some of the recent racing here, especially in the Jack Ingram Memorial a week ago, thinking about the options that these drivers have, and was really watching how that race unfolded and kind of the high line that had come in. Is that going to be a factor now that all this rubber is washed off the racetrack? But again, we've put on some amazing racing here at Hickory. 28 lead changes in the last 6 races here at this racetrack. It's been back and forth. The margin of victory is so small. You could see that last year. We were talking about that battle between Spencer Davis and Luke Baldwin, who nearly got the win here. And races at Hickory settled within the final 2 laps, 3 of 8, including a pair of the last 3 or 4 that we've seen here. It's a race that puts on special racing. And heck, we had Kyle Campbell in the booth, a couple of years ago, and we saw a really memorable one that year. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. ended up escaping from some chaos with Caden Quapple and ended up going to victory lane.
It's interesting to hear some of the dialogue through the pit area as to the future of this racetrack as far as a potential repave or not. Doug, being that you're up here with us, I know a lot of people love the character of this place, but it is, of course, aging. Are you on the pave it or keep it the way it is side of the aisle? Putting you on the spot.
Yeah. Well, I would hope to have a goodbye race personally for myself on this asphalt if they choose to go the route of repaving it. But I mean, this place is rough. It comes up. But it's also really unique. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we've got a lot of repaved tracks now, which you couldn't really say about 6 or 7 years ago. And you know, here it's got a lot of characteristics. Like, you have concrete on the bottom of turns 1 and 2, and then we have a new patch sitting in the bottom of 3 and 4. Like, you're going to see in this pro late model race, the groove's going to change a lot. I think the top side's going to fire off to start, but from what I recall last year, that patch in the center of 3 and 4 became a big thing late in that race, and right now it's wet.
And we'll see if it happens here as we look from high above the Speedway from our SRI and Citra Safe drone shot, showing us just how good of a job the track crew did to bring us to this moment. One of the most anticipated races of the season. The Spears Throwback Classic about to go green as the fans come to their feet here at Hickory. TJ DeCare brings us down for the start, and the Pro Late models are underway from Hickory. Monahan doesn't get going. Big stack up to turn 1. Oh, no. The car on the outside of row number 2 did not get up to speed, and it's collected several cars, including Nick Loden and Tristan Pena, who only made it about a few hundred feet to the first lap.
Again, you always wonder, a situation like this, coming to an old racetrack. We talked about how long that the crew had worked to try to get this track dry and trying to get these cars out there. Again, cold tires, you're trying to go out there and find as much grip as you can on that shift from 3rd to 4th. Again, it's just one shift that these drivers are making here. There you can see Keelan Harvick. He had a hard hit into the wall in turn number 1. And the second straight year, I mean, that we've had contact with the tire barrier going into turn 1.
At least it stayed intact this time.
Not the return that Nick Loden was hoping for to the Cars Tour after he was committed to several of the IHRA events. Here's what happened. Watch the wheel of number 31.
My goodness, Luke Baldwin in 47, he gets picked up entirely. He's off the ground in the middle of that stack up. And again, there's nowhere to go. There's nothing you can do. And when these situations come up, you can't react in time.
It's just such a helpless feeling being about the 3rd or 4th car back, because all you can see is the bumper of the car in front of you. And when that thing comes up fast, it's just going to stack faster for the cars behind you. And I mean, they wrecked about 10 deep on the outside. Wow.
And, Pena came in there late in that beautiful Greg Biffle tribute to when he had success in 1999 in the eventual truck championship in 2000. And one of the last cars in, as we watch Monahan again, Mason Walters, the points leader. You see, there's Harvick in the 75, Loden, Baldwin, and Walters underneath Luke Baldwin. Walters came into this race with a 12-point advantage over Caden Honeycutt, who may not run the rest of the season, but that may have opened the door for the rest of the field with the amount of damage that car has.
And you talk about championship competitors. I know Honeycutt, he has a scheduled conflict with the Craftsman Truck Series race later on in the season. He gets a piece of that as well. Got a little bit of damage. He tags Keelan Harvick, who, again, hit in the middle of 1 and 2,
and that's Walters walking his way back to his race hauler. check that. That's Tristan Pena. That's Tristan Pena walking his way back to his race hauler. Not able to see where Walter's car is from our vantage point. I believe it made it back around. But Pena, who we heard from earlier in qualifying, pretty much aware that his night's over before he even gets through one turn.
I'll be amazed if this 47 car gets back out there. I mean, got the front end and then got picked up off the ground. If anything, that may have been something that that actually helped him, because you don't bend everything in the rear end. But yeah, I don't.
If it didn't take the radiator,
yeah,
I'd be surprised. I feel so bad for him too, because he was so close last year. I was talking to him about 25 minutes before we went green. And, he wanted redemption. He was so close to it.
And here's Caden Honeycutt.
Yeah,
so the potential streak of maybe a 4th Pro Late Model win in a row could be in trouble here.
And again, that shows you how big this stack up was, because Honeycutt, he was the inside of row 5. So it wasn't just something where the outside row got involved as well. It was even cars trying to check up and get out of the way. And again, a lot of these cars that were trying to dive out of the way, they're going into a bunch of moisture down there on the apron in turn 1, because that's basically the biggest puddle that forms when you do have those rain showers here at Hickory. And yes, they did their job to try and dry the part of the racetrack, but there's still some puddles down there. So as guys were trying to get out of the way and save their race cars, they're still sliding through a little bit of fluid down there.
And for Honeycutt, in what he is running in both the Pro Late Models and the Late Model stocks, the Bundle of Joy Fund scheme in honor of Kyle Busch. For more, let's go down to Pike.
Nick Loden just made it back to his trailer. Nick, what did you see from your perspective on that?
Whoever was in 4th missed a shift halfway down the straightaway somehow, and we got run into from the back, and a few more times as we were wrecking, so nothing we could really do there.
An early end and a tough break for Nick Loden, does not get the chance to complete a lap before chaos ensues here at Hickory.
The driver went to victory lane at South Boston towards the end of 2023, making his first start of the season with the Cars Tour on the Pro Late Model side at a track that means so much to his family. Not even able to get through lap 1 before some trouble, and I think his dissection of how that wreck started is certainly quite accurate based on what we saw from our pictures too, as you see the Bryson Lopez team trying to frantically look for a way to get Luke Baldwin back out there. And now that they've removed some of the body work, you get just a good idea as to how damaged the front end of that car is. But the radiator does appear to still be intact, which may be one of the biggest facets for this team to consider.
And you said it, he got hit squared up, like in the rear. So it doesn't look like there's any suspension damage or anything like that. It might just be a lot of cosmetic damage. However, you do not have aerodynamics on your side if you're Luke Baldwin for the next 100 laps, because we still have not even completed a lap.
And here is Tristan Pena, who was making his 3rd start of the season. We talk about the partnership that he has at Whataburger. They had a tremendous at-the-track activation here today. A lot of things to give away to the race fans who are here as well. And they were also kind enough to put their name on our speed shot here today, which assisted in capturing some of the carnage that took place in the initial attempt to start this race, as we are under not only a caution flag, but a red flag from the Whataburger speed shot. As you see the pace car now back out in front of TJ DeCare and the field, as we did not get an official lap completed. Thus, this race is still pending an attempt at a start. So DeCare out in front. Here's Keelan Harvick, who captured his first career Cars Tour Pro Late Model win at this racetrack last July. It was his first of 4, still looking for his first of the season. You see up towards the top left of the screen, a curious onlooker with colors that he knows quite well. His father, Kevin, looking on. This is a throwback to when Kevin ran similar colors with Spears support back when he was about at this stage in his racing career. As Keelan continues to try to press on, he's been spending a lot of time on the West Coast racing and winning, both he and his father. Now coming back to the Cars Tour on the east side, with what is usually and typically a very sentimental opportunity for the family to pay homage to those who made these opportunities possible. And Keelan, too, and just in the wrong place in the wrong time.
I'd say Keelan's been quite busy, whether it's been him that's been out west winning a bunch of Pro Late Model races, or even his dad. I mean, Colorado National Speedway, a week or two ago, where he went out there, and it's a little bit different to see him dominating, running the high line out there, a little bit different than what we're accustomed to seeing. But, yeah, Rackley War coming together. Again, they have a big team there with all the cars that they bring to the racetrack, and kind of in this same position where, again, they've put a red condition out, so just trying to assess as much as they can with still several cars that are on the pit lane. And like you said, essentially we didn't get to start the race because the timing line only refreshes when everybody comes back around to complete a lap. So we'll essentially line up in the same order that we had, minus those cars that were involved in this incident and not able to make it back out.
And courtesy of our friends at SRI and CitraSafe, we are able to get a bird's eye view of the thrashing that is happening with this Rackley War team. But I'm not quite sure that this will be the opportunity that they were looking for to see if they can get Keelan back to victory lane here on the east side of the Cars Tour slate at a track where he's done it once before. So the conditions remain open for the cars and teams that have elected to come to the pit lane to do whatever work necessary on their cars. And there is quite a potent amount of drivers and teams that are trying to do just that, including Harvick, Baldwin, Honeycutt, the aforementioned Mason Walters, who sustained significant damage there. Many of the heavy hitters that we expected to be up front when this race is over, behind the 8 ball before an official start of this race even takes place. Boy, Doug, we talk about the anticipation for getting up to this point, and man, I reel for the teams who sat around through the rain, battened down the hatches, tied down the tents, put everything away, brought it all back out, and we've got about 7 or 8 cars that aren't going to turn a lap.
I know. I mean, they definitely couldn't wait long. I'm sure, you know, whoever missed that shift, I'm wishing he could have it back, and he does too, but it's the name of the game, and from somebody who has missed a shift before, now the biggest thing is not missing it again, because you're going to have a lot of not happy customers if you do that again.
Well, and I wonder the concerns too, because again, the late model stock cars and the pro late models, there is a little bit of a difference. Not to say that one is truly easy, but the late model stock car is a little more difficult in that it's all about, you know, having to get the throw in the transmission and push the clutch down and make sure you get that shift from third to fourth. It's a little simpler in this car. So again, you just wonder the factors that go into, you know, trying to execute that and get everything right, and unfortunately just didn't go that way.
So as you can see, the field is doubling back up here. We've removed several of the cars that were involved in the initial contact. The front row remains the same. It's still going to be DeCare and Case James. Lapsevich able to hold on to 3rd spot. Newcomer up into 4th. That's Vito Cancillo, who somehow may have a bit of a blemish to the front end of that Rackley War number 6, tossing it back to his grandfather Koss in a car that he used to race. But it looks as though they were able to keep that car on the racetrack, and he will inherit 4th for the 2nd attempt to start this race. Row 3 is going to be Connor Jones and James Seawright, who somehow got through that as well. And the outside lane moving up. And that does appear to be how this start is being re-racked. Whatever lane that you were in at the time of the stack-up, Seawright was slated to start 16th. Because of all the cars between him and Monahan that sustained damage, he's going to now move up 10 spots to start 6th.
It's a good day to miss a wreck.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody make that much of a jump before the race even starts.
Same for Dylan Garner, who is going to start an 18th spot. And this is conventional if you were to have a car that gives up its spot on parade and pace laps, or if something happens on the start of a race, they just move the rows up per the rule book. So quite the opportunity for a couple of drivers here to leapfrog about a quarter of the field before the race starts.
Couple of cars just left pit lane. Keelan Harvick and Caden Honeycutt. I think James Pike here, and he has more on the Caden Honeycutt machine.
Yeah, it was all hands on deck for Caden Honeycutt and company. His wife Jessica even was handing off some of the duct tape. It was everybody from the JC Motorsports crew trying to get that car repaired. I only saw one piece of bracing pulled out of that car. It was a lot of duct tape on the right front otherwise, so whether or not there's any damage underneath, we didn't see anything, crew didn't see anything, and Honeycutt's going to try and race his way from the back to the front.
So of the cars that we know sustained damage and return to the racetrack, the answer is several of them, including the points leader Mason Walters. He too is another one of our cars that looks like a Tour Type modified. He just rejoined the tail end of the pack. Luke Baldwin, Keelan Harvick, as well as the aforementioned Honeycutt back on the Speedway, and we're a half a lap away from trying this thing again. So no laps complete. Front row remains unchanged. We'll give it another go, as it's going to be TJ DeCare and Case James with the fans back on their feet. Second attempt at a green flag for the pros, and the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic is underway.
You saw everybody up on the wheel initially to start this race. There was a little more give in the space that these drivers were giving one another to try and complete this opening lap. And TJ DeCare, how about Trayton Lapsevich, able to move all the way up into second on that opening circuit.
And our Sound Gear Sound Check Live allowed us to hear these cars up to speed for the first lap as Lapsevich moves to second, James to third, side by side here with Connor Jones in the 44, Vito Cancilla in the 6. And we got a couple laps in the books already as you see many of these cars hopping their way through the rough patches on each end of the racetrack. Boy, Doug, you've got to feel that in the car, just how they are just bouncing about all across this racetrack.
Yeah, this is one of the tracks that you almost wish you ran a mouth guard at, especially when you're starting on low pressures like this. But, I mean, it makes for some cool showing. You got a lot of bright race cars and a lot of sparks flying.
Connor Jones now heating up the back bumper. Case James gives him a shot off of turn 2, has the fender to the inside. Jones is on a mission and now up to third place with Cancilla trying to follow through the open door but couldn't do it.
Again, an important race here for Connor Jones and trying to get that first pro late model win. Again, he's run very well here at this racetrack when he's run the pros. He doesn't always run it, but this year he's been a pretty active participant and really taken advantage here. But also, what an opportunity for Case James to try and make up a bunch of points. Again, we're at this part in the Pro Late Model season where we're not quite at the halfway marker of that season. We got a lot of races to kind of backfill this year. So very important to see how this shakes out. As you can see, Brody Monahan, that 31 car, that beautiful Harry Gant throwback, the number 33. As they're battling for position a little further back in the pack. This is for 10th as Jack Baldwin in that 33 car trying to hang on.
Now Monahan didn't go to the back by virtue of his being involved in that big stack up, so he's trying to work his way further forward. Bit of housekeeping on the cars involved in the crash. Nick Loden, Tristan Pena out of the race. Luke Baldwin is on the racetrack. I wonder if he knocked the transponder out of that car, having Mason Walters pretty much up underneath the fuel cell. He's not registering with timing and scoring, but he remains on the speedway as we got a fight here between Evan McKnight and Rodney Dallas for 6th.
Relatively easy pass there for Rodney Dallas Jr. We, talked about Rackley War and the speed that they had amongst a couple of their cars coming into this weekend. They were all really close in the times they could run. Well, Keelan, he's barely able to just run out there with the car that he has. So it's going to be this 25 car kind of, leading the charge here to try to get Rackley War in victory lane again.
Here's C. Wright trying to fend off Monahan after he was able to pick up that pretty big move from the start of the race. Now Monahan up the inside, who has proven that he has had a very fast car all day long, minus the mistake on the start. And Brody Gunter is going to follow through there in the 0-1. Gunter, who ran at Southern National with the Fab Specialties team, finished 17th in that race, but completed all the laps. He's a relative newcomer to these types of cars, and they're having a lot of success in Legends and Bandolero competition. And so far, he's doing a great job keeping himself out of early trouble and working his way further forward. In 9th right now is Gunter.
And what this entire situation has kind of created is almost two separate races. You have a lot of the drivers who are very similar in speed and pretty much all had the same type of damage. They took the bodywork off the front end of these race cars, and they're all kind of battling at the back of the pack. But then up here you have those cars that were able to miss everything, but still had the competitive pace and speed to run up front. We see that Monahan still has that right now. He's been able to carve his way up almost into 7th, trying to take it right now from the 20 of Evan McKnight.
Monahan certainly proving that he has got himself a fast race car. And Doug, you said that you have made a similar mistake to what Brody did to start this race. How do you shake that off and focus forward like Brody's doing right now?
Well, it sounds ignorant, but it's not his problem anymore. You know what I mean? He's got a perfectly fine race car and he's moving forward. So you got to live with a short-term memory and just, you know, run your race. And if you got some unhappy people with you after the race, then you'll deal with that then. You know, hopefully when he gets around to some lap traffic, they don't remember him too well either.
Monahan now getting around McKnight as he inches closer towards the top 5. He's got Rodney Dallas a little bit further up ahead of him there if he wants to crack up to 6th. While DeCare continues to lead, here's Gunter now using all the available racetrack to prepare for his approach to turn 3, as he too wants a shot at Evan McKnight, the Nashville pole sitter.
And you get a really good look there, especially going into turn 3 that last time of what Brody Gunter was able to do. And I think that probably the biggest difference in how the pro late models versus the late model stock cars kind of drive at this place. The biggest difference with these pros is that you can arc it into the corner a little bit more. Again, these cars are lighter. They don't have as much horsepower. The chassis is set to be able to take these corners a little bit quicker. So especially in 3 and 4, Gunter did it a couple of laps ago, but when you're trying to establish that and kind of cut that car down, it's a lot easier to do in these cars that are oftentimes running more wide open or on the chip than what you'll see in the late model stock cars a little bit later.
Just in front of him, McKnight, who captured the Simpson Race Products Hard Luck Award after a mechanical failure, drop-kicked him to 30th in the finish, which really hurt him in the championship standings. Left side of your picture, TJ DeCare has caught the back end of the field and Evan McKnight's teammate. That's the points leader, Mason Walters, minus the front end bodywork, about to go a lap down as he gives DeCare room on the bottom. TJ's got a couple of more damaged cars that he's going to be coming up on, including Keelan Harvick and Luke Baldwin.
DeCare's done a really nice job here, though. He's been able to pick off already about 3 or 4 cars that he's been able to put a lap down, but yet his lead grew. You can see the gap was about 1.2 when we flashed it up there just a moment ago. It was roughly 0.8 of a second, maybe 3 or 4 laps ago. And again, that gets a little bit easier when you're dealing with cars that do have that amount of damage. But right now, Keelan Harvick not moving over for him. That right there, you can even see him in his gloves as he's wheeling that car through 3 and 4. DeCare trying to get back by him on the bottom. So that's those are those little moments in those laps where you make up all of that advantage, and Harvick's going to force DeCare to go to the outside and allow Trayton Lapsevich to make up a little bit of time in the process.
And the last time around, Lapsevich was 0.2 of a second quicker than DeCare, being held up in this traffic. Here's Honeycutt in the 54 inside of Jeff Batten. This is only about a corner or so further ahead from where DeCare rides right now as the leader, with Honeycutt trying to manage the damage and stay on the lead lap in hopes to salvage the night.
I would be really surprised if there's not something internally wrong with Caden Honeycutt right now, because this is not nearly the speed that I or anybody probably expected him to have. But you can see, I mean, he's taped up. He's going to want to try and stay on the lead lap, but I think he's in salvage mode at this point.
Well, I think you can see, especially off the corner, just how much he's fighting that car. And you mentioned, you know, the damage that you can get. The toe may be knocked out on the right front as he tries to clear Batten. Batten's going to have to check up for him. They end up being okay as they go into 3 and 4. You can see, especially off the corner, he's having to turn that car so much to try and get back off the corner as he tries to stay in front of TJ DeCare. Meanwhile, change for the second spot. Connor Jones on the march again. He gets by the 30 Rhett Jones Racing machine.
Jones now up into P2. The problem is he is 2 seconds behind DeCare, who continues to solemn his way through the back portion of the field. In fact, he has got 4 cars between himself and Jones, who runs second, that he's already put a lap down, as this race has gone clean and green since the second attempt at a start. So should we stay green for another 11 laps or so, we will enter the realm of potentially seeing our one and only competition caution of the night, as Jones now catches up to Mason Walters in 3.
And it's just having to be really smart here with all these lap cars kind of stacked up all at once. There's a lot of clean racetrack over here on the front straightaway, but that's not where a lot of our race leaders are having to get through some of this lap traffic. And This is one of the unique things about Hickory. You just look at this place and you imagine it as a bottom-dominant racetrack. You can make that high line work, but some of these lap cars, they're committed to that bottom line. Keelan Harvick is one of them, and Connor Jones. Where do you go here, Doug? You got 2 cars in front of you. There's nowhere to go.
Well, you're just praying for them to get out of the way. In all reality, it should be easier for Connor Jones. They've already lost their lap. They shouldn't be putting up much of a fight with him. Oh, wow. But, they shouldn't be putting up much of a fight with TJ. He's going to have to work a lot harder than Connor should, but Keelan he's been a tough car to pass tonight.
And I think Jones is trying to let him know he just about had the 75 jacked up on the front stretch. Still can't get by Keelan. He'll jump up to the high side here as Lapcevich may try to follow him through on the top lane. Jones finally gets past the damaged car of Harvick, but it cost him a full second to Decaire.
The one thing you ask, though, out of a lap car is consistency. You want them to hold their lane, whether they're on the bottom or the top. And again, Harvick, he's one of a couple that are kind of staying committed to that bottom lane and making those cars go around the outside. But again, you just want predictability and consistency if you're in this position, if you're either a Connor Jones or a Trayton Lapcevich.
Keelan Harvick has been consistently hard to pass the entire night, and probably not in the way that they had wished for when this race started.
Now the lead is up to just about 2.8 seconds, but we're 4 laps away from that being a race. Decaire continues to chase down cars towards the tail end of the field. Dylan Garner, who moved up to 8th when this race took its second swing at getting going. Now the next car in line, potentially to go a lap down. Garner is running in the 13th position. Make that 14th as Honeycutt was able to get by. Honeycutt, the next car for Decaire to try to catch.
Caden Honeycutt, the 97 of Dylan Garner, who again is still trying to stay in this championship fight as things go. But what an impressive effort by Decaire. Again, he had a lot of speed at North Wilkesboro Speedway when he came back out for his first race of the 2026 season, but a totally different racetrack, a totally different skill set required to be fast here, and yet he's doing it, and to do it in a Mike Garvey throwback. Again, that's the 2001 ASA car that Mike ran that has been a mentor to TJ. And crew chief's the super late model that he runs. A really special weekend for him to do this, and a dominant performance so far. Yeah, we've seen this out at Decaire, especially at a lot of these worn-out racetracks. You think of New River a couple years ago. He didn't keep the checkered flag, but a very similar performance where he pretty much led start to finish. The caution comes out.
And this will be the competition caution as this yellow flag flies. The points leader, Mason Walters, came down the pit lane under green, and it appears his night may be over. First official yellow of this race. And it comes with TJ Decaire out in front and Mason Walters potentially out of contention and competition. High above the Hickory Motor Speedway and the SRI and Citrus Safe drone. And we are under our first yellow flag with just over half of the race to go for the Pro Late Models in the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic. We'll step aside and come back for the restart.
Want an easy way to help take care of your vehicle? Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Z-Max Micro Lubricant is a DIY solution that pours into your fuel and oil. Z-Max proprietary molecules are uniquely small, so they literally soak into the metal, dispersing harmful carbon deposits. This improves horsepower, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Z-Max is good for your car, your wallet, and the environment. Can be used in new or used vehicles. Available at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Hendrick. It's the perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and 0 down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 650,000 5-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20 grand. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. Developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
Future champions and racing icons, the Cars Tour puts them all on the same track, and it puts you right in the middle of it. Affordable, family-friendly, and packed with edge-of-your-seat moments. This is short track racing the way it's meant to be. The Cars Tour, where the next generation becomes the next legend. On August the 22nd, the Cars Tour will be at Anderson Motor Speedway in Anderson County, South Carolina. Purchase tickets, scan the QR code on the screen, or visit carsracingtour.com.
Welcome back here to Hickory Motor Speedway, where we are under our first official caution. It's the competition yellow that has taken place after 45 consecutive green flag laps. A lot has happened down in the pit lane. Pike, what's going on?
There has been a lot that happened on pit road. Caden Honeycutt came down. They worked on the front grille. They worked on the splitter, and they worked on getting more duct tape on that right front that got impacted in that first incident. In the meantime, TJ DeCare got on the radio at the break, and he said, I need a little bit more rear security, but otherwise my car is just about perfect. He was a little bit frustrated with the way Keelan Harvick raced him under the green flag there, so it's going to be fun to watch the challenge of how these leaders battle the lap traffic and try and find their way into Cookout Victory Lane.
It's a good point, and I think going to be a very important one because, again, we have 55 laps left. We still have a lot of cars with damage. I know we're kind of resetting things here, but we know, Doug, by the end of this run, if we go green, those lap cars are going to be a factor again, so you're going to have to learn how to deal with that.
Absolutely, and outside of Keelan Harvick, I think TJ has done a great job. And the best thing is that his car's so good, it's not taking a lot to pass anybody. And I don't fully think he meant to run away and get the lead that he did. He was just navigating the lap traffic so much better than everybody else that he built himself, I believe it was a 3.5-second lead before the yellow came out.
We'll have to watch here, though. Outside line got rolling on that last restart. A couple drivers gained some spots. Curious to see if that carries over now that we got some rubber on the track.
5 laps from the iRacing Halfway Award as we come into the iRacing restart zone with DeCare and Connor Jones flashing by the Whataburger speed shot to get us back underway.
Jones going to make it tough, but unable to try and take the lead on that restart from TJ DeCare. Car number 1 back to P number 1, where he has stayed all night long. Lapsevich, though, another great launch for him on this restart. Again, he fired off really well to start this race. Does he have a really good short run car? And how about Vito Kinsella? Again, that's a Rackley War entry, a throwback that he's running in that number 6 car on the inside, a throwback to Coach Kinsella, his grandfather, and doing his grandfather proud right now, trying to get that spot. It looks like he's going to be able to do it up to P4.
And here comes Brody Monahan in the 31. Remember, he started this race in 4th, and it was a hiccup by the car on the outside of row 2 that created one of the biggest storylines we've had so far tonight. Monahan had to drop to the rear. He's almost back up to where he started. This pass will get him in the top 5, and if he gets Kinsella, he'll go to 4th.
And again, I think that bottom lane starts to come in. Oh, a little bit of contact further back. 15 gets hit up. That's Case James that's able to save that race car. Got a little bit of a shot there from Ronnie Dallas Jr. in the 25. But, man, you look at the back half of this field, this looks like, you know, a full late model stock race where everybody's just on top of each other right now in the back half of the field.
Brody Gunter able to get the spot away from James as well. Evan McKnight in the 20 trying to capitalize on the unfortunate consequence that his teammate, trouble, got a crash off turn 4. Up towards the wall, it's the 7 of Jacob Bradley making his Cars Tour debut, and the Cop Motorsports number 83 of Bailey Curry has gone around.
And about the second weekend in a row that tire, the tire barrier at the pit road entry nearly had some contact there. That was a close call for Bailey Curry.
So Jacob Bradley, who did not race much in 2025, that was the idea, to give the focus to the business he established, which is Redhead Racing, one of the biggest Bandolero organizations in the country. Decided to kick things back up in 2026, partnered with Taylor Strickland Racing, and they have eyed this Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut for several months, and now the opportunity has presented itself. The good news is he does not appear to have too much cosmetic damage to that car. Try to piece together what happened here. And Harvick into the back of Bradley.
And again, not the same incident as the start as Harvick. He's able to cut back down just before making contact with Bradley. And Bailey Curry, he just gets tagged from Jeff Batten as they're all checking up and trying to anticipate where that 7 car is going to end up. Overall, could have been a much worse situation. But looked so much like the start of this race where everybody was just nose to tail. And again, that's a very difficult part of this racetrack to see those stack ups because, again, the spotter stand here at Hickory is right over basically where that is at the very top of the grandstands over in turn 4. There's not kind of a traditional spot here on the front straightaway where all those spotters are. So that's kind of a difficult area when those stack ups happen. It's a little harder to see and to call out.
So DeCare is going to have to endure another restart. This caution comes right at the halfway point of this race. So 50 laps still to go, with DeCare ahead of Connor Jones, Trayton Lapcevich, Brody Monahan back up to 4th. He has shown a lot of muscle in that car, having to work his way from the back of the field back up to where he qualified in that family-owned operation, with Vito Cancilla rounding out the top 5. Going to get at least one more lap before we see the choose potentially. Could be a couple of more. We talked about the 7 that was involved in that incident. The 83 at Bailey Curry. Unique reunion there from longtime pit crew member DJ Kopp, who also had a Truck Series team several years ago. Bailey was one of the first drivers for that Truck Series organization. And as Kopp Motorsports shifts to this Pro Late Model platform, they thought it would be rather fitting for their Cars Tour debut as an organization to tag the driver out of Driftwood, Texas. Bailey, who hasn't been doing that much racing so far this season, did start off his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut last year on the right foot, starting and finishing 2nd at Tri-County. He, too, appears to have gotten away from this incident without much damage and continues on at the tail end of the field.
And, Doug, I tend to wonder, we hear that, again, DeCare is saying on his radio per a report from James Pike that he's a little free off of 4, otherwise is good. I was talking to Justin Carroll earlier today, and, again, this was after the afternoon shower that we had that said, man, that, you know, we ended practice, the rain came, and now that kind of throws a wrench in everything. Then we go a little bit later, we have more rain that comes down, and now you're racing a lot later into the night. So I wonder what kind of challenge is that between you, your crew chief, trying to kind of wrap your head around how this car is going to drive, where you think the track's going to be, and then all of a sudden you kind of get all of that changing after you've already qualified.
Yeah, well, it makes it easy on the crew chief because they can't do anything. It's an impound race after qualifying, but I'll tell you what, if I think TJ just might be saying something to say something, because that car is on the rails. Like, watching him just absorb the bumps the way that everybody else is hitting the bumps and sliding or hitting the bumps and pushing. When he comes out of turn 4 and goes across these 2 big bumps right at the pit road entrance, it's just driving. It's exactly what you want here. He's definitely got the car to beat, and like I said, I haven't really seen too much of that free off from up here, but
race car drivers, they always got to find something, right?
Absolutely. Just got to keep the crew chief happy even when the car's good.
And how about DeCare? I mean, this is a young man who's been around the tour on the Pro Late Model side for several years, pretty much on and off for the most part throughout his tenure in the series, running it a bit part-time as you see the cleanup continuing on the back straightaway. But he finally cracked victory lane for the first time with second to last race in 2025. That was at Tri-County. And he's been able to kind of parlay that success into the limited chances he's had in 2026. This is only his 2nd start of the season. And in the first one, it was last time out at Wilkesboro, he finished 2nd. This kid is proving that he's got the pace and what it takes. He just needs opportunity. And Low Country Motorsports has given him that now for the 2nd race in a row. And it didn't take them long to click. And now with the Mike Garvey colors, they're only about 50 laps away from a victory together as a collective group, as we come to the choose with our SRI and Citrus Safe drone showing us who is picking where.
Well, again, you think what DeCare's been able to overcome. A couple of years ago, he was planning on running the full season with Highlands Motorsports, which they had just won the championship with Caden Quapple in this division, and then that team ends up kind of ceasing their operations in this series midway part through the year. So ever since then, it's kind of been these flashes of just being able to try and scrape together opportunities, whether it's with this team or Bryson Lopez Racing, where we've seen him run a couple of times. But like you said, Eric, he's somebody that the limited chances don't seem to faze him. He always takes advantage of those opportunities. Even if he's not getting the results, he's showcasing what he's able to do.
And he's done so with just about every group that he's been given a chance with. Tonight, it's the Low Country Motorsports team alongside Connor Jones in the 44. We're going to add a lap to the yellow here. Trayton Lapsevich and Monahan now in row number 2. And again, we are still at the official halfway point of this race. 50 laps to go with the late model stocks waiting in the wings for their 125 lapper, as we are about 15 minutes away from the top of the hour here, nearly 11 p.m. after a rain shower pushed us off a little bit. But our chief starter, Brandon Willard, gives the 1-to-go signal, and Decaire is going to have to see what he can do on this restart. So behind the front 4, you've got Vito Cancilla inside of row 3. Brody Gunter, another remarkable run for the young driver in the 0-1. And then it is the Rackley War Racing number 25 of Rodney Dowlis and Case James, your front 8. With Evan McKnight and Jack Baldwin rounding out your top 10. 50 laps to go. It's Decaire and Jones into the iRacing restart zone. Jones trying to roll the top. Lapsevich still has a fender inside for second as Decaire gets the lead, and Case James has a problem. Up the track and towards the wall with a flat left front tire. And the caution is going to come back out.
And again, that's an angle where it was going to be really difficult for him to have to turn that car straight left down into the pit lane. It's going to draw the caution here for that number 15. Again, was battling up for the 7th, 8th position. In fact, the window net's going to go down there for Case James.
Pretty significant damage to that left front. Wonder if it was big contact going into the corner, or perhaps the tire went down in a dramatic way to damage some of the bodywork there on the left front of that race car. But what a tough break for a driver who appeared to be poised to capitalize on the problems that the point leader had tonight. 4th in the championship standings, 33 markers out. Let's see what happened. Left side of your picture.
Oh. He gets a piece of the outside wall there. He was on the outside of Rodney Dowlis Jr. in the 25 car off of turn 2. And yeah, that's all she wrote.
I'm surprised it ripped up the left side of the car like that.
Yeah.
You see Case now looking for a chance to maybe limp that car back to the pit area. Heads up move by Jack Baldwin in the Harry Gant colors to be able to miss the car. You see the damage from the concrete on the right side, and the damage from Rodney Dowlis is what showed us some of the pictures we saw on the left front as James will limp that car back to the pit area. Just 1 week ago, he was in victory lane here at Hickory in a Legends car. Was trying to parlay some of that momentum to the pro, but his night may end here at the halfway mark. So, under our 3rd caution of the race for the pros, we'll step aside and come back to get the race back rolling here for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic.
Want an easy way to help take care of your vehicle? Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Z-Max Micro Lubricant is a DIY solution that pours into your fuel and oil. Z-Max proprietary molecules are uniquely small, so they literally soak into the metal, dispersing harmful carbon deposits. This improves horsepower, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Z-Max is good for your car, your wallet, and the environment. Can be used in newer used vehicles. Available at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Lessen the noise of the track, not the rush of the race. With Sound Gear, hearing protection solutions that lap the competition. Perfect for racers, crew, fans, or anyone who works or plays in loud places. Sound Gear, official hearing protection sponsor of Z-Max Cars Tour. Sound Gear, ready for anywhere sound is a problem.
Whataburger's coming in hot with a bold new chicken sandwich. We start with tangy red pepper cheese, topped with our new crispy chicken breast, and drizzled with sweet hot honey. It's the new Hot Honey Crisp What a Chicken Sandwich. Just don't get lost in the sauce. Savor it for a limited time at What a Burger. Come one, come y'all.
Future champions and racing icons. The Cars Tour puts them all on the same.
Getting set for the restart here for the pro late models. It is still TJ Decaire and Connor Jones as they will come back into the iRacing restart zone. Still 50 laps to go.
Jones going to take a little bit of a wide arc, but just cannot get the power down. Decaire has been so smooth and so strong all night long. again, it can be difficult restarting on that bottom lane, low air pressures and all, but he's been able to get it done. But how about Brody Monahan trying to complete his drive from the front to the back and back to the front of the field, side by side now with Trayton Lapsevich for third, and that number 31 car is Brody Monahan.
And we almost had a big one as we got caution on the racetrack now. And it was Rodney Dallas and James Seawright who got together on the front stretch. And it may have dropped some debris on the racetrack, looking to see if there may be a car in turns 1 and 2, but definitely contact between Dallas and Seawright down the home stretch. And Seawright is not happy. Just watch the 5 put Dallas into the wall, and here's Dallas now back up alongside. And you can see the noticeable damage. At one point, it looked like Seawright had the hood completely up on the car. He brings it to pit road. But definitely a unique situation here in what almost resulted in a pretty wild ride to turn 1 for one or both of those drivers.
Yeah, the right rear quarter panels kicked in pretty well for Rodney Dallas Jr. And remember that, you know, that probably stems from that contact he had off at 2 with Case James. Looks like they're going to bring the field to a stop. Again, you mentioned some of that debris that may have fallen, and I think they want to assess the track, make sure that, you know, nothing fell from this recent contact.
There's also several cars out there that are missing front-end body work, and the report came in from James Pike down trackside. There was some concern that Keelan Harvick may think he has a hole in the radiator. Watch the 5 and 25.
Yeah, they just kind of get hooked together and never get off of each other. And Seawright just gets the worst end of it.
I mean, obviously it's just racing. It's not like the 25 meant to put him up there, but when you're in the cockpit of the 5 car right there, you can't tell. It just looks like he's running you up the track, and you're like, what did I do? This guy won't get off of me. And then you're hooked together, and before you know it, your night's over.
And it looked like Seawright tried to send a message, if possible, going down into the next corner. And then the contact continued under the caution flag, as you see Dallas car sitting under this red-yellow condition right now, with Seawright going back to the pit area.
I think Luke Baldwin, he was trying to get a lap back or so. Again, the timing and scoring hasn't really caught up to where that 47 car is. I think you're right that maybe they had damage where the transponder fell off. So, I mean, he's officially scored on our monitor as having only completed a lap. He's been out there much longer than that. And I think they were coming to the red flag. He was trying to maybe get the free pass, and they kind of got trapped up there when they decided to throw the red.
So look at our field of cars from our SRI and CitraSafe drone under another red-yellow condition, which means the teams that are on the pit lane have the opportunity to perform work on their cars as necessary, as Jeff Batten has been able to get himself back to the pit area as well under this caution. The same can be said for Palmer Haig and a couple of other competitors who have been involved in some issues. So we will step aside once more, hear from Hickory. Hard to believe that we still have 49 laps left to go in this race. TJ DeCare still out in front, looking for career win number 2 at Hickory. Welcome back to the Hickory Motor Speedway. We see Caden Honeycutt electing to take advantage of this red-yellow condition to come back down for additional repairs to his car. We did get official word that while we were watching what was happening with James Seawright and Rodney Dowlis, Jeff Batten had spun down to the apron of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2, went through the grass, kicked up a lot of mud and dirt onto the pavement. That's the reason for this red-yellow, as the cleanup crew is taking a really close look at that portion of the racetrack to assure that it is in fact clean and ready to conclude this Pro Late Model portion of our race. For updates down trackside, we will join James Pike.
It's been a busy place under pit road, under this red flag. Eric and Blake and Doug. James Seawright came down to get his Hettinger racing machine fixed after being involved in that incident. A lot of duct tape going on the front end of that machine. I think in the meantime, maybe the bigger story, Connor Jones is fighting power steering issues, running up in second at this point. So fighting an ill-handling race car at this stage. And beyond that, Case James, after he got involved in the incident over in turn 4, they came down, they replaced the left front tire and cleared some of the damaged fender around that part of his machine, and he sent the Nighthawk Frozen Foods vehicle back out on the racetrack since.
Thanks, Pike. And Connor is somebody who doesn't just have 49 laps to go. He's going to run a late model stock car too as well. If there really is a power steering problem with that car that he's going to try to muscle to the end, he's going to be feeling the effects of that when he gets back in the car for the late model stock 125 lapper.
I was about to say there's probably, a list of 2 or 3 tracks that you just would not want your power steering to go out. I bet Langley, because you're always constantly in a turn there, and then Hickory is probably right up there with how rough. I mean, a lot of drivers talk about it. It's like riding a roller coaster out there with the bumps and how rough this place can be. And I think, again, he's happy that we're having some of these breaks right now. Again, you're sitting in a hot race car, but I think his arms could use a little bit of a rest.
Yeah, I mean, it's bittersweet for him right now with power steering issues, because at least he doesn't have to do anything. But
still got a shot to win.
He does have a shot to win. And I'll tell you what, he's keeping TJ honest on these restarts, because he's getting better and better on the top. And I half wonder if the top's just coming in or if he's getting more comfortable. But now TJ has all the water on the bottom of the racetrack where he's been, getting the best restarts all night.
And the track crew's doing everything they can to clean up that area. But, of course, sometimes enough is not always enough when it comes to those types of circumstances. So that's a great point, Doug. TJ may be faced with something that he hasn't really had to endure much so far tonight, should he choose the bottom for the upcoming restart.
And again, a lot of water fell over the course of the day here, so you're kicking up a lot of mud at that juncture. And if anything, it's a lot better than it's been in the past at Hickory Motor Speedway. When you look, especially at the infield, again, they got a repaving job done over the last couple of years. So there's not near as much grass and mud in that area when we have these types of situations, but still, at least on the inside of the racetrack, if you get down there, we've seen in the past that sometimes you can get stuck or you can just kick up a bunch onto the racetrack. So, again, trying to make sure that, we see a lot of side-by-side racing and guys having to exit low off of turn 2 sometimes. The last thing you want is some mud out there when these guys have fought so hard through the opening part of this race.
We know it's a late night if you're watching tonight's race live on the FloRacing 24/7 channel. We hope you're enjoying the show. We still got 49 laps to go in this race and 125 laps for late model stock cars, delayed by some inclement weather. But if you scan the QR code on your screen right now, you will have access to thousands of races on a year-long cadence, whether it be dirt, pavement, drag racing. In fact, FloUp's a lot of their two-wheel racing as of late. They got a lot of motocross-style action coming up over the next few months as well. Everything in between, and many other sport options as well. Again, if you scan that code or visit FloRacing.com, you will have access to some of the best motorsports and sports content available. And as I promised, just about every night you'll have something to watch, even through the months where it seems like the racing slate is rather light. You'll see everything from barn races, from indoor midget races, as far as, the Chili Bowl Nationals and everything in between. FloRacing always has something going on, and it's the best bang for your buck if you're a race fan.
Heck, it's not just racing. I was watching Flo marching earlier. The DCI World Championships taking place this weekend. I've been tuning into that all week. And again, you get that with your FloRacing subscription. Flo Hockey has the AHL. Again, there's so much more than you get just in the racing, which is a lot in and of itself. But again, we appreciate everybody both on FloRacing and on the myriad of ways we're broadcasting tonight's race for tuning in. We hope you like what you see at the end of this race. And, of course, the late model stocks coming up as well as the yellow flag is back out. It appears Rodney Dallas Jr. will need the help of a push truck to get going. And as I said with Baldwin, he was in the process of taking the lucky dog that first time around and eventually got caught back up to the field. He kind of got trapped up there when everybody angled their cars to the bottom, but he eventually got his lap back. Again, we'll try to keep touch with exactly where he's being scored because, again, he was back out on the racetrack when we went back green on lap 1, but he's not being shown that on timing and scoring at the moment.
We see this often after we have a red or red-yellow condition. It may take a bit of assistance to get a car to refire. That appears to be the case for Rodney Dallas Jr., and off he goes. Despite some of the battle scars on both sides of that race car at the time of the caution, Rodney was scored in 8th. The highlight of his season so far, the incredible run that he had earlier this year at Caraway, where he was able to finish in 2nd spot after starting 4th, appeared to be in contention to win that race before a late restart violation, as Dallas from Long Island, New York, continues to try to work his way closer up towards the front of the pack. You see our field courtesy of our SRI and CitraSafe Cleaners drone, and tip of the cap to our partners at CitraSafe. You pretty much see them in just about every vector and facet of motorsports available, and they certainly jump in a big way here to help us provide some of these sights and images and giving us a unique vantage point of these cars. And you could really see just some of those trouble spots should we have more cars get off into the grass, how it could really dirty up the racing surface as they continue to follow the field around before we get to the choose, which is happening now. So it is DeCare who is going to pick the bottom, and Connor Jones is going to elect the top, as they have for the last several restarts.
And one thing Connor Jones was doing that last restart, I kind of want to see if he's able to do the same here, being able to roll into that restart. One of the few benefits of being on the outside is that, again, it's the longer way around the corner, so you can carry just a little bit more speed if you're trying to stay pace with that leader into the restart zone to really make sure you're on your door and you're kind of matching, perhaps even going just a little bit faster than what that leader is doing in the restart zone. And all it takes is being able to stay on his outside attitude to be able to stay there.
I don't even think he needs to be on the outside of him through 2. He just needs to be in front of him, or at least have a nose on him in the center of the corner. You see how wet it is down there. If I'm the outside car here, I'm trying to put TJ DeCare in the water. I'm dead serious. I'm putting him in the water. I'm going to make him lose the handling of that race car, because TJ has done a lot of passing tonight, but none of them has been for position.
And, you know, you just got to hope it doesn't wash him up into the side of that 44.
That's a possibility.
So the fans come back to their feet. 49 to go. DeCare and Jones into the iRacing restart zone. A great launch for the 1.
Oh, no.
Monahan doesn't get going again. Oh, my. An unfortunate mistake for Brody Monahan, who is electing to restart on the bottom this time, and it has collected Rodney Dallas, Colton Hale, Vito Cancilla. That's a pair of Rackley War cars that were swept up in this one. Case James for the 2nd time tonight. And just as we eclipse the halfway point of this race, the way that it started, with a mistake by the number 31 car, it apparently has cost a couple of other machines past the midway point in a very similar style crash in the same spot of the racetrack.
Only difference is that it was in the bottom lane this time rather than the top. And again, it's right as you're kind of coming up on this concrete patch that's on the front stretch where you can see that shift is happening from 3rd to 4th, and it's basically the exact same spot, just different lane that the first mistake happened.
And again, just nowhere to go if you're stuck on the bottom lane. I guess this time you kind of did have a lane to poke out, but you're focused yourself on getting in the gears, getting in the 4th gear, and gosh, I mean, it's just not making any friends tonight. But I half wonder how much of it at this point is just mental, because I guarantee you since the first start, he's been thinking about it. And so when it doesn't come natural, it sometimes just doesn't come at all in this situation.
Saw Ben Mack in the 13 get a piece of this. Palmer Haig had to come to a stop. Dylan Garner also involved. Case James has climbed from his car. And there he is walking back to the pit area. And the last remaining car yet to roll is the number 25 of Rodney Dallas, who required a push to get back underway. And What appeared to be a potential night to optimize on the misfortune of the points leader is going to end about 49 laps shy of the checkers, with James walking back to decompress with his team.
And again, I think that with the emphasis on just late model racing in general now, how fast the teams have gotten, how competitive they've gotten, how close the speeds are between one another, restarts are where you make your magic and where you're able to make the biggest difference. So I feel like especially these young drivers that are running a pro, but even the late model stock cars, you know, those are the opportunities that you get. You could spend 15 laps trying to get by somebody, and that makes up one spot. Whereas if you get one really good restarter, your lane gets rolling, you know, you can make up 3 or 4 spots. And so there's such a big emphasis being put on just being able to get up to speed. And again, it just restarts have never been more important in racing than they are right now.
James Pike has been monitoring the radio with the 31. Brody reported something didn't quite feel right. The crew came back with some advice on what he needs to do to hone in on the task at hand. Remember, Monahan came into this night 6th in points, coming off his 3rd top 10 finish of the season. His best result of the year so far, 4th at Caraway. Also has a World Series of Asphalt win at a Pro Late Model and a win at his home track, New London Waterford Speed Bowl, in June earlier this season. Watch the 31, second car to the inside lane. And Blake, you're right. It's almost as soon as he hit that concrete patch with that right rear tire is when the hiccup started.
And that's just the part where, and again, you're only shifting one gear. You're going from 3rd to 4th. You're not, you know, down in 2nd and having to go up to 3rd and up to 4th gear. You're just pulling it back, and especially with the way these gear ratios are, it's a really quick launch out of 3rd, and then basically as they pass the start-finish line, which again is a little bit in front of where that flag stand is.
Some tragic irony for the Setzer Racing and Development team. Evan McKnight was able to drive away from the crash, but he sustained some pretty heavy front-end damage, as his teammate Mason Walters did on the first stack-up we had on a start or restart. Dallas got pushed back while Case James is going up on the hook in what has been a wild start to the night for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic. We are under yet another red flag. We'll come back for the restart with TJ DeCare still out in front here at Hickory. See the number 31 of Brody Monahan after a brief discussion with the Cars Tour officials. This is unfortunately the second incident that has unfolded with Monahan having an issue getting up to speed on the restart that collected several cars and drew another red-yellow condition. There's still 49 laps to go in this race. TJ DeCare has led them all from the pole, but it has certainly been a night full of carnage that started off a few hours late after intense rain showers came through the area. And we have yet to see the number 31 car return to the racetrack yet, so we'll wait on official word there to see what the state may be for the driver out of Waterford, Connecticut. On the other side of the spectrum, DeCare in this Mike Garvey throwback, specifically throwing it back to the colors that Mike wore back in 2001. That year, Mike won at what is the now defunct USA International Raceway. DeCare trying to bring it back to victory lane for the first time in several years for someone who has helped sculpt this young man into the driver and person that he is today. And he's done a great job holding off pro late model and late model stock veteran Connor Jones and Trayton Lapsevich, who round out your top three for now. Avoiding some of the carnage that took place on this last attempt at a restart, Brody Gunter up to third, Jack Baldwin. Check that, Gunter to fourth, Jack Baldwin fifth, and Caden Honeycutt right now is the sixth car in line on the racetrack on the lead lap as they'll come to the choose.
Yeah, there's a couple cars, Honeycutt being one of them, that they're damaged and they're definitely beaten up, but because, again, we had the high side stack up on lap one, it was the inside lane that last time, so it's just been a lot of cars that have been wrapped up in everything. James Seawright right there in the number 5, along with Caden Honeycutt, kind of right there in that, 5th or 6th position. They have a couple of beat-up cars, but really it's just the top 5 that I can look out the window and just, they look like they haven't been skirmished tonight. Pretty much everybody else has been involved in something.
Official word from officials is that the 31 who was getting kicked back to the rear is still out on the racetrack, Brody Monahan, and it was a relative stern warning from officials about the mistakes on the restart. So Monahan is going to get a really good chance here to try it again, as he will be the last car up on the top side of that outside lane in what has been a very rough night for the talented driver out of Connecticut. So half a lap away from getting this race back going. Feels like this is about the 4th restart attempt with either 50 or 49 laps to go. But the front row has been the same. It's DeCare inside, Jones outside, Lapsevich third in the 30, and Brody Gunter trying to shuck the field in one of his early starts. We're through the iRacing restart zone, and Jones is still alongside as they go to 1.
And by the way, whoever leads this lap gets the... no, trouble in 1 and 2! Huge damage for Jack Baldwin. As the caution is out, Brody Gunter is involved as well, and Jacob Bradley hard into the outside wall.
And Gunter restarted outside of row 2, Baldwin inside of row number 3. And unfortunately for Brody, who we were talking about making select starts, this is only the 5th start of his career and was running 4th. And not sure if the 33 may have hit one of those wet patches and came up, or if the 01 came down. But more trouble for front-running drivers here in this pro late model race at Hickory. So there is the number 33 car of Jack Baldwin.
I think there was a little contact before that started. Yeah. You saw Gunter get out of shape. Was that from, it may have been 54 of Honeycutt.
It almost looked like the right rear of Jack's car was like hopping. Probably off the front of Caden's car. I don't. That looked awkward.
You see Jack bringing that car to the attention of the crew. Both he and his brother Luke ran in the Smart Modified race at Pulaski County last night. Unfortunately for Jack, the shifter broke on his car, had to retire early. Luke, however, was able to salvage a 4th place effort on a strong night. It appeared as though they were going to have a reversal of fortunes this evening, with Luke getting caught up in the opening lap crash and Jack running in the top 5. But now it's Jack's turn to step underneath the black cloud that has been over most of the field so far here tonight as they survey the damage. Let's look at it one more time. Watch the 33. And from that vantage point, I don't know if the 01 came down a little bit too tight. Really hard to tell.
Yeah.
And again, that's kind of the point in the corner where if you're on the bottom, you're trying to build up a run. If you go in a little high, you're able to cut down and carry a lot of speed at that point. Yeah, I mean,
I think he came down.
Yeah, you're kind of fighting for the same piece of real estate. If you dip those left side tires over those bottom hash marks, you're not leaving that guy on the bottom a lot of space to try and operate for. You're asking a lot out of them to keep it down there, not bounce it off the apron and make any contact.
Yeah, and limited room. The apron's still wet.
Yeah.
It's about 25 minutes ago that happened, but it's still wet. So, it's not like Jack had a lot of space to move down the track and try and give him the space that it took to come down the hill.
So a lesson learned potentially for the driver out of Starkey, Florida, who is going to get a chance to rejoin the race. The car that got the free pass this last time by, Keelan Harvick, getting a wave around from the pace car. So Keelan's going to get a chance to make up one of his laps here on the night with that car that is certainly very modified compared to the competition, but he is back on the lead lap in 16th.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of hugs and friendly conversation after this one's over. Not a lot of friendships being made tonight. Not really too many cars that haven't hit each other tonight. I think the only two that haven't are your top three.
TJ DeCare, Connor Jones, Trayton Lapsevich amongst those three. We'll see officially how it scored because Honeycutt kind of scurried on by that one.
Oh, he's stopping for fuel.
And yeah, with the amount of laps that we've run, we're kind of thinking and I think trying to be proactive about the fact that, yeah, fuel could be a concern. Yeah. So giving these teams the opportunity to come down and be able to make sure that that's not going to be a factor in the last 50 laps of this race.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this race pretty much got underway around 10 p.m. According to the elapsed time that we have at our disposal, we're over about an hour and 10 minutes. And, the officials did tell these drivers kind of proactively to make sure that they topped off on fuel. I think this is a bit of an insurance stop. Even if some of those elected not to or chose not to, this will kind of level that playing field and lessen the likelihood of us having a few more restart stack-ups for different reasons.
So I know the car store has a set lap count of how many caution laps they'll run until they throw a fuel stop. So I guess this is the first time that it's actually happened. So whether that was 45 or 35 laps, like they've crossed it, now they're starting to worry about fuel. And I'm a little jealous personally because I've ran out of fuel twice this year. So I wish that we kind of had this in place at Langley and Wake. But, they're reaping the benefits of my mistakes now.
Well, we see that the team's been given a thumbs up for them to top off the tanks for this final stretch run, which still 49 laps to go. I've lost count if this will be the third or fourth time we've tried to restart with 49 to go. Maybe two at 50, 2 with 49. I'm somewhere in between, but nevertheless, there's still a good bit of racing left to go. And the late model stocks are still waiting in the wings. We still got another 125 laps still to come. And most of the fans here at Hickory, despite the weather delay, they're still here enjoying themselves to see how it all unfolds. We'll step aside one more time. Come on back to see how the Pro Lane models finish it out here at Hickory. Welcome back here as we see the officials electing to bring the Pro Late Model drivers down for a bit of top-off of fuel for the final stretch run of the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic for the Pro Late Models. Late Model stock cars still waiting in the wings as we have just 49 circuits remaining with our pole sitter TJ DeCare still at the front of the field. And some decisions have been made by officials in terms of how the rest of this race is going to unfold. We are going to go single file restarts for the remainder of the Pro Late Model contest. So a bit of a throwback there to when we used to see that in several, if not all, of the stock car series, mostly on the national scale. But nevertheless, it will be single file restarts for the remainder of the Pro Late Model portion of our program. After we have seen several restart jam-ups, I think we're working about 5 or 6 in a row here with some of these competitors, so we'll see how that shakes things up.
Yeah, I just want to see who's going to win $500 for the iRacing halfway lap leader, or we've gotten a couple of attempts at it, but just have not been able to make it work. But a lot going on down trackside here that James Pike has a couple updates for us here with everything going on.
Yeah, you can imagine the pit road was a busy place under this red flag. Everybody getting fuel. Few updates with some of the top drivers. Trayton Lapsevich was a little bit free on that last green flag run. Also talked to some of the Carroll Speed Shop crew regarding how Connor Jones was doing. He said that power steering issue. They said he's sort of being okay. But maybe the best visual from this red flag, Luke Baldwin of the Bryson Lopez Motorsports machine. We know that he's certainly not one that is lost for words, not afraid to be a bit of a chatterbox. And towards the end of that break, he was sitting in his car, and if you've ever seen somebody sort of bumping up and down in a go-kart, he was effectively doing the same thing under the red. He said, let's go, I want to race, let's make it happen. So Luke ready to get back after it for these final 50 laps, and I imagine there are a lot of drivers here that probably have that kind of enthusiasm too, but maybe none more animated than Luke Baldwin.
Well, I'd be acting like that if my car looks like that, and I was running 6. Now, again, and we did check with officials under this latest break, because, again, he had the transponder knocked off. Again, he was airborne earlier in this race, and yet here he is. The transponder's knocked off, but he was able to get his lap back. He is lined up in the 6th position, so in terms of the graphics and timing and scoring, he's not going to be up there, but he's going to have the old-fashioned, and they'll have to go back in a post-race review and make sure that he is scored properly. Now, we had something similar happen to Sam Butler at Wake County. They went back, reviewed that race. If you watch the highlights for that race, he was battling for the 3rd position. Wasn't officially given that spot at the end of the night, but they went back a couple days later, confirmed that that was the case, and they ended up rewarding him his position. So Baldwin may not be in 6th in the electronics, but he's soldiering on with a pretty damaged race car.
Certainly one of the best in class in terms of those missing a lot of body panels on their race cars. However, Caden Honeycutt, not as much damage, but certainly a good bit of damage as they've continued to kind of massage that right front all race long. We saw some of the blue tape there on the underside go on earlier. They massaged a little bit more to maybe keep his hope of winning 4 straight Pro Late Model races with the Cars Tour alive, and hoping to parlay that into what could be his 3rd straight sweep for something that has never been done up until he did it 2 rounds ago at Ace Speedway. So Honeycutt sees the race leader, sees the chance at continuing his run, but he's still got a little bit of work to do.
And they put the lights off on the HendrickCars.com pace car, but single file restarts, that's a big change when you talk about how this race is going to play out. Obviously, you don't have to choose. That's a big part of it. But also for these drivers, many of them young, they've been doing double file restarts since they were running at the quarter mile at Charlotte Motor Speedway in a Legends car. They're not doing a lot of single file restarts. So the visual and where everybody's lined up, I mean, TJ DeCare, honestly, he has a lot of control here. He can run a little bit higher, and everybody kind of has to run in line or run a little bit lower on the racetrack. So he has a little bit of responsibility in how this is gonna play out as well.
I wouldn't be getting too comfortable if I was TJ. Connor has been inching up to better and better restarts, and he was actually alongside of him down the backstretch for the first time all night. And now he's probably wishing that it wasn't single file restarts, but now he's in the position where he can, put the bumper to TJ if it comes down to it. But one thing with TJ, he was complaining about the handling of the race car and being free off. Putting fuel on old tires is only going to make that drastically worse.
So that's definitely something we got to keep an eye on here with 49 to go. So a single file restart upcoming for the first time in a long time. TJ DeCare, Connor Jones, Trayton Lapsevich in the iRacing restart zone. And the Congo line gets us back rolling with Jones on the bumper, washes up a little bit wide in the middle of the corner, and DeCare gets a perfect launch off too.
Again, we've heard from race officials that is for the remainder of the pro late model race only. We go back double file when we get to the late model stock cars. As finally TJ DeCare comes around, he'll collect $500 as the iRacing halfway lap leader and trying to stretch out this advantage over Connor Jones to maybe 2 car lengths or so. But I gotta say, Caden Honeycutt, that 4th position, that car is fired off really well after this break. And again, not only is fuel the way that these drivers were able to get to the end, and that was the concern, but you can use that a little bit as a handling adjustment as well for these cars.
Absolutely. And maybe I'm wrong, because TJ DeCare's car still looks like it's on the rails. You know, maybe I was right earlier when I was saying he was just saying it to say it, to give his crew chief some sort of feedback, but that thing has unlimited turn. And to be honest, the only other car I see turning nearly as well is the 54 of Caden Honeycutt.
And that's with the hood buffeting around on the front end of this 54 car, which we touched on it earlier, but both of Caden's rides tonight, not necessarily a throwback to a certain or particular scheme, but I would say a tip of the cap to someone who's going to be a throwback driver for several years to come in terms of honoring and remembering. Caden wanted to take this opportunity to spotlight the Bundle of Joy Fund, the foundation set up by Kyle Busch and his wife Samantha. Of course, we lost Kyle back in May, and Honeycutt said, you know what, instead of wrapping the car up in something that is specific to another driver or team, I want to do something unique and special, and he did it for both cars, and he's doing a great job right now as we flash back here on Luke Baldwin, who, yes, is up in the top 10. Evan McKnight, who's just behind him. Vito Cancilla, many cars with battle scars, all battling for spots. And the 83 of Bailey Curry, that car looks relatively clean. Don't forget, he spun earlier in the race, but that's one of the best-looking race cars out here in this fight.
And if I could point out one thing, Connor Jones is not going away. TJ is not being able to get the lead that he's had all night. As you can see, Connor is just lower on corner exit, and I'm half wondering if now that they got some laps and some heat in the tires, if TJ's handling starting to go away.
And kind of the contrast, again, this is kind of a big separation between what we see right here on screen. Again, Luke Baldwin kind of holding on and fending off. I would kind of almost call it the second pack of cars, many of which have been battered and mangled throughout this day. You can see a big slide that he had off of turn 4 there. Really, really loose. But again, a lot of teams that are fighting, soldiering on. Again, a lot of these drivers, they may not be in the driver's standings, but they're representing teams that are competing for the Owners' Championship as well.
Also getting to the point in this race where some of these cars are going to start to see some ill-handling effects after being on the racetrack for so long, as is the cadence with these Pro Late models, is Brody Monahan, who again had dropped to the rear caution. Got a yellow flag out on the racetrack with 37 laps to go. Can't quite see from our vantage point as our SRI and CitraSafe drone gives us a full look at the racing property, which leads us to believe there is possibly some debris on the racetrack, but we will wait for official word.
Again, it wouldn't surprise me. We have a lot of cars that are dragging dragging quarter panels, dragging fenders. May be out of our vantage point right now, or they may be looking to clean up an area of the racetrack.
There it is.
As the track crew heads out, a couple of cars dive into the pit lane already, including Ben Mack and Jack Baldwin. So caution for debris here, now with under 40 laps to go.
I'm honestly surprised they called a caution for something that far out of the groove with the amount of cautions that we've had tonight. It finally looked like we were about to have our first green flag run since the first caution, but I don't know, man. Everybody's getting a lot of practice on shifting tonight now.
Good job by our camera crew to catch that piece of debris up there in turn number 1. That is, in fact, the piece they are retrieving as the work continues for Jack Baldwin and company.
Connor Jones has put himself in a great position where he's kept TJ honest all night. And maybe TJ used a little bit too much of his race car early on when he had that giant lead. Maybe the fuel is playing a factor and his handling's going away, but Connor Jones has just been consistently fast all night, and now it's getting down to the point where the bumper is going to come out to play at some point if he can't get a nose on him or something. You know what I mean? Like, he had all of his opportunities on the restarts, but now those are gone. all you're staring at is the back bumper of the guy you need to beat for the lead. And I forgot, he's also got his power steering issues, and he's still making the best laps on the track consistently right now.
And for Connor, who is someone who said that he's gone into this year, with a different approach to racing this season, as we'll try to see if we could figure out where this debris came from. There's James Seawright on by in that 5 car. Oh, there it is. May have very well come off that 5, and boom, that's Luke Baldwin who kicked it up towards the wall.
Okay, so I stand mistaken. That's why they threw the caution. It wasn't sitting up there by itself. Somebody ran it over.
But back to Connor Jones, someone who obviously, in I would say the first handful of years that he was competing at a high level at a position where he was threatening to win races, he did develop a bit of a reputation as someone who was exceptionally aggressive. And he came out publicly and said that was something that he was hoping to curb as he began to find more success and win several Cars Tour events, although he's still looking for his first win in a pro. Not sure how willing he's going to be aggressive here, but we're about to find out because the pace car is off and we're into the iRacing restart zone. Decaire up through the gears. Jones within about a half a car length as they go to 1, but Decaire wraps the bottom so well to have a car length and a half plus at the end of the back straightaway.
And again, it's really easy in these pros, especially off at 2, to kind of track all the way out to the wall and use every bit of the racetrack. But I think Doug, you pointed it out, just how good that that 1 car is just able to turn off the bottom and be able to keep that car pinned low as he gets back to the gas. Again, he's still complaining that he's just a little bit free off the exit, but I feel like that turn in his race car is really helping him out.
Yeah, and just taking the low line like that through the corner, you're not going as fast. You don't have to carry an arc or anything. You can carry a ton of speed on the bottom, and he's by far the lowest on the restarts. And, Connor is not going away, but these restarts are providing the buffer that TJ needs to hold the lead.
35 to go now for Decaire as we see Honeycutt continuing to pressure Trayton Lapsevich here in the 30, but a little bit further back. It is all the wounded race cars, plus Brody Monahan in the 31, trying to sort out who's going to finish up here towards the top 5 as Monahan gets to the flat and saves it.
It's a big moment right there and a great save for Brody Monahan right now, just trying to complete this fight. Again, he's all the way back up to the driver that we were just talking about up in 6, Luke Baldwin. And again, has been able to make some passes with relative comfort when he's been able to kind of cleanly make those moves.
And remember, Baldwin not necessarily showing on the timing and scoring ticker as we see Keelan Harvick move up to 8th. It's Baldwin who's just ahead of him there. And look at this fender rub. I believe we both saw this at the same moment there, Doug. We saw a big puff of smoke. This is on the 5 of James Seawright, and that is leaning heavily on that left front.
And that doesn't look like it's going away anytime soon, especially with the air pushing down on the front of the nose like that. It's only going to get worse. And with the amount of damage that they currently have, I as a spotter, would be considering saving the race car right here. You don't need to lose a race car cutting the left front tire for 20th or whatever this is.
Vito Cancilla, he just brought his car into the pit under green. They're going to go to work, and it looks like they're going to jack up the left-hand side of that car, but we stay green as he was able to get safely into the pit area.
And for the 5 of Seawright, who has now been caught by Evan McKnight and Brody Monahan, who's trying to do his back to the front dance for the second time tonight in that 31 car. Seawright, who has had flashes of brilliance just outside the top 10 in points, but still looking for his first top 10 of this season. That's one of the reasons why he may be holding his breath that that car lasts another 28 laps, but that's a long ways with that much damage.
Yeah, and you hope that that's going to clear, but every lap by, I'm sure the officials are kind of looking at it and monitoring. If that smoke is getting worse, you're hoping that it's eventually going to clear itself, but it's looking like right now that it's not really going away. It's not getting much worse, but it's not really getting much better either. And you hope that eventually that will show signs of improvement. You can see that's a lot right there, especially on the straightaway.
As long as it's smoking, it's not getting any better.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if anything, it looks like it's getting worse.
Yeah.
And all Evan McKnight could do is try to see if he has anything to get by before something catastrophic may happen, as we are in the final quarter distance of this race. Seawright with a slip, McKnight with a good run. They'll try to cover the spot as they go to 3. Monahan sets up high. This all going on for 5th spot, well behind Honeycutt, who is about a straightaway clear in 4th. Good rebound night for McKnight. after he had the 30th place effort at North Wilkesboro following mechanical problems, sustained damage on the restart stack up halfway through the race. Now trying to get back up into the top 5 as we check in on TJ DeCare, who has set sail.
Yeah, and again, you're not missing much up front. DeCare continuing that. Really just give him 3 or 4 laps, and then that car just takes off in terms of pace. You can see that gap's already built up to about 1.5 seconds. But again, I think this is the biggest obstacle standing between him and Cookout Victory Lane. Is this left front of Seawright going to continue to get worse? Is he going to be able to make it to the end of this before having a problem?
And with DeCare now having a 2-second lead, I bet he's hoping that somehow Seawright does make it to the end, or decides to give up the ghost as that car continues to trail smoke from that left front. And how patient is McKnight going to be as the bumper tag accordion's about 3 cars deep, with Harvick now joining the fight as well. Talk about never give up for Keelan Harvick in the top 10 despite the race car looking like that.
And one thing to note, think of how much of a fight he put up when he was going a lap down. How many cars he probably kept behind him that might have been faster that were also a lap down to put himself in a position to get the lucky dog back. And he's driving that modified looking Pro late model, and you know he's made a lot of ground here.
Coming up on the back here of Jack Baldwin, who remains a bit off the pace after they tried to get the damage repaired on that 33 car. He is in fact a lap down. Caution, got trouble, big trouble over in turn number 1.
Goodness.
Rodney Dowless has completely lost the back end of that race car. What happened?
And where's the back of the car?
Brody Gunter, the other car involved in what is definitely a dramatic incident on the approach to turn 1.
Something gnarly had to have happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the tire marks of how that all took place.
And the door is almost pulled down towards the asphalt, so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's on top of somebody when we see a replay here. I wish I had taken a better look at what that car looked like before that. I know he had a bunch of damage, but I don't think it looked anywhere near that bad.
Here's a look coming down the front stretch.
Oh, he did climb him. Wow.
So Gunter hopped over the left rear, landed on the rear deck lid of the 25, and rode it all the way up to the wall.
I half wonder, was this for position?
I believe it was. Looks as though when they were running at the time of the crash, Dallas was 12th, Gunter 13th.
I just half wonder if the 25 had so much damage, maybe he was trying to let the 01 go, because he came down the middle of the straightaway there. So it doesn't take much to get a car launching, especially if you make contact with the tire, and that's exactly what happened.
Remarkable to see that much damage to the race car. The good news is it appears that both drivers are okay. The tow truck is going to get set to retrieve at least one of these machines in what has been a long and wacky night for the pros here in the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic, with still 18 laps to go in this race.
Look at the rear of the greenhouse.
Yeah.
The rear of the greenhouse is completely split in half.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
And you mentioned the driver's door being kind of peeled downward. Now we know why. That was when the front of Brody's car kind of landed almost in the window net of where that tire happened to stop once he climbed up over that left rear.
Been there.
Recently.
Really recently.
Again, it's just incredible that these cars, a couple thousand pounds, and they just lift in the air like a feather sometimes when they jump up. And great to see Dallas again communicating, and
he's asking for a push. It looks like.
Yeah, there's nothing to push.
There's no push coming, buddy.
No. And I think that's part of the reason they're trying to decide, okay, like, what are we going to hook up to pull this car away?
I mean, at this point, I think you just push in the clutch and let it roll down the banking,
well,
just like this. Yeah. Is he still driving that car, or is that just free rolling? Definitely a night to forget.
I mean, you could see the fuel neck from, where the fuel filler was hooked. I mean, kind of hanging from where the plug-in would be up to the fuel cell. I mean, that's rather scary looking.
Yeah, I don't know if I would tow that anymore. You don't want that sparking.
Thanks to our friends at SRI and Citrus Safe Cleaners for providing us these unique shots to survey the damage of the Rackley War number 25, another driver who was hoping to close the gap in terms of the championship. He was 8th in points, making his 19th career start, and he joins the list of those who are going to see their night end in a very spectacular way here at Hickory. And there's Brody Gunter out of the car. Remember, he was running up in the top 5 at one point. However, was swept up in a spin just about in the same portion of the racetrack. Now sees his night come to an early close with 18 still to go, in hopes that we could possibly see him once more or more before the season ends.
The other thing, too, thinking about this impact, is that you're going up into turn 1, and yes, there is banking here at Hickory Motor Speedway, but it's definitely not one of the more high banked ovals that we go to, so there's not as much as we would typically have at some of these places to be able to slow you down. Again, you have 14 degrees of banking, but you're transitioning off of 8 from the front straightaway, so it's easy to maintain your speed here and not a ton to try and slow you down before you hit that wall pretty hard. And great to see both of those drivers able to climb out, because that was pretty scary.
Well, we have torn up a lot of cars here tonight for several different reasons. And unfortunately for Brody, who, as we mentioned, is Legend Car graduate who moved up to this style of racing not that long ago. And the same could be said for Rodney Dowlers, who started his career in go-karts before moving up through the ranks. And I don't think I have ever seen a late model stock car that looked like that.
My goodness.
Or I should say pro late model.
Yeah.
Let's just say full-bodied stock car.
Well, there ain't much of a body on that car.
No.
I can say that. I mean, you got the roof number. That's about
all
it.
that's to be salvaged, yeah.
Looks like it belongs in one of the race car graveyards that are starting to develop. Not only does Dale Jr. have one, Madison International Speedway is starting to put one together as well with a Midwestern homage.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of Cars Tour fans that I've seen, regardless of the race that we go to. In fact, even I think at Wake County, there is plenty to take home that, sometimes fans will go down to the pit area and be able to take home some souvenirs and a little bit of body work. And I don't think there's going to be a shortage of that here tonight. And oh, by the way, we still got 125 laps in the late model stocks to run later on tonight.
This car might feed the grandstands with how torn up it is. I think everybody's getting a piece. What a shot and what a night. Can you believe that we are 15 minutes away from midnight here at Hickory? The late model stocks are still waiting to get on the racetrack.
I can. It's felt like it from the drop of the green. I mean, we should have known what we were in for when the first caution of the night was 100 feet past the start-finish line and
Doug,
took out about half the field.
You did say that there just is a feeling that just like last year, the anticipation for a race like this, especially after a week off that many of these teams have had, it just kind of felt like there was a chance for things to boil over, especially at this racetrack, and it has certainly happened with these pros here tonight. It's been a rough one.
I think we're kind of getting a little bit of an inverse of what we had last year. Again, we came here twice last year with the pros, July, August. The July race wasn't even 33 minutes long. We just rolled right through it in that race that Keelan Harvick dominated at the kind of the middle point of last year, and just have not had the same fortune here tonight as Brody Gunter's machine has been taken back, and now trying to assess the situation. You can see Gunter's 0-1 right there. He's walking with it or walking behind it.
The push truck was trying to grab its own piece of bodywork right there.
Yeah.
He wanted first dibs.
I think they're struggling to know what to do with this race car. If it rolled down the bank and fine. I don't understand why they don't get some people out there and just start pushing it. There's not really much to pull or push on at this point.
Yeah, when Rodney was signaling that he wanted to push, he's
still in there.
Buddy, they're going to be pushing you at the back of your seat at this point.
Yeah, he's still in there, I believe, right?
The captain always goes down with the ship, and Rodney wants to ride it back if they're going to hook it up, if they can. I'm with you, Doug. Just push that thing back on the pit wall, and let's get this thing back going.
He's hopeful to get back out there. I don't know why else he'd still be in the race car. But if we can't push you to the pits, we're not going back racing.
So the field continues to circulate here under caution with 18 laps to go. TJ DeCare has led them all. Connor Jones still riding in second. Trayton Lapsevich third. Caden Honeycutt fourth. And James Seawright rounding out your top 5 as things stand. On the racetrack, we see Evan McKnight, then Brody Monahan, 6th and 7th. Then Keelan Harvick, who currently runs in the 8th spot. Then they've got the number 83 of Bailey Curry is on the racetrack just behind him there in 9th. Luke Baldwin unofficially scored in 10th, again minus the transponder from the early crash that started this race. And what is a night that I don't think we will ever forget?
I know 5-star bodies won't. But, you know, the closest we've seen Connor Jones to TJ DeCare is after a long break like this. So something about that car when it cools down, he's firing off well. Time is winding down. You talked about Connor's aggression. I wonder at what point he decides to use the bumper here, because you're only going to have so many shots at this. At some point, the cautions will stop, and you don't want to go to bed tonight thinking about what you could have done. You want to think about what you did. So Connor Jones needs to decide when he's going to take that.
And again, we're still not quite sure of the magnitude of the potential power steering problem that Connor may be facing inside that race car.
If I had to guess, I would assume that when they got spread out, Connor was probably hoping for a caution. He knew what he had. TJ has the better long-run car. He has all night. And then he's been hoping for a moment like this where they could stack it back up and he's going to have one more shot at him. Hopefully, one more shot at him, not 20 like it's been so far.
Again, next up is going to be 125 laps for the late model stock cars, 29 cars strong in that field, with Caden Honeycutt looking for another victory there. He'll be joined on the front row by Brickyard 400 winner Corey Heim. And we're about to enter a realm. In fact, we're destined to enter a realm where we're going to say that they qualified the day before the race. So, unique element there that we usually only see at some of the special events like North Wilkesboro or the past season finales that we would have at certain venues.
And speaking of destined, doesn't it seem that those two drivers are just destined to duke it out every race, whether it's Cars Tour, the Craftsman Truck Series, which again, neither of them run full-time in either of the respective series, but yet they always find each other on the racetrack. They're battling each other. It's always for a win. And yet we're going to be able to get treated to that here again tonight. You think about Hickory and the battles we've seen. Cade Brown and Mason Diaz a couple of years ago in this race. Pro Late Models last year. Maybe we have one in store this year. Lights are off on the HendrickCars.com pace car.
So here we go. We'll try it again with 18 laps to go. DeCare, Jones, Lapsevich into the iRacing restart zone, and Jones is right there as they go to 1.
It's the best launch we've seen out of that 44 car all night, and he got a pretty good drive off at 2. He's close enough to make a move in 3 and 4, and I think he knows the sand of the hourglass, there's not a lot left in it if he's going to try to make a move to fight for this win.
Couldn't quite get to the bumper. Here is Lapsevich, though, under fire. Bit of a nudge there from Honeycutt in the battle for third. Lapsevich trying to protect the spot. Behind them, McKnight inside of Seawright in the battle for 5th spot. Honeycutt can't get to third just yet. He wants a podium at least.
Oh, and Lapsevich, again, trump full, and again, different agendas here. Honeycutt wants a win, but he's still fighting for the championship. So is Trayton Lapsevich, and you think with all the trouble that we've seen out here tonight, there's a lot of opportunity to make up some points. Again, Mason Walters running back there in the 16th position. Plenty of chance right now to try to make up some of those points positions. So how do you play this if you're both of these drivers that want to try and accomplish that feat?
And as this fight continues, you mentioned Mason Walters. He is, in fact, back out on the racetrack and gaining spots. We thought he was out of the race after pulling down the pit lane under green. He remains in contention and has worked his way up several spots, still 4 laps down, while this fight for third rages on.
Oh! What a save! Honeycutt is able to gather it back up. Man, he's had a couple of those tonight, even in turn 1. Lap 1, he got a little bit of damage, but he was able to save that race car. He does it again. If anything, he's been running low. I mean, he was using the apron a little bit. Some of that paint to help that car turn in 3 and 4.
Great save by Honeycutt. Now the question is, how healthy is that right front that has already been beaten and battered throughout the night? Here's McKnight, Harvick, and Monahan. 20, 75, and 31, with Seawright losing a couple of spots here these last few laps. He's out of the top 5 for now.
Monahan still trying to fight. I mean, he could maybe get up into a top 5. He's got a couple of damaged cars in front of him. Still capable of trying to get back there. Again, TJ DeCare stretching out his advantage as we've seen him do all night long over Connor Jones right now, and that is still continuing here into the final 10 laps of this race.
Here's Monahan, who has had to go to the back a couple of times due to some missed shifts on the start and restarts here tonight. Trying to salvage the evening and what has been quite the learning experience for the young driver. Now working over Keelan Harvick, who was swept up in that first dust-up that put him behind the 8 ball before they even got a lap in the books. And Harvick has had a great rebound to run in 6th. And look at him work the car off the second corner with Monahan pressuring him heavily.
Monahan looking to the inside. Again, it's been difficult to try to run this low line on Keelan Harvick. He's been so protective, so defensive of that low line throughout the night. I think Harvick just living the full. Well, no, he's going to try to cross him over off at turn 4. Just doesn't have enough to get the job done.
Gotta love the tenacity out of Harvick, though. Missing the whole front end of the race car. Still trying to size up a chance to get him back as they came off of 4.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?
DeCare's lead over 1 second with now 4 laps to go. McKnight trying to hold on to a top 5 effort with Monahan continuing to reel him in now.
How about TJ? This is incredible. I mean, he has completely dominated this race. And every opportunity he's had this year, he's made the most of it. I mean, he's running away with this one. He just wants to see Brandon Willard do exactly this, but see the white next time by.
2 to go on DeCare. This is the best fight on the racetrack right now for 5th between Evan McKnight and Brody Monahan. And all the while, the race leader comes through 3 and 4 into the line. A white flag for TJ DeCare. Short track ace Mike Garvey has not only been someone that TJ has looked up to, he's also been a close friend and mentor. And tonight, TJ is going to bring his colors back to victory lane one more time. 2nd career win for TJ DeCare comes in the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic in the pros. Garvey won in this car in 2001, which is the direct inspiration for the way this vehicle looks at USA International. And now it's going back to victory lane in 2026. DeCare, the dominant winner, with Jones 2nd, Lapsevich your podium.
I know we had a lot of attrition in this race, but I don't think that was going to stand between TJ DeCare and another visit to Cookout Victory Lane. I think with a lot of cars that would have ended this race clean, they would have, I don't know if they would have been able to challenge him. He just didn't put a foot wrong all night long.
I mean, he really ran the perfect race. He had his times, and probably the best shot that Connor Jones had him all night was the final double file restart. But I know y'all can't be biased. I can. I'm happy for TJ. TJ, I'm so happy that he's back in the car full time. Like, he deserves to be. He's going head-to-head last week at North Wilkesboro with probably the hottest driver in late model racing right now, Caden Honeycutt. Gave him a run for his money, and then came out here tonight and just, you know, showed why he belongs to be here. Like, he works so hard for every opportunity he gets, and every single time he gets one, he makes the most of it.
2 starts this season. This puts the average finish at 1.5 after being runner-up to Caden at Wilkesboro, and then bringing the #1 car to the #1 spot in Cookout Victory Lane with this Low Country Motorsports team, who's had a couple of different drivers pilot their race cars, but the one that seems to have certainly clicked right off the jump is with this young man in Orlando Lakes, Florida, TJ DeCare, getting win #2 of his career in his 26th start with the Cars Tour and Pro Late Models. Also won a Carolina Pro Late Model race here back in 2022. And I love the way that he announced this throwback effort. Did so with a classic look to one of the old school video games to put out there with this team. And now Mike Garvey gets to see these colors celebrate a top honor win in a short track world as DeCare climbs from the car. A winner for the second time in the Pro Late Models will go to victory lane to James Pike.
TJ DeCare gets the job done in the Pro Late Model portion of the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic. Is everybody from the LCM group coming over to celebrate with him. TJ, you said on the cool-down lap of the radio that you did not have words and you were speechless. Why is this win so meaningful to you?
Obviously, Hickory's a special place to everybody. This show is a great show. Cars puts on a great race, and for Cody Glick to prepare a race car that's good, and AJ and Mikey and the entire Low Country Motorsports team for our second race together, it's been pretty impressive.
How have you been able to gel so quickly with this group?
Great people. Like I said in the interview at North Wilkesboro, it's a little bit easier with good people.
You have been able to put together good qualifying sessions. You've been able to put together good races. You haven't necessarily been able to combine them in one weekend. Is this maybe your best weekend in cars competition ever?
Yeah, absolutely. Qualifying to the pole and leading every lap, that's about as good as it gets.
And finally, what should the people in the stands who might not know Mike Garvey know about the man who's inspired your scheme?
It's really special to me. Mike Garvey is my super late model crew chief, and he does a great job week in, week out. And, being from Florida, we kind of work together on the super late model side, and it's really special to me to be able to bring Mike out here and park in victory lane.
They have come north from the Sunshine State, and they have claimed victory at Hickory in the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic. TJ DeCare, the winner in the Pro Late Models.
How about that? A bit of FaceTime there with Mom as well in victory lane. And you see the Low Country Motorsports crew guys getting ready to celebrate their success here tonight in a wild one for the pros at Hickory as the clock is about to strike 12. The celebration is just beginning for DeCare and company, and one more driver is still going to be able to celebrate a win here tonight with the late model stock cars getting set to hit the track as things wind down on the Pro Late Model portion of our night. And what I'm sure is going to be a quick victory lane celebration here on track. They'll give him a chance to celebrate a little bit more, but typically we would normally have our second and third place finishers out on the Speedway, and I believe this may be a bit of a preservation of time with those cars not being out on the racetrack as well. But how about TJ DeCare? I mean, just an unbelievable display of talent and performance with the team that he's only run 2 races with in this tour and in this car, and they found immediate success. It's quite the story that hopefully we can continue to watch for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and I think, too, it's a little bit of a move to Connor Jones needs at least a minute or so to be able to just kind of catch his breath again. He had no power steering in the Pro Late Model race, and he's got to pretty much forget that happened and just hop on over to late model stock and, again, try to win a Throwback Classic, which he was so close to doing last year. Remember, we had to run an LCQ last year here because we had so many cars show up for the $50,000 grand prize. He ran in that LCQ, transferred his way into the race, started 30th, drove his way all the way up through the field, and nearly ended up winning the thing. So he had a really impressive run and caps it off here with his second place effort in the Pro Late Model at Hickory in the car store.
And I mentioned second and third. The reason why they're not on the racetrack is because they're strapping in their late model stock cars. And that is what's next for the Spears Throwback Classic. 125 laps for late model stock cars. For the fans here and watching along, stay with us. It's going to be well worth the wait. Late model stock cars coming up on the other side.
Hendrick. It's the perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and 0 down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 650,000 5-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20 grand. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. Developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
5-star bodies, the most advanced bodies on the market, aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looks so good. Faster, lighter, stronger, better. 5-star.
Future champions and racing icons. The Cars Tour puts them all on the same track, and it puts you right in the middle of it. Affordable, family-friendly, and packed with edge-of-your-seat moments. This is short track racing the way it's meant to be. The Cars Tour, where the next generation becomes the next legend. On August the 22nd, the Cars Tour will be at Anderson Motor Speedway in Anderson County, South Carolina. Purchase tickets, scan the QR code on the screen, or visit carsracingtour.com.
Welcome back to the Spears Throwback Classic with the late model stock cars. Uncovered, drivers strapping in, getting set to roll off after what was a marathon of the pro late model portion of this weekend's events, as we have just broken into what is now August 9th. It is officially Sunday morning here in Newton, North Carolina. So let's take you back as to how this pro late model race went down, and it was carnage early. Brody Monahan with trouble on the outside of row number 2, collecting several cars, including Nick Loden and Tristan Pena, who were taken out of the race. The battle for second would intensify quite early, with Connor Jones moving up into that runner-up spot, kicking Trayton Lapsevich to third. They would pretty much stay there throughout the rest of the night. The contact continued, though. This is Cars Tour debut driver in the 7, Jacob Bradley, getting tagged by Keelan Harvick. Bailey Curry also involved in second verse, same as the first. Monahan misses a shift past halfway and collects several other cars behind him.
Yeah, it was just one of those nights. Once we got to the halfway point, it was just tough to get anything rolling. The Cars Tour eventually had to make the decision. My gosh, another look at this scary incident between Brody Gunter and Rodney Dallas Jr. It took a while to clean up because of the extent of the damage and what was left of the Rackley War number 25. But at the end of the night, a flawless execution of a race by TJ DeCare from Land O'Lakes, Florida, and again proving why he is a winner at the birthplace of the NASCAR stars. There's one right there.
I'll second that notion. This is a young man whose stock is certainly on the rise. And unlike the drivers who joined him on the podium, like Connor Jones, like Trayton Lapsevich, like Caden Honeycutt, who finished in 4th, those drivers have another race to run. TJ could just sit back, relax with the rest of us, and watch the party unfold for the late model stock cars with their one and only stop here at Hickory on the season, their 23rd in series history. All waiting to get the thumbs up to see these cars roll. And how about the fans who have stuck it out with us here tonight? I mean, just remarkable how many people have remained here to want to see this one unfold in person, despite the viewing options that are available here tonight. This is why race fans are the best across any sports platform anywhere, and we're seeing it here on the short track side tonight. And I bet these fans are not going to be disappointed with the show we're about to put on with the late model stocks.
No, they're going to stick it out, and again, looking forward so much to what these late model stock cars have to offer at this point. Again, long day for all of these teams, drivers, crews, to be able to stick this one out, go into the early hours of the morning. Some of them, you know, luckily this is a pretty short drive for most of these teams. A couple teams from Virginia got a little bit of a long haul. They may be going into the wee hours in the morning by the time this is all said and done. But again, you can worry about that, you know, in a couple of hours or so. Now it's the same task that's always at hand, is to try and go out and do this. And even for drivers that, yeah, it's 12:06. We got a lot of blue collar folks in this pit area, whether they're on the crews or behind the wheel. You know, Doug, it doesn't seem to matter when it gets this late. The adrenaline's still flowing, so it can be 1, 2, 3 a.m. I think every racer's had a race like that at some point. Doesn't seem to affect race car drivers all that much.
Well, I would say that they've had quite the adrenaline dump, because the amount of times they probably thought that pro late model race was about to be over was unreal. It seemed like we kind of had a green flag look, and then somebody would wreck, and then it, you know, wind it up and do it again. But now they're home. They're comfortable now. You're sitting in the race car. You're ready to go finally. I think, honestly, at this point, we should just move this race to Sunday next year because this is back-to-back years that we're racing on Sunday. But you know, it's gonna be a good one. Hopefully, a cleaner one, but a good one.
We see Victory Lane ceremony starting to wind down a little bit for TJ DeCare, so we're going to take one more break. I'm going to sneak over to the suite next door now that it's emptied out, see if they've left anything good behind. You're watching the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic here at Hickory. Late model stocks coming up.
Back with you here at Hickory Motor Speedway. The late model stock cars have been waiting on the backstretch now for quite some time for their chance to try and compete for the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic. 125 laps for them. It's TJ DeCare who gets the honor of celebrating in Cookout Victory Lane. They've completed those festivities. So many of these late model stock car competitors, which include a couple of those that just completed 100 laps in the Pro Late Model, are set to go here from Hickory Motor Speedway. For those of you who weren't with us about 8 hours ago or so, let's recap what happened in the top 5 in qualifying. We talked about drivers that needed some time to be able to hop into their late model stock cars. Well, this is one of them. You heard his name a lot tonight, TJ DeCare, but major championship implications for him, trying to make up some ground on Caden Honeycutt in the championship battle. And then how about this beautiful throwback for a driver that knows what it's like to end up at Cookout Victory Lane at the end of the Throwback Classic. Ronnie Bassett Jr., car number 1, will go from 4th. Landon Lewis, what may be a swan song for him in his more regular or full-time effort for KHI in car number 29. He's going out and trying to redeem himself from a near miss of a win in the Throwback Classic last year. And then we were talking about it just before we got going, the battle that is going to take place between our two drivers on the Heatwave Visual front row. Corey Heim, car number 22, he's representing Nelson Motorsports tonight, and Caden Honeycutt coming up just shy of trying to complete the sweep here at Hickory yet again, but has an opportunity to do so, shattering the Cars Tour qualifying record here at Hickory by nearly a 1/10 of a second. He and Corey Heim both well clear of the rest of the field, and we'll see how it plays out here at the birthplace of the NASCAR stars with two very, very promising rising stars in these two drivers.
Watching many of the fans here on the front straightaway give a brief applause, as this is the first time they've seen these late model stock cars uncovered and rolling past the main grandstands here. Since this race was originally intended to start at approximately 8 p.m. Eastern time, we're about 12:15. After some heavy storms rolled their way through the area, it was looking rather bleak and almost a carbon copy as to what we went through 1 year ago. But thanks to the determination and resiliency of Cars Tour officials, the track crew who went to work on this place as fast as they could to get it dry and ready, we're 125 laps away from closing out the 2026 running of the Spears Throwback Classic. And if the Pro Late Model race was any indication as to what we're about to see, hold on.
It's hard to believe we're already on race, number 147 for the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, coming up on 150. That we'll be able to reach that mark by the end of this season. 23rd time that the Cars Tour has come here to Hickory Motor Speedway. That has been taking place over the course of the last 12 years. And, you know, if you want to count the Hooters Pro Cup, again, it's a throwback weekend. 46th time that we've had an event here at Hickory Motor Speedway, including that history. And of course, if you're watching tonight's race live on the FloRacing 24/7 channel, of course, we want to welcome you in. We hope you enjoy what you're seeing. This is an exclusive look at the kind of action FloRacing streams all year long. Dirt, pavement, drag racing, and everything in between. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit floracing.com to access thousands of races live and on demand.
Best money I spend every year, my FloRacing subscription. Love it. And then what's even better, so we're missing a bunch of stuff tonight because we're going a lot longer than we thought we would. My plan tomorrow morning is just kind of set a queue of replays of everything I missed last night. And I go through breakfast with Flo, I go through lunch with Flo, and I just absolutely love everything that we have to offer on the platform. As we look at some of our fast facts for late model stock cars, we have 4 former late model stock winners in tonight's field. Chad McCumbee, Ronnie Bassett Jr., Minnie Tyrell, and front row starter Corey Heim. This is the 23rd Cars Tour late model stock race in history. That is the most of any track, as Blake mentioned. 89 total lead changes here at Hickory across the history with the Tour. This is a very competitive racetrack, and we expect the trend to continue here tonight, although Caden Honeycutt is surely going to have something to say about that. And Blake, one other storyline that we talked about in our lead into our program, the amount of star power the late model stocks has seen. We have not had a full-time championship contender win a race since Nashville in April. It has been all the outside part-time invaders who have been running in other series across the NASCAR platforms, including the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Can tonight be the night that we see a championship contender break through and go back to victory lane? You're probably going to have to go back to Ronnie Bassett or Trayton Lapsevich in order to find someone there, as the front 3 are all fitting in that same star power category before this race gets rolling.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Again, that started with Landon Lewis at Caraway and continued with Caden Honeycutt at North Wilkesboro, that streak of non-regulars competing. But there you look at the regulars and how they're stacking up here tonight. Again, 28 points, it seems like quite a gap to Trayton Lapsevich. 44 points is the max that you can score in a Cars Tour weekend. But for Caden Quapple, going to be starting further back in the field, 22nd for him. Trayton Lapsevich rolling off from 5th. Huge opportunity for that number 77 Chad Bryant Racing team to make something of this championship fight. Connor Jones, can he pick up some momentum from his second place run in the Pro Late Models to try to make that a little bit closer? And of course, want to give a shout out to Carson Brown. He's not with us here tonight. It's Lee Pulliam that's representing that number 5 car tonight, but a NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series debut for Carson Brown today. He had to be in Iowa. Again, happy for him that he got the opportunity to do that.
And the driver who has the keys to his race car, a guy who knows a thing or two about winning these types of races, his car owner, Lee Pulliam, back in the number 5 tonight. And Lee got himself a pretty solid qualifying effort. There he is. He's going to be rolling off in 6th, looking for more success in what has been a part-time foray in a late model stock car with the Cars Tour this season.
And again, for Lee Pulliam, we know his success at traveling around to so many different tracks in the Virginias, and you know he's won. He's won in this region. He's won in the Cars Tour, but Hickory's always been one of those tracks that he hasn't performed poorly yet, but he hasn't been quite as dominant here as he's been at a number of different tracks over the course of his career. So we'll see how all of that pans out. Interesting look here, too. You see it on the rear windshield. Look how fogged up it is. That's all. We talk about how humid it's been and the amount of moisture that we had fall throughout the day. I mean, that you get a good shot of it right there. The front windshields were pretty fogged up when they first came out on the track, and they're trying to, I guess, work through that because that can be pretty brutal. Doug, you probably had a couple instances where the lights, if that windshield's fogged, good luck at being able to try to see out of the race car.
Absolutely, but that's the job of the guy standing down in turn 4, though. You don't have to look out the rear windshield. So, yeah, if you're having a bad night or your radio went out if you're looking back there. But, you know, a thing to mention is that your helmet does that, if anything. And at least myself, I know a lot of people race with their visors open. I'm scared to do that on a restart. I don't want a piece of rubber coming up into the cockpit. But when you breathe and it's like this, it'll fog up a lot.
Quick look at our starting grid as we are a half a lap away from getting this race going as we blitz through some of our front runners. Blake, we've been waiting for this moment, and here comes the long-anticipated Throwback Classic in 2026.
As the HendrickCars.com pace car dives down into the safety of the pit lane, Caden Honeycutt brings us to green. Sit back and enjoy this one from Hickory with our Sound Gear Sound Check Live. We knew it was going to be a bare-knuckle fight between two hungry competitors at the front of the field. They are side by side, door to door as we complete lap 1. Corey Heim, car 22, looking to try to take the lead from his rival and Caden Honeycutt. And he's going to be able to do it on the high side.
Yeah, look at the way that Heim was able to pin Honeycutt down coming off of 4 to cement the lead. Now it is Landon Lewis running in 3rd spot in the 29. Top 3 kind of breaking away from the rest of the pack.
And making early work of the rest of this field. And talking to a lot of teams in the garage area this weekend, this is what they were thinking. These 3 teams were kind of the front runners, if you will, as we see this battle taking place. Lee Pulliam, car number 5, a beautiful Robert Huffman throwback that Landon Huffman is sporting on the outside row, and that number 37 car, hard to miss it in that Texas Roadhouse machine. Again, Landon Huffman, he told our Rob Blount earlier today, if I can start in the top 12, I feel like I have a race-winning car. Well, he did just that. Finally got a qualifying effort that has been so hard to come by all year long, and here he is in the top 5 at a place he knows very well.
And one thing to note is that these cars don't turn nearly as good as the Pro Late models. So that's why I think you're seeing a lot of the outside working as Landon Huffman rolls to the outside of Carson Lofton here, who's bottoming out really bad. He's hoping his tire pressure builds up soon. But with the cars not turning as well, if you can edge out there like you saw Corey Heim do to Caden Honeycutt, you take away all drivability of the car. Well, again, you cannot turn, you can't get back to the gas, you're just stuck at the mercy of the outside car.
Yeah, if you were watching the Jack Ingram Memorial last weekend, you saw a lot of moves being made on the high side right now, and Landon Huffman, again, he knows how to run the top here, he knows how to run the bottom if he needs to do it. He's very versatile at being able to place his race car where he needs it.
Got a report that from James Pike that the number 20 of Carson Lofton had a brief scare on the pace laps. He had to come down, change radios. He was allowed to retain his starting spot and continues to fend off the 37 of Landon Huffman as Pulliam slides off a 4 to his inside.
And running on the top like this is basically not good for your right side tires because you can make position and it's great for restarts, but being stuck up like here, you're just burning the rights off. They're getting heating up, and he finally gets down, but you could see something like that where you run up top for 10 laps. That might take away lap 115 to 125, and you used it up in the first 10.
Further back, here is a beautiful looking throwback to the late Greg Biffle, driven by Connor Jones. His spotter, Joel Edmonds, longtime friend of Greg's, also was a spotter for Greg for several years throughout his career. This was a tip of the cap of not only Greg as a person, as a racer, his humanitarian efforts on the western side of the state, but also to his spotter and mentor, Joel Edmonds, who has been coaching Connor throughout his career. And that is one good-looking car rounding out the top 10, looking to get the 9th spot from Chase Burrow.
And just behind them, how about Landon S. Huffman, the amount of work that they had to do coming into this week to try to get that car ready. Again, he's running a throwback to his father, Shane Huffman, who won track championships here at Hickory Motor Speedway back in the day. But think about the incident that they had at the Jack Ingram Memorial and that wreck late into the very end of the pit wall. A lot of body work that they had to do to this car for he and crew chief Carter Langley. But I spoke to Landon earlier today. He said we weren't so worried about it because there was a lot of just replacing the body on this race car. Luckily, it wasn't as bad as it initially looked, and it seems like they've brought that same level of speed over here to the late model stock car side.
Just behind them, you've got Elio Meza in the 7 car, fending off Chad McCumbee, whose average starting position here was inside the top 10. Very rarely we see Chad outside of the top 10 when qualifying is over. He started this race in 15th, has gained 2 spots already, and is pressuring Elio for that spot.
Chad is using more of the apron than anybody else that I see. Watch how low he gets here through the center of 3 and 4. Okay, it makes me eat my words.
He did. Right in the center.
A little bit. It was way more than the previous lap.
Still using a little bit of it, and again, there's a little bit of paint down there that help your car rotate, but again, it's the bumps. That's the thing with how this track is, that, you know, there are some areas where they repaved it in the infield, but not everywhere, especially right around the apron, and McCumbee using every bit of racetrack to try and to help that car rotate. As Ronnie Bassett Jr., again, the top 3 had pulled away completely. Bassett has kind of reeled in the top 3 once again, as Connor Jones has been fighting the last several laps with Chase Burrow pretty hard to try to get by him in that number 5 car.
This seems like a fight that may be close to boiling over here, because Connor Jones has tried and tried and tried, and now gives a shot to the back bumper of the 5 off the corner. Just can't quite break the momentum enough. Now Burrow gives him a ton of room to the inside, but pins him in the center off, and Jones slides off the corner.
Again, this is what can make Hickory so difficult, is when you got a guy, again, 16 car may be just a little bit faster, but Burrow doing, I mean, everything you should do as a driver to hold him upright, just making it a little difficult. Jones saying, all right, buddy, I'm running out of patience a little bit here.
I usually operate on a 3-lap circumstance. You have about 2 laps to get out of the way, or I'm going to make you get out of the way. But he ran him wide, and now Landon S. Huffman has the inside.
Yeah, and his effort to try to maybe express some displeasure with the 5 and make cost of a spot here to Landon S. Huffman. McCumbie's trying to get Burrow as well. Look at Landon S. keep the fender down low in turn 1.
And again, how difficult that must be. If you're Connor Jones, you spend 15 laps trying to get around the guy, and then Landon S. Huffman comes along and he doesn't have to waste a corner. He just gets right by that 5 car. And again, those little things like that, they add up so much. Having to use your equipment, you can see just a little bit of some dinks in the nose there for Connor Jones, and using up his tires, you can see a little bit of a slide off there. So just those little moments like that, those little battles, they just add up in a huge way over the course of the remaining 100 laps.
Absolutely. And being pinned down on the inside is no easier than being the guy on the outside. Like I said, you're at the mercy of the outside car. So Connor ran alongside Chase for about 5 to 6 laps where he's heating up his tires, and Landon S. Huffman wasn't. He's running his line, he's keeping his tires cool, and now they've kind of swapped roles here. But, I would say that his tires are a lot cooler right now, and maybe he should learn his lesson from Connor and not waste this much time on the inside here.
And I know we talked about how close Landon S. Huffman was to winning that Jack Ingram Memorial, but if you go back to March here at this racetrack, he was in contention for an ARCA East win there as well until a late spin took him out of contention. He has been so close to winning one of the headlining events at this racetrack that means so much to he and his father. In fact, his father Shane inducted into the inaugural Hall of Fame class here at Hickory Motor Speedway, and it's another reason why he continues to pay homage to his dad, who has been supporting him in his career every step of the way. But Connor Jones fends him off for 9th up to this point.
And again, I think who's loving this battle right now is Landon Huffman. I mean, you got at least one competition caution that's coming at this point of the race. He's lost touch with Lee Pulliam in front of him, but it has, about half the racetrack that he does not have to worry about. Also, left-hand side of your screen, look at who's starting to reel in Corey Heim a little bit. Caden Honeycutt starting to knock on the door of your race leader. 94 laps to go, and Honeycutt is there challenging for the top spot.
And I can't help but notice that they're coming up on the back of lap traffic probably within the next 10 laps. So if I'm Caden, I'm thinking I want to get by him. I want to navigate this lap traffic myself and not be stuck behind Corey as he does all the work. And plus, we're coming up on the competition caution too, so he probably wants to be the control car.
If the race was to stay green, it would be about 13 laps from now that we would see that comp yellow. And Blake has touched on the fact that these are two drivers who have raced against each other several times. They've also done it as teammates in the Truck Series and at Rockingham and Michigan. Things got pretty dicey between these two. They're not necessarily teammates tonight, even though they both race under the Toyota banner. But nevertheless, this could be the opportunity for them to settle the score on a neutral playing field.
And you say they're not teammates. I think there's a lot of similarities in that car, prepared by Reynolds Racing Chassis. And again, they've kind of been the class of the field throughout maybe not just the last day or so when we had practice, but leading up, testing, all of those things. A lot of folks were kind of circling those two cars as the cars to beat. So very similar in speed and a true comparison of a fight, as you could see there for just a moment. 77 Trayton Lapsevich got by Ronnie Bassett Jr. in the one car to try to take that fourth spot away.
You're coming up on the point now where you want to position yourself for the competition caution. You want to dictate. A lot of the times at a track like this, it's going to go inside and outside, inside, outside. But you want to have the option to be the car where you get to pick inside or outside. So in this case, for the lead, obviously you'll have the front row choice. When it comes to third or fourth, you're at the mercy of the odd car. So Landon Lewis in that case.
Oh, that's Brandon Dean just in front of the leader having a moment. Chase Robertson just went a lap down, but he's bringing that car to the pit lane in his Cars Tour late model stock debut. So Dean now trying to stay not only on the lead lap, but if he was to fall off the lead lap, hoping potentially to capture the free pass should this race go to lap 45.
Man, I tell you what, this is a battle, and of course it just ends as we cut to it. They were still side by side for about 15 laps, and Jones, I think, showed him a little bit right there of the 84 of Landon S. Huffman. Again, Huffman's been on the bottom what feels like for the last 15 laps. Finally got the pass complete, a little bit of contact between the two. But my goodness, they've built up well over half the racetrack now as a gap up to Landon Huffman. So Landon S. Huffman finally able to complete that pass.
And while this is going on, we've got a race for third that is starting to intensify here with 4 laps to go before we're guaranteed to see the caution. Landon Lewis in the 29, the 77 Trayton Lapsevich, the 1 of Ronnie Bassett Jr. As you said, Doug, this is all about positioning yourself for the upcoming restart in shoes, and it seems like third is a heavily coveted spot.
Absolutely. I don't think you're going to see too much aggression. He's still got 80 laps to go, but obviously Lapsevich is going to get to pick whatever lane he wants in the second row. If he can get by Landon Lewis here, and he's finally digging to the inside here. But think about Ronnie Bassett. Ronnie Bassett has a chance for a 2-for-1 before the yellow.
Lapsevich slides up a little bit here as they come to the line. It's Lewis by a bumper, and they're going to be coming up on the back of Brandon Dean, who was falling a lap down. Look at Lapsevich slide up in front of Lewis to take the spot away, and Landon tries to cross him back under.
And that was close on the backstretch. I think Landon was taking care of him a little bit as they were nearly lined up. It's very easy to get that car in front of you out of shape with these noses a little pointed on these race cars. But now Lewis, he's got his hands full. He's trying to get to the brake. Ronnie Bassett doesn't want to do it before he takes that fourth spot away from him. But not unable to do it. Caution comes out.
Well, Doug, you called it. The desire to want to be in certain spots when this yellow flag flew. We saw it there with Lapsevich, but it's Heim, the pace setter and leader, as they come to this competition caution. The one and only one we will see here so far tonight.
Can I take a guess? I doubt that's going to be the last caution.
It'll be the only competition caution that we'll see for sure.
Competition, yes, but I feel like we're due for a lot more.
So the first yellow of the race comes on lap 45. Brickyard 400 winner Corey Heim leading Caden Honeycutt and Trayton Lapsevich, your top 3. We'll come back for the restart right after this.
Every weekend, it seems like we're at a racetrack somewhere. So we're living it, we're doing it. And I think it helps us relate whenever they call. If they need more grip or they need more turn, we do it all the time.
We can relate to what they're saying. We're not just there to sell them this or that.
We're representing not just us, we're representing our vendors, our customers, our employees. So it's important to let them know that you care.
We want to provide the best things so they can have the best experience at the racetrack. That's what we want with our race car too.
5-star bodies, the most advanced bodies on the market, aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looks so good. Faster, lighter, stronger, better. 5-star.
Whataburger's coming in hot with a bold new chicken sandwich. We start with tangy red pepper cheese, topped with our new crispy chicken breast, and drizzled with sweet hot honey. It's the new Hot Honey Crisp What a Chicken Sandwich. Just don't get lost in the sauce. Savor it for a limited time at What a Burger. Come one, come y'all.
Future champions and racing icons, the Cars Tour puts them all on the same track, and it puts you right in the middle of it. Affordable, family-friendly, and packed with edge-of-your-seat moments. This is short track racing the way it's meant to be. The Cars Tour, where the next generation becomes the next legend. On August the 22nd, the Cars Tour will be at Anderson Motor Speedway in Anderson County, South Carolina. Purchase tickets, scan the QR code on the screen, or visit carsracingtour.com.
Working the first competition caution of the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic from Hickory Motor Speedway. So glad you could join us for live flag-to-flag coverage on FloRacing. Blake McCandless, Eric Brennan, Doug Barnes Jr. up here in the broadcast booth, and James Pike covering all the stories down trackside. And James, what do you got before we go to green here?
Yeah, quickly before we go back, green flag racing. Landon Lewis had the most active radio amongst those in the top 5. They told him to settle down when Trayton Lasseter made the move to get the spot. Also, Jake Bowman was on pit road under this break. He had a little bit of damage on the grill, was caved in a little bit, so they went to work with some duct tape to try and get that secured in place before we get under our next second green flag run.
Heim on the bottom, Caden Honeycutt on the top side of the racetrack as the HendrickCars.com pace car will once again dive down to the pits. Heim trying to lead him from the bottom. Remember, he took the lead from the outside lane this time. Let's see if Honeycutt can repeat that feat. Not going to be able to do it as we're back underway. Lapsevich going to move up, make a little contact with Caden Honeycutt through turns 1 and 2.
I mean, if you're able to get even with Honeycutt, you've got to take that shot, and that's what Lapsevich tried to do, but Caden sent that thing off into 3 to take second back.
Oh, and Bassett. Big moment. I believe it was Lee Pulliam that may have gotten into the back of that one car for Ronnie Bassett Jr. Again, a new look for him out of the 04. He's had a couple different numbers this year. He's run from Nelson Motorsports as well, not in Cars Tour competition, but has been driving a car aside from his classic orange look. But Bassett, oh, is he going to be top 3 wide? This is going to get tight off of 4. Able to find a way down.
There's one guy you don't have to talk about wasting time. It's Lee. Lee Pulliam, how I said I have a 3-lap basis, he has about a corner basis. He's going to get you up out of the way. And Ronnie unfortunately learned that one the hard way.
Connor Jones continuing to struggle a little bit there on the top side of the racetrack. That's Matt Gould in the 4. He's got a great person heading up that late model stock program at Nice Motorsports. It's a former winner here in the Cars Tour. Connor Hall, who was just announced, is going to race in the Truck Series race at his home track at Richmond next Friday. Matt Gould giving his car a good run up in the top 10, battling with Jones here for 9th.
Got to talk to Matt earlier. Oh, looks like we have a battle for the lead going on. Once again, some contact made between your front runners. Corey Heim, Caden Honeycutt going at it once again here at the front of the field. So much going on here at Hickory. It's a problem we have every year. There's so much to cover. And yet here we go, battle for the lead in the top spot with 74 to go. Honeycutt almost leading into the left rear quarter panel of Corey Heim's number 22.
Got him up off the bottom. Here is Heim trying to pedal it on the top side. Honeycutt is there. They both sail it off deep into the corner. We'll see if Honeycutt can get to the numbers. Gets loose on the bottom.
And one thing I'm noticing with Honeycutt is that he's looking really free on entry. So Corey is taking away his line every time they get into the corner. I would anticipate some contact here soon if he wants to make this pass.
It's amazing. Again, this was a Nelson Motorsports team that for the most part was struggling. They had Carson Lofton in the car in the early part of 2026. They've kind of been shifting through different drivers throughout the last couple of months here in the Cars Tour and in the Virginia Triple Crown on the NASCAR side of things. but was happy to have Corey Heim hop in this car. He nearly won the race in North Wilkesboro. And again, proving it right now. And again, won the Floatium for this team at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Again, Barry Nelson very happy that he had Corey Heim behind the wheel to win him about 10,000 big ones at North Wilkesboro Speedway.
One car going the wrong way. Whoa. After getting bounced off of there by Landon Huffman is Landon Lewis, who crosses him back up. Caught the rear bumper, trying to get back by, and they touch again.
See if Landon returns the favor, and he does. Landon on Landon crime right now.
Huffman trying to get on by, and again, he's not going to lay the bumper to you unless he feels like he's been wronged. And unfortunately for him, Lewis able to scurry away. That brings Matt Gould into the mix.
Gould in the 4, now up to the inside. Carson Lofton behind him in the 20. And now after getting kicked up to that top lane, it's Landon Huffman in the 37, losing a couple of spots here on this top side. We'll see if he can get back down.
That goes to show how important every position is in this, because probably if Landon didn't squeeze Landon Lewis into the almost into the wall, he probably wouldn't have given him a shot getting down the backstretch. But because he did that, he then fell into the crutches of the 4.
As things settle out here, don't look now, but we're about to have potentially a 3-car battle for the lead, as Trayton Lapsevich has been reeling in these two, especially if they start to go at it amongst themselves. Lapsevich is keeping pace with Heim and Honeycutt.
I don't know how we keep this going much longer. There are some brawls going on further back in the field, and one car's slow, and it's going to draw the caution flag.
That's Elio Meza, who got a boot from London McKenzie several laps ago, was able to save the car then. This time, it appears the problem that he had in turn number 2 has drawn the caution flag with 65 laps to go.
And Connor Jones is not happy, and he'll make contact with Michael Bumgarner under this caution flag.
Bumgarner has some damage to the right front, I would say. That probably came from the 16.
Yeah, they had a little bit of contact again. Y'all were watching this battle up front. I had my eyes on 3 different battles, one of which was Connor Jones getting kicked up and used up by a couple of different drivers. Minnie Tyrell and Caden Quapple were battling hard. And yeah, Jones wanted to pull up as soon as this one was over and was not happy. Bumgarner a hand out the window again. Is that a friendly wave or like a, hey man, I'm sorry, I know I got into you?
Well, since it was 5 fingers instead of 1, it was probably more of an I'm sorry type of thing.
Yeah.
And how about this? Jones coming to the pit lane. So a driver we saw in 12th spot at the time of the caution evidently decided that they either need to make some adjustments or maybe even some repair to one corner of that race car. We'll see what they do here as Connor brings that car down.
Yeah, again, he had contact with a couple of different drivers, and he was just getting used up, and obviously the handling of the race car not to his liking right now.
He's had a rough race, too. I don't really know if there's anybody that's had more action around them the entire night. Think of the battle that he had with Chase Burrow for 5 or 6 laps that resulted in contact, and then Landon S. Huffman catches up to him, and they run side by side for
10 or 15 laps. And again, you get in a battle like that, you use up your tires, you get upset because you think maybe you were done wrong by a move or so, and again, that just compounds, and then you run into more problems. Your tires are still heated up, so yeah, it gets awful frustrating. Oh, by the way, he didn't have power steering in the last race that he just ran, too, so I'm
this
sure.
Is probably pretty close to driving a Cadillac at this point.
Yeah.
He's glad to have that back.
So Connor Jones, they'll drop the jack and let him rejoin the race. And Corey Heim still out in front, but appears to have some pressure building behind him. And how about the storyline that is this top 2? I mean, Corey Heim, fresh off of the Cup Series win at San Diego, backs it up with a Brickyard 400 win, still running a part-time slate throughout the remainder of the year across the Truck Series and Cup Series as well. We expect to see him at Daytona in a couple of weeks' time back in the Cup car. And Honeycutt, who is racing for a Truck Series championship, he has decided that if he has an off week in any facet, he still wants to go race something. He told me that he feels like it keeps him loose, fresh, and competitive, and he's been putting that on full display each and every time. He does not have a truck obligation as Heim picks the bottom and Honeycutt up top.
I think the underrated part of what these guys do every weekend when they have these off weekends, whether it's a Corey Heim and Caden Honeycutt, I think the fan base appreciates these guys who don't take when they have the off time, that they give back to the sport, that they come back to their roots. And and go back to where they came from. Again, Honeycutt, he has a long background in dirt racing, late model racing. Corey Heim, he rose through the late model stock ranks, and again, a lot of fans that are here either watching on Flow or here in the grandstands. I think they appreciate when these guys come out and prove that they can do it at the same tracks that they go to every week.
And from a driver's perspective, we appreciate it too. You know what I mean? Like, we grew up with these guys. We watched them grow into the stars that they are. And, you know, we appreciate when they come back and race with us. And it's a lot of fun to say that we beat them. Or in Corey's case, we watch him race on Sunday and we could be like, hey, I beat this guy this week, or I'm racing against that guy next week. It's a lot of fun to have.
Again, I was talking to a driver in the pit area earlier. He talked about Corey Heim specifically. I feel like I've learned so much just racing him in the last 2 races here.
Absolutely.
You really pick things up from these guys. Into the iRacing restart zone. Heim has trouble getting going on the start, and Honeycutt able to launch himself on the top side to the race lead. And oh, by the way, here's Lee Pulliam. He wants a piece of the top spot as well.
That accordion effect went all the way through the field, and everybody was able to survive as now Heim wants to lead back. Honeycutt to the point. Lee Pulliam up in the 3rd spot in the 5 car. We'll see if Heim can get Honeycutt back for the lead as they're side-by-side. Behind him for 4th, Lapcevich inside of Landon Lewis, and in the back bumper of Pulliam is in 3rd.
Oh, man, that's close. Pulliam again. Lewis kind of cut him a little break there on the front stretch. Now they're going to look 3 wide off at 2. Lewis has to back out of it. Pulliam still trying to hang on to the spot. Man, it is hard to look away from that 5 car and the moves that he is making throughout the field in his drive up to 3rd and looking for more as Lewis trying to get back in the fight, and Lapcevich holding on to a top 5 spot.
He's wide and aggressive. If there's one person that's going to make the most on these restarts, it's going to be him. And arguably, the 3rd best race car got shuffled back to 5th now.
Oh, trouble. That's Brandon Lopez in the 6 who was backed into the wall, and Brandon Dean in the 99 over in 3 and 4.
Again, that was a battle for 26th, but I guarantee you, folks, they are battling harder back in the field because it's the way the Cars Tour works. And Doug, I mean, you've done it too. You've raced up front in this series for wins, but you probably, I mean, when you're battling for 15th in a Cars Tour race, my goodness, I don't know if it gets any harder than that.
There's no easy spot in the Cars Tour. The easiest you'll have it is in practice and on pit road. Like, I've had people race me harder for 15th in the Cars Tour than I have for wins in a weekly show. It's so frustrating, especially because when you're back in the teens or the 20s.
You're already not driving great.
Exactly. You don't have the car that you want. You don't have the opportunity you want. And on top of it, you have somebody racing the heck out of you for 20th. Yeah. Like, you can't take the night off.
And it showed there in terms of this most recent caution that comes with 62 laps to go. As a matter of fact, similar to what we had in the Pro Late Model race, we're right at that iRacing halfway mark, and this is kind of going to give us a second stanza as to how the race is going to unfold.
Oh, boy. Let's get past the halfway mark here, all right?
Hey, and the good news is it is an official race. We're at 63 laps complete, 62 to go, so this thing is, in fact, done and dusted one way or another.
Well, and hats off to the Cars Tour officials. You know, they gathered the drivers up at about 8 o'clock. It was still drizzling for a little bit there, but they said their intention was to get this race in tonight no matter what, and they stuck it out, and props to them. There's the choose. Again, Honeycutt, we've seen the control car take the inside every single time, but yet multiple times already, we've seen that outside car take the lead back away.
I can't help but think that Corey tried to play a little bit of a game coming to the line there. It almost was like he accelerated and then slowed down, and Honeycutt just kept his momentum. So when Corey went to launch, thinking, oh no, he didn't slow down with me, he already had given up a half car length. And if you can dictate the inside car from the outside, I would say 9 times out of 10, you're going to have the run down the backstretch to take the lead.
So we'll see if the same chance is going to be presented to Caden Honeycutt, who's now on that top lane. Lee Pulliam, Landon Lewis, row 2. Trayton Lapcevich, Ronnie Bassett Jr., row 3. Then it's Matt Gould and Landon Huffman just behind them in row 4, followed by Landon S. Huffman and Carson Lofton, your top 10 for this ensuing restart.
Be interesting to see how long Lee wants to sit behind these guys.
Honeycutt and Heim, once again, your front row, although move Lee Pulliam sitting back there in 3rd into the picture as they work through the iRacing restart zone yet again, back underway. Nearly half of the race left to settle, and $500 on the line for who can lead this lap for the iRacing Halfway Lap Leader Award.
Honeycutt trying to move Heim up wide here as they come to the line. Honeycutt the leader. And here comes Heim to the bottom. Big contact in the battle for the lead off two.
He wanted to cross him over. Honeycutt going to try to do the same, but he can't. Lee Pulliam's there, preventing that. Honeycutt going to pitch him down and take the lead on the top side. Incredible.
Can Heim try it again? Honeycutt with such a good run through the top side of 1 and 2 to now cement the lead all to himself. With Heim now to the back bumper again, all 4.
And again, Honeycutt was able to rock it out. I wonder, too, if that was a little bit of give and take with Corey Heim. Hey, man, maybe I got into it, didn't mean to. I'll give you the spot back, or maybe Honeycutt's just that strong right now as he makes up about half a car length off of turn 2.
I would say that Honeycutt probably has the best car. We saw Corey pull away multiple times, and then Honeycutt ran him down. And Corey's definitely doesn't want to sit behind him. He's taking his chances, especially with having Lee on your bumper. You need to do that, or Lee's going to take advantage of you.
Further back in the pack, Carson Lofton got kicked up to the top side 3 wide. He'll lose a number. He's going to go around. Off the nose and Chase Burrow.
And Jake Bowman is up on top of Parker Eatman here, just in front of the broadcast booth. Matt Light also involved there to the inside in the 0-6, but the ARCA Menard Series points leader, fresh off of his return trip from Iowa, now sitting virtually in the window net of Parker Eatman's number 4 towards the inside wall.
How do you fix this? Jeez.
So we saw it earlier in the pros. I mean, that's over 3,000 pounds right there, just lifting off right there. And again, Lofton, he was on the top side 3 wide in turn 2. He got kicked up out of the groove, lost a couple of spots, was trying to kind of gather himself back up. He was on the top side 3 wide again, and the initial contact was between he and Chase Burrow, and then this was the aftermath as they were trying to check up and avoid the incident.
Yeah, 2 guys that weren't even involved in the initial caution, just probably had nowhere to go.
Again, Jake Bowman, he made the flight down from Iowa. He was in the ARCA Menard Series race yesterday. Didn't see him on my flight over back here to Charlotte, but...
So there's Lofton in the white 20 up top. That's Burrow who gets into him with London McKenzie on the bottom. And then watch the 71 and the 4. Ramp time.
Wow.
And Parker Eatman just climbed out of the car through the passenger side window and was not happy, or at least was waving his arms at the 71 of Jake Bowman, whose car is still perched up on the number 4 Matt Piercy Racing entry.
And you got to feel for Parker. It's so close to coming out with the Jack Ingram Memorial victory last week, and then his night's going to end early here.
I'll tell you what, Parker is not a short guy. For him to be able to weave his way through all the roll bars inside the cockpit of that race car and climb out of the passenger side, and you see him standing there to debrief with his team, just back-to-back rough weeks, as you said, Doug, here at Hickory, a racetrack where he's been able to show a lot of speed, promise, and pace. And this appears to be a premature ending for that driver, the number 4 car, who came into the night 6th in points with 2 top 5s and 3 top 10s. As a matter of fact, was tied in points with Chad McCumbee, and look at that car.
God, I'm just glad Eatman was able to climb out of that. Initially seeing that looked awfully scary with Bowman sitting that far with the give that these chassis have. Again, they don't plan on 3,000-pound race cars sitting on top of them.
Yeah.
So this is going to be about the 2nd or 3rd time that the teams are going to have to work to do some unique crash removal. Now, we saw the scary incident. Let's go down and hear from Parker Eatman, who has climbed from that car and is okay. He is with James Pike.
Parker Eatman, you climbed out the passenger side window. What happened from your perspective behind the wheel?
Yeah, I was just dodging the 20-car spinner right there, and I guess the 71 monster truck me. I don't know. But the car's pretty good. I think we're going to get back in and rip some more laps. So thanks to Matt Piercy and everybody on our team. And I bet eventually Chevrolet is going to go to the front when I get back in it.
Are you physically okay, and is there any concern about damage to the greenhouse at all?
I think there's a little concern, but I'm fine, and I'm going to get back in and complete the race.
Quite the trooper. Parker Eatman going to try and find a way to get this thing back to pit road so he can get back in it and get back out on the racetrack. Once they move Bolman's car off the top, he'll have an opportunity to try and get back behind the wheel.
Was that some showmanship there by Parker? Yeah, a little bit of concern. I'm 5th in points right now. I got to get back out there and turn some more laps. We'll see what the car looks like when they get Bowman off the top of it. But you got to admire the spirit for Parker, who, as we said, last week was in quite the tussle for the lead in the Jack Ingram Memorial. Now this incident, mild-mannered and composed. I don't think I would have been that kind if I was in his shoes. So tip of the cap to him.
And I was talking with Parker before the race, and this goes to show just how important qualifying is. He said if he was a 10th faster, he would have been 3rd.
Yeah.
But instead, you're back in the hornet's nest where it's hard to pass, as we've said all night. You know, that you put yourself in a situation for stuff like this to happen where you're at the mercy of all the cars in front of you, and unfortunately, he just had nowhere to go.
A tough break as well from Matt Light, who's on the inside there in the 06. That is a throwback to Harold Wilson, the 1988 Bobby Isaac Memorial winner here at Hickory Motor Speedway. It's Matt's 5th career start, first of 2026. And also, judging by some of the damage to the right side of that car, not sure if they'll be able to get it repaired and get him back out there for the driver out of Asheville, North Carolina, who is still tied together in this 3-car knot that the track crew is trying to figure out what the best way to untie it all is. So, we are under red flag conditions here with the ZMAX Car Tour presented by Sound Gear with the late model stock cars in what's been a fun one. Still a long way to go. Honeycutt, Heim, your top 2. More to come here from Hickory.
Back with you here at Hickory Motor Speedway under a red flag here for the first time, the late model stock car portion of the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic here at Hickory after an incident initially involving Carson Lofton, then Parker Eatman, Jake Bowman, and Matt Light end up getting involved in this one. In fact, they've let Parker Eatman climb back into the car. Again, I think the initial planning of this is they wanted to pull the Bowman car off of the 4, and they wanted Eatman to get out of the car to make sure everything was okay while they did that, and then they allowed him to climb back in, and it's seeming as if the damage to the roof bar and the roof support bars isn't quite as extensive as, you know, perhaps what we initially thought. So, I don't know. He said he was going to get back in and drive to the front. We'll see if he can take the Vet Adventures and Southern Bank machine up to the front.
I guess we'll get a look here how bad it really is.
Well,
greenhouse needs to be replaced. Oh, boy. A little bit more than the greenhouse. Well, might have some fenders to take off the race car.
Yeah.
And the problem is they've already got the 71 on the hook, so as far as additional cleanup time, I'm not sure how much there's going to be, as Matt Light is also able to drive away from the scene.
Yeah, it seems like that 06 car is going to be okay. Again, he just kind of was he got it woed down before anything too bad happened to him, and is going to be able to continue. But for more on the car that was initially involved in that incident, we head down to James Pike.
So Carson Lofton's crew has had a busy run under this red flag. They had a right rear shock that was going down, and it made that car incredibly free. So they spent some time to get that shock swapped out, and then they also made some track bar and air pressure adjustments to help cars with the car. They're concerned about the wear on the right rear a little bit as well, thought that they had to sort of compensate for the shock that was going down by driving off of that more than they would like, but Carson's got a mostly clean race car being involved in that incident. A little bit of a donut on the left-hand side, but otherwise, car's okay, and we'll be ready to get back out there once we get back green.
So Lofton going to rejoin this field. Again, there are a couple of cars getting service right now. Matt Light just finally got back around into the pit area, although it's at the entry of pit road. They're trying to tow the Jake Bowman car back, but there's a couple of cars that are pitted at the front of the pit road, including Matt Light, the 28 of Cade Brown, who's brought his car down for service a couple of times here. He's running a Ricky Rudd throwback, and Brandon Lopez, his 6 car. They're all basically right at the pit entry, getting service to their cars, as well as Dylan Newsom running a beautiful Kyle Petty throwback, the number 44 for the driver who ran quite well in the IHRA Stock Car Series and is making a Z-Max Cars Tour late model stock debut, as they have put us back under yellow, as you see the work continuing on the Carson Lofton Mike Darn Racing number 20.
Now that we're back under yellow flag conditions, the time for these teams to continue their work is going to start to dwindle down just a little bit. So we'll see if Lofton and company are able to get that car back out and in contention after what was our first rather significant incident of the night so far for the late model stock cars. And as things stand, it's Caden Honeycutt still the leader over Corey Heim and Lee Pulliam with 58 laps to go. Drayton Lapsevich, Landon Lewis running 4th and 5th. Matt Gould having a great run thus far in 6th. Ronnie Bassett Jr., who won this race 2 years ago, in the 7th spot. Landon Huffman, former track champion here. Landon S. Huffman also has had a lot of success at Hickory Motor Speedway. And Chad McCumbee, your top 10 before the choose. Some of the teams start to frantically try to make some last-second preparations before we get this race back underway.
I'll talk about how hard track position is to come by. Really, the biggest mover we've had that I think could be a factor is Matt Gould. And again, 12th to 6th may not sound like a lot. Yes, you moved up 6 spots, but those are really competitive cars that he's been able to pass. And everybody else up here, well, they pretty much started up here. Lee started in 6th. He's moved up a couple spots, but right now Matt Gould, I think one of the cars that looks to be able to make moves high, low, doesn't matter quite where that car is. He's been able to make a lot of moves. Landon S. Huffman as well, kind of running right around that spot.
And Matt Gould chose the bottom, so he sacrificed an entire row for that.
Yeah, he moves back to, I guess, traditionally what would be the 7th position. So like you said, that'll allow Landon Huffman not Landon S., Landon Huffman to move up to the outside of row 4 to be able to gain a spot on that outside row. But again, we've seen it time and time again. The leader has chosen the bottom every restart, but yet that outside has been quite sporty if you can get a good launch out there.
Especially if you have a gap.
Yeah.
We saw Corey cross him over and try and get him up out of the way. And if he could throw him into the crutches of Lee, he'll gladly do it. And it's only going to get worse over time here.
We were talking under the break, as much as Lee Pulliam is lingering there in that 3rd position, should anything happen to your top 2, watch out. He's there to pounce. HickoryCars.com, lights are extinguished as Caden Honeycutt brings us back through the iRacing restart zone. And yet again, another good launch for the outside lane on this restart. Heim peeking out a nose off of turn 2, looking to take the lead back in this never-ending battle with Caden Honeycutt.
Side by side off of 4 at the line. Heim, and they touch going into turn number 1. More contact in 1 and 2 for the lead.
Corey wants to dictate the corner, but Caden is having none of it. Some door to door each corner here. Oh!
A little bit of contact there, but Corey Heim, I mean, he is holding him tight right now. He is not giving Honeycutt an inch to slip up, and in fact, he's going to do just that. Heim going to cross him back over into 3, and Heim's going to spin out into the wall. Caution is out.
He just drove in a little too deep and got into his left rear tire, and it jerked that race car around. The last thing you want when you drive in deep is any sort of contact whatsoever. And Caden gave him room. But
doesn't matter what car, what series, these two are inseparable, and yet again, it was another battle between these two for a race lead where they come together, and Heim gets the worst end of it going down into turn number 3.
And this may be a preview of things to come in several facets in terms of the future of our sport, as these two racing each other hard. And here it is again. Now this was the lap before. Watch this coming off of turn 4. Little bit of contact there.
Again, like we said, Heim is running him about as tight as he can. Honeycutt slips up. Heim immediately sees that. He's going down to the bottom, and then they make contact. As Heim, again, he had a nose underneath there, and Honeycutt trying to shut the door.
And watch when he crosses over right here. He gets free before he even makes contact with the 17, but instead of having room to save it, he's on the outside.
It's a great catch.
Just hard racing. No one to blame. They're going for a lot here.
2 drivers who refuse to lose.
Exactly.
Is what you saw right there. So Corey Heim, with one of the strongest cars in the field, will bring it down into the pit lane and will have to settle for trying to drive from the back to the front here if he wants a shot to try to win this race, James Pike.
Yeah, biggest thing they looked at over the course of this pit stop was the toe alignment on the left front. Only the slightest bit of damage on the front bumper of Corey Heim's machine, but the alignment is what they were checking just to make sure that that thing would steer straight, that there wasn't any damage on the contact with Honeycutt that sent Heim around.
Thanks, Pike. And as we look at from our SRI and Citrus Safe choose, that is Honeycutt who has elected the bottom. And Lee Pulliam now with a front row shot for the first time tonight after starting 6th, benefiting from the spin by Heim. Now he's going to have a chance to take it to Honeycutt himself.
And you think Corey Heim raced Caden Honeycutt hard. Watch what's going to happen with it. Man, Lee appreciates these opportunities. He doesn't know how many of these he has left, but he cherishes every single one. Hasn't won in the Cars Tour in several years. Again, he has been running in the Cars Tour for a long time, but you can guarantee he's going to give Caden Honeycutt everything he's got right here, as Honeycutt will bring himself and Lee Pulliam into the iRacing restart zone to put us back underway here at Hickory once again. Pulliam unable to contend with Caden Honeycutt through the opening couple of corners, but looking to try and clear the 77 of Trayton Lapcevich off of turn 4. He's got that job accomplished. He's up to 2nd.
Not sure if Lee may have had a little bit of contact on that restart from the 29 of Landon Lewis, who was behind him, that may have stalled out his potential progress in that top groove. But nevertheless, he settles into second. Lapcevich third, Lewis fourth, side by side behind him for fifth, with Bassett trying to get back up to the top five. Matt Gould outside in the 4-car down the back straightaway.
And Ronnie Bassett Jr. hanging around in that Todd Hunt throwback that he's been sporting here. Again, he's looking to try and win a second throwback classic here this evening, and or this morning, I guess I should say now. But just been doing a great job lingering and being able to get spots on these restarts and be able to keep them. Matt Gould, we talked about him making that car work on the outside line right now to get up and stay up in that sixth position.
And look at Ryan Millington in the back of Huffman there. Millington started back in 25th and is quite literally banging on the door for 7th.
I can't believe that. We talk about how hard it is to make up track position in the Cars Tour, and yet Millington, he knows this place quite well. Former track champion here. Almost won the Throwback Classic 2 years ago before a post-race penalty after contact with Connor Hall on the final lap. He nearly won the Jack Ingram Memorial last week. He and Michael Bumgarner, who, by the way, is just behind him right now, battled to the end of that race. It was a clean battle. And now Millington trying to get by Landon Huffman again. These two have gotten together a couple of times. Remember Wake County a couple of years ago.
Using a little bit of muscle there to try to get down to the inside, as now Huffman is kicked up off the bottom. So now move Millington up in the 7th spot. Gould has gotten around Bassett just ahead of him, and now here comes Landon S. Huffman. It's a battle of the Landon Huffmans, both of which paying tribute to their fathers with their respective throwback schemes, while the Cars Tour veteran Chad McCumbee watches on in the 16.
And both their fathers, former track champions here at this racetrack. You know, each of them, it would mean so much to have a special run here tonight. Landon S. Huffman looking for a little bit of redemption after he led the Jack Ingram Memorial until late in that race. But right now, Landon Huffman hanging on, and Landon Huffman not making it any easier on Landon Huffman.
It's a lot of Landon Huffmans.
Again, this fight here for 8th as Landon S. gets a little bit sideways down low. And look who's starting to join the picture. Is this the first time that we have talked about our points leader, Caden Quapple, all night long in that 88 car? The Darrell Waltrip throwback, after a not-so-stellar qualifying effort, also floating his way to the front.
And again, he's up into 11th. His trouble off of turn 2. And I believe it was Corey Heim again, and this time he's got some damage. And Carson Lofton, might be related, might not, has just pulled it into his pit area. The former driver of the Nelson Motorsports 22, and Heim going to take the hard left-hand turn towards the Nelson Motorsports trailer. His night may be finished.
It's unbelievable how everything changed so quickly for them. Went from racing for the lead to wrecking for 25th.
This sport could be
put
cruel,
it bluntly,
huh?
It's very cruel.
Unfortunate for Heim here, who was already out of the car and walking back towards the trailer on a night that began with so much promise and has ended rather abruptly, just shy of 45 laps to go. 46 still showing on the ticker. Carson Lofton also to the attention of his crew with the hood up, but Heim's night appears to have ended here as a result of this latest incident. Try to see if we can see what happened from the drone. It's the red car in the middle of 1 and 2.
Yeah, he's just a victim of a stack up.
Yep.
I believe that's actually Brandon Lopez that got into the back of him, it looks like. Great shot by our camera crew here to capture that. And yeah, that's how quickly it can change. You have the car that everybody in the pit area has been looking at all weekend. That's the one to beat. One bad move and or one wrong step, and here you are, looking like his night's going to be over.
It's just a tough break. And you're back there in the what I call the squirrel's nest, and you just don't have anywhere to go. And you know you're a victim of circumstance at that point. Like if it wasn't him, it would have been somebody else. And I guarantee you, he wishes it wasn't him. But unfortunately, everything flipped upside down for him tonight.
So for Heim, who again, to my knowledge, next Cup opportunity is going to be in a couple of weeks at Daytona on the Super Speedway. He's already won on a road course. He's won at Indianapolis. We'll see if he can get himself a drafting track win on the Cup Series side. Returning to his short track roots here with this Nelson Motorsports organization, but he will not see this one to the finish. As we come to the choose, Honeycutt again on the bottom, Pulliam again up top.
And again, hope that Corey Heim can be back out here. I know he's got a plan to run a full Cup slate next year, so not going to have a ton of weekends that he can come out to these short tracks and be able to run. But hoping that this isn't the last we see of him in this series, either this season or that he's still going to be running some late models here throughout the remainder of 2026. The result of the choose yet again, Honeycutt on the bottom with the lead. Lee Pulliam, Trayton Lapsevich, and Landon Lewis, your top 4.
Chief starter Brandon Willard giving the 1-to-go signal beyond the top 4. You've got Matt Gould in 5th with Ronnie Bassett. Then it is the number 9 of Ryan Millington, Landon Huffman, Chad McCumbee, Landon S. Huffman. Getting set to settle the final stanza for the late model stock cars in their annual pilgrimage to Hickory. Pace cars going to duck to pit road. Into the iRacing restart zone they come. Honeycutt and Pulliam on the power. And they're back underway to turn number 1 with Honeycutt washing up just a little bit wide to try to make sure he's got the lead off at 2, and he does.
And Pulliam, I think, really wanted to try that classic Hickory crossover off at 2, but he may have the chance off of 4. Leading into the back of the 17. He lets him gather it up, but almost a little bit of contact back into 1. Lee Pulliam on the charge. 45 laps to go. He got into the bumps pretty bad off at turn 2, so he'll lose a little bit of ground. Honeycutt trying to drive away.
Yeah, that slip off of turn 2 certainly killed the momentum for Pulliam down the back straightaway. We'll see if he can rebound here for a better shot off of 2 this time. Lapsevich falls off the contact of these two, who are separated by about 2 car lengths, as Pulliam tries to get a bit creative with his entry to 3, but Honeycutt starts to open up the gap.
Matt Gould fighting hard. He was back in 6th. He's trying to wrestle away the 5th position from Ronnie Bassett Jr., who has been hanging out there all night long. Gould just, again, he can keep that car pinned to the bottom so well. Those left side tires wrapping right along that paint, that yellow line. Just able to complete these passes. Got great drive off the corner right now. Moved Matt Gould up into 5th. What a run that he's having here tonight.
And if there's one thing that his crew chief Connor Hall does, it's make a car turn.
Yeah.
We see that at Langley, and that's what that thing is doing right now. That thing is just turning beyond belief.
Well, again, I got to talk to Matt a couple of weeks ago in some of his initial races that he was able to work with Connor with this program, and he talked about what a help that he's been in trying to improve and be able to coach him, because we know Connor Hall can build a race car. We know he can drive a race car. And Matt Gould right now, who again, he's won many a times at Millbridge, not too far from here, but really showcasing himself well tonight here in an ultra competitive series, getting it done on the pavement as well.
And he may not be done yet. How about starting to pressure our defending champion in this series, Landon Lewis, for 4th. Gould continues his charge forward, and he appears to be a tick faster as Huffman has gotten Bassett up off the bottom of the racetrack. And trouble, turn 4. Cade Brown goes around, and Elio Meza and Brandon Lopez do a great job getting by on the top side, but the caution flies again.
I think this is what Matt Gould needed. I think his biggest enemy right there was probably the laps and how long it takes to pass every car. But one car I can't help but notice that was kind of making some ground was Lapsevich. He had gotten up to the back bumper of Lee Pulliam there just towards the end of that run. We saw how strong he was earlier too, but he never really had the opportunity because he got roughed up on the restart, but now he's going to be sitting 2nd row with a chance out of here.
Again, Cade Brown, former track champion here. He nearly won his debut Cars Tour race when he ran here at the Throwback Classic a couple of years ago. Been so strong, and running tonight for Travis Bird Racing, a wonderful Ricky Rudd throwback that unfortunately goes around. And Cade, very talented driver. Glad to see him back out here. Know he's had limited opportunities this year, but still good to see him out at the racetrack.
Looked like he may have had some help there on the exit of turn number 4. Not quite sure who that may have been. I believe it was the 5 of Chase Burrow. And Brown is going to bring that car back to the attention of his crew on this next time around as well.
And they've been fighting hard with that race car all night long and trying to improve it. One thing I've seen out of these restarts, though, you give Honeycutt a couple of laps, it seems like that car can pull away, but Pulliam, for about 2 laps or so, can hang with him. If he can just get one good restart or hang to Honeycutt's right rear off at 2, I think that 5 car, short run, he's able to hang with him.
And he's got one goal when they go back racing right here. Don't let him get away.
Yeah.
The 17 has the best race car now that Corey's out of the race. But if you can throw him out of the way and take the lead and get some clean air on your nose for yourself, you never know what can happen. Good things happen when you take the lead. And one thing I'm noticing, though, is that Honeycutt is really coming wide to the restart zone, not really giving Lee a chance to get his right front out in front of him and play any sort of games. And the second they drive down into turn 1, he washes him out, not really giving him the opportunity to get back by him.
Well, and again, you talk about the games that go on restarts. So many times that outside car tries to dictate what's going on, as I believe we have Corey Heim standing by with James Pike.
Corey, what was your take on everything that happened? What was your side of the battle with Honeycutt?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously just messed up. You know, he was a little better than us, and I had to keep him honest, to keep him burn his tires up. And I just, man, if I hadn't hit his left rear tire, I probably would have been okay there. But just hit him at the perfect spot, and it kind of shot me around. So hard racing. He was better than us tonight, and have to get a little better to win one of these one day.
Our battles between Heim and Honeycutt for the lead at Hickory.
Thanks, Pike. As we see the lights are out atop the pace car, and you know, Heim is someone who has had success here before in a super late model. Also does have a Cars Tour win in a late model stock car as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, give himself some credit. He's won a Cars Tour race here at Hickory.
This is going to be fun.
That it is, as we set ourselves up here for the stretch down to the end. 39 laps to go. Honeycutt and Pulliam once again into the iRacing restart zone. And perhaps the best launch that Pulliam has gotten so far here tonight to try and challenge for the top spot. He's got just enough on the outside of Honeycutt, who's looking to try and clear that 5 car off of turn 4. Boy, did Pulliam drive in deep. He's sliding off the corner.
Definitely does not want to allow Lapcevich to get to his inside. He's been able to prevent it up to this point. Lapcevich with another good run to 3. We'll see if he's going to use the bumper. Pulliam runs up the racetrack a little bit. Honeycutt is clear to the lead. Lapcevich still pressuring Pulliam for second spot.
Again, Lapcevich, a talented young driver. Again, he's thinking points here. Quapple, we did mention his name a little bit earlier, but still a lot of precious points that he can make up here tonight. Not saying he has to settle for 3rd place here tonight, but I think has to think smart about how he goes about this battle.
And just how quickly Honeycutt's able to open up a half-second advantage over this fight now for second spot, with Gould in the top 5 behind Landon Lewis, and then an absolute hornet's nest behind him in the battles for the final few spots in the top 10, which Caden Quapple is trying to crack for the first time tonight. Here's Gould on Lewis for 4th.
Every restart or so, if 5 laps go by, then he's able to get a spot. That's exactly what Matt Gould needs right now, just the power to keep choosing which lane he thinks is going to move right now on these restarts. Lewis fighting tough, but Matt Gould just too strong right now, is able to move by. Lewis not going to put up much of a fight. And again, that's the number in truck, or the number in trucks that Landon Lewis will be piloting throughout the remainder of the 2026 season.
So Gould now to 4th. Ronnie Bassett Jr. trying to catch up to Lewis as well. Behind him, that's Ryan Millington.
Oh, he's ripping the top, and he's going to be able to get the pass. Almost done.
Oh, trouble.
Trouble. Huge crash on the front straightaway. One car up in a heap of smoke.
That's Landon Rapp.
Yeah. Caution is out. And a huge bit of smoke, and you can see the fluid that car is leaking, and that is almost certainly going to draw a red flag here at Hickory.
Second career start, first since 2024 for the multi-time winner and champion in Legend Car competition. Won here in a Southeast Legends Tour event back in 2019, and has had several top 5s in weekly competition. but his second go of it in Cars Tour late model stock racing appears to have ended in a rather dramatic way.
And again, we didn't see it live, but London McKenzie has pulled down into the pit area with heavy damage on the left front of his number 95 AK Performance machine. So wonder if it was contact between those two that set this one off. So again, this is Honeycutt coming around. We're looking kind of at the tail end of the field here. Oh man.
That's a big hit. So he just kind of got pinballed just straight into the outside wall.
Trying to see if McKenzie.
Looks like McKenzie's sideways.
All right, I think Rapp, he gets hit prior to that, is trying to correct it, and while he's doing that, he makes contact with the 28, which shoots that car up into the outside wall.
That is a hard hit for Landon Rapp out of Concord, North Carolina, in what is a family-owned operation, hoping to move him into his next step in his racing career. Similar trajectory of this driver, London McKenzie, who also kind of seemed to match that same type of pathway from legend cars up to full-bodied stock cars. And for London, who picked up the RPM Trailer Sales Rookie of the Race Award at North Wilkesboro in our last late model stock race. Haven't had a lot of opportunities to talk about London here tonight, but have done so several times throughout the season, especially with how great he has been in qualifying throughout most of the year. Coming into this night, his average starting position on the season was in the top 10, 4 top 10 finishes across the 7 races. But the team may have a good bit of work to do to try to get him back out to contest the final 33 laps as we take one more look here from high above.
Oh, man, yeah, so that's just a huge stack up, 10 cars deep or so. He gets a little bit of a tag. He's trying to correct it. He's turning that car to the right. You look at that white car. He's turning to the right here. That contact just shoots him up, and the wheel's already cranked.
Seen a lot of chain reactions that are just the driver's being a victim of the circumstance. And, right there, he didn't have anywhere to go. He's staring at the back bumper of the car in front of him. Then he gets hit once, sideways, hit twice, right in the outside wall. But one thing to note is that all the fluid is going to be directly on the inside line.
Yeah.
And none on the top.
And again, it's slightly beyond the start-finish line and the flag stand, so it's not quite at that shift point that we had earlier. But, I mean, yeah, it's on the if you're on the inside line and you're going to be approaching turn one, well, they're kind of getting a little bit in the outside lane too. So
they're just trying to make it fair.
Lee's asking them to sweep that back down a little bit.
Yeah.
It just kind of seems like every single opportunity that the rest of the field has to get an advantage on Caden Honeycutt, it's not mattering. He's overcame every circumstance, and every driver that's put up any sort of fight with him tonight, be surprised if the speedy dry actually makes a difference now.
And here's Landon walking back to the attention of his crew after quite the shot, and he appears potentially willing to have a conversation with our James Pike about what just placed. Pike, what you got?
Landon, first off, how are you feeling?
I'm all right. A little sore. Chest hurts. A little rung up.
I saw you kick the car in frustration at the end of that. Where did the frustration stem from in that?
Oh, man. We definitely don't come from a big budget. This is my 3rd race this year, and I was happy to be competitive. We qualified pretty good, way better than I thought we would. We were racing good, just kind of hanging out, biding our time, waiting for, that last stint right around 40 to go. Letting them all fall out one at a time. And, when I hit the wall and watched the door bars in front of me start crumpling in, knowing the center section's killed, it put a pretty big toll on me.
A lot of repair work to do for Landon Rapp to get this car back and ready to race condition.
I think the other thing that we didn't quite hear from Landon verbally, but we were able to see there is heartbreak. I mean, when you've got a family-owned operation, Doug, you've been there, where you're doing it yourself and you've got whatever supporters and partners that you have. Yes, the wrecks hurt, but when you're trying to do it the old-fashioned way, I mean, you're thinking about what is it going to take to get me back to the racetrack, and it seems like Landon's already kind of got his mind there, and it's tough to see.
Especially if you're talking center section. because that's basically a whole car, and there's not too much to recover outside of the parts currently on it. And it is heartbreaking. A lot of time and a lot more money gets put into this stuff, and it's difficult, especially you come out here, you've been here since probably 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, 3 days, 2 days, 4 days for a lot of these teams, and you put a lot of work into it, and especially when you're on a limited schedule like this. You don't want your nights to be cut short. You want to run all the laps. You want to be competitive in however that term is defined for you and your race team. You want to be competitive and finish the race.
Yeah, not everybody necessarily sets their goal when they come to the racetrack to win. Of course, that's what everybody wants to do, but for a small team like that, of course, trying to get to the end of these races, log some experience, garner some information, and make the team stronger. And Landon came up a handful of laps shy of that, and we hope that they are able to garner whatever they need to get back to a Cars Tour late model stock event before the season is out. And we are back under yellow flag conditions after the hard crash on the front straightaway for Landon Rapp. The work continues on London McKenzie's car down in the pit lane. And we will get to see what the decision's going to be for Caden Honeycutt, the leader. Lee Pulliam in second spot as they're about to drive past where that speedy drive was laid down as part of the cleanup efforts.
And he's going to run right through that. He's going to beg everybody else to do so.
We'll see how many pace laps we get before we get back underway.
Lapsevich did a good job of staying sucked up underneath of the 5 that time, and I think that might be Caden Honeycutt's best friend, because I don't think Lee quite has the car to give him a run for his money on the top. I think Lee's best option is going to be if he gets clear of the 77 down the backstretch and he can give him a shot getting into 3, and he tried that once already. That's his best shot of not letting the 17 escape. I think that's the best option for the field of letting Caden escape, but if Lapsevich can stay tucked up underneath of him, I don't see a world in which the 17 is not clear by 2 when we come out of turn 4. However, the 5 car gets clear. I'd want to know that if I was the 17.
And what of Matt Gould? How much further up the running order can that young man get? Because that car appears to be just about as potent as a handful of those in front of him. As you said, the 17 may very well be the best car tonight, and it may take something unique or physical to try to stop him from winning another one of these races. But if Gould could get there, that car seems to have pace to try to make it happen, and we are already getting to the point where we are choosing here, and Honeycutt, speed dry or none, is going to pick that inside lane.
Gould chose the bottom again. I would like to see him jump up there and experiment with the top, because he's sacrificing a row every single time. And what's happening is that they're getting clear from the top, and then the position that he just made up on Landon Lewis, he's pretty much given back. And now he has to go past him again, deciding maybe if there's a stack up or something, he could get it back. But if things play out down the backstretch the way they have been, he has to go past Landon Lewis once again.
And I got to say, I know we're running out of time here in this race, but when you talk about the best car, I definitely think Caden Honeycutt's there, but I think Ryan Millington is just there. I just don't know if from 7th with 33 to go, if he has enough time to get up there. But with the drive that he's put on this evening, I mean, he's a car that's capable of potentially winning this race if he gets in the right spot. We'll see how it works as they, once again, will come into the iRacing restart zone. Honeycutt and Pulliam getting us back underway here at Hickory Motor Speedway, and the Throwback Classic on the line. And a little bit of contact as Pulliam trying to stick to the outside of Caden Honeycutt off the 2 in the 3. Caden still holds the advantage.
Oh, Lewis in the back of Pulliam off the corner, and they're almost 3 wide for second.
That's the best thing Caden Honeycutt can see. That granted him 2 car lanes down the front stretch because of that.
And I got to say, there have been a number of situations where Landon Lewis could keep his nose in there. He has been taking care of a lot of these guys at the front of the field. He's been cutting these guys a lot of breaks, because that could have been something where if everybody holds that 3 wide, I don't know if we come out of the other side.
What a power move there on the top off of turn number 2 for Pulliam, and the 5 to get back up to second spot. Lapsevich slips off 4. Contact behind him off the corner. Everybody keeps it straight. Lewis now able to rebound from what was the near miss off of 4. A few laps off the restart. And we got a caution again. And it is for debris.
And they were given the black flag to London McKenzie when he came by that time, so I would imagine with a black fender sitting right there, that was probably from him.
That's the approach to turn 3 just at the end of the back straightaway. And it will slow the field with 31 laps still to go. So Lee and company are going to get another chance at Honeycutt here with another restart.
Yeah, you can see a piece of that nose has kind of become unattached for London McKenzie. Again, they were working on that car basically right up until they got the choose for the rest of the field, and then he hustled back out there, try to rejoin the restart, but I guess a little too much was hanging off of that car.
I would almost like to see Lee sacrifice a little bit of entry speed to get out of the corner. I feel like he's driving in so deep to stay alongside of Caden that it's sacrificing his exit. And he's almost been clear twice, but almost isn't good enough. He's got one corner to get to Caden before he's gone. And I just feel like if he sacrificed the entry speed, he might be able to get clear down the back.
And I also feel like that Caden has been running about I wouldn't say a half a car length higher, but maybe a quarter of a car length higher than all the other cars restarting to the inside. Obviously, from a tactical perspective, to try to see if he can get that to disrupt the car to his outside. It doesn't matter if it was Lee, if it was Corey earlier in the race. It seems like that's Caden's line going into one on these restarts, and maybe it is to try to break some of the momentum on that top side, and we'll see if he does it again here on this upcoming restart.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of these drivers are going to shy away from contact, but the one thing that he doesn't want when they're coming out of turn 4 is to allow Lee to have his left front in front of his right front. He wants to have the advantage when they're getting down in the turn 1. He doesn't want to have the opportunity we talked about in the pro late model race where Connor Jones could take away the line from TJ DeCare. It really hasn't happened too much in this race, but he doesn't want to grant him that opportunity. He wants to be the control car the entire time.
And as we saw when he was racing with Heim, if that outside car has enough of an advantage, you could almost will the inside car into a mistake on corner entry, as what we saw happen to the 22 car right at about the halfway point of this race.
Also wonder, too, now that we've kind of had a string of yellows here, are we getting kind of close to that fuel number where maybe they're going to bring the cars down pit road and, you know, one, they're going to try to take care of these guys to not run out of fuel, but two, we talked about it, and even Dale Earnhardt Jr. kind of spoke about it when we were in the booth at North Wilkesboro Speedway about that being a potential way to kind of change the handling of the car once you get that opportunity to do so.
Absolutely. And I can't tell you how jealous I'm going to be if I get to go up here in the booth for one race and I see 2 fuel stops. But you're right. You're right. We have ran a lot of caution laps, and I feel like the Tour has done a really good job tonight of when it seems like we're going to have extended cautions, they throw the red yellow, so we're not out there pacing for no reason and burning unnecessary fuel. But we got to be getting close. We got to be getting close. Like in the pro late model race, it was halfway. It seems like in this race, it's been between 30 and 40 to go is when the cautions have been sprayed.
So after the choose, it's the same thing that we've seen for the last handful of restarts with Honeycutt electing the inside, Pulliam outside. Row 2 sees Trayton Lapsevich in the 77, Landon Lewis in the 29, Matt Gould picking the bottom here again. However, at the time of the caution, he was scored in 5th. So as you said, Doug, he did essentially lose that spot to the 29. As we see Pulliam there with a bit of a slowdown there.
I think Lewis saw a free spot. He was saying, hey, you're not maintaining your pace speed, but wonder if he was doing a mock restart back there or something?
Yeah, fell out of gear maybe.
Not sure. But it looks like right now he's able to keep pace into the iRacing restart zone. Honeycutt a launch on the inside as Pulliam trying to keep pace with him. Don't know if he's going to be able to try that crossover off the 2. He's clear of the 77, almost into the wall. He goes into 3. Can't quite get to the 17.
Can he size it up this lap, though? 30 to go here at Hickory.
He can stay there for 1 or 2 laps, but then you see he gets into the bumps off of 2, loses a little bit of time. He's going to have to get it off to an initial launch. Meanwhile, Matt Gould continuing one by one to pick them off on these restarts. He's trying to wrestle away 4th now from Landon Lewis.
And this is the difficult part. He gave up this spot to Landon Lewis. He could be fighting potentially for 3rd with Lapsevich, but now he's doing all the work he's done multiple times over and over again just by picking the lane with the most cars.
These two are running very close together on each end of the racetrack. Lewis pokes a little bit further ahead on the top side. Gould sends it in on the bottom.
And as they come off of turn number 4, it's going to be Gould barely just a little bit ahead of the line, but not by much.
You know, I can respect it. These guys are Nice Motorsports teammates through and through, and they're not roughing each other up. They're not giving each other an inch. They're just racing hard, and now Lewis gets back down before Ronnie Bassett Jr. becomes part of this fight. So a lot of clean racing we've been seeing up here in the top 5 of this race.
It's going to be 25 to go next time by. Behind him, things are quite chaotic. Connor Jones moving, the defending winner of this race, Mini Tyrell up the racetrack with the points leader, Caden Quapple, watching it all unfold.
I wish we had a booth cam up here because Doug Barnes Jr. has been watching this battle the last 5 laps, and I don't know how we've stayed together. You can look at the battle scars that Mini Tyrell has had, and Connor Jones has just had one long night ever since he got back here. Every corner of that car is caved in right now.
And he had 0 power steering for 100 laps earlier, too.
Yeah.
He's had quite the night, and I feel like he's hit about every race car on his way back to whatever position this is for.
And Quapple has been kicked back to 12th. In fact, he's in danger of losing another spot here as he's got Chase Burrow just behind him.
Again, that's a beautiful Darrell Waltrip throwback, and this has traditionally been a very, oh man, Quapple had to check up. Jones cut down to the bottom. Now Burrow scoots him out of the way, and Quapple has to check up to allow Jones back in the line. Now Bumgarner tries to take the spot into 1.
And Parker Eatman, we thought he wasn't going to get back out there. Look at that race car.
It's ship or be shipped at this point in the race. Nobody is wasting any time. If you don't get clear for your spot, you are getting knocked out of the way. And by the way, this is for outside the top 10.
Yeah, this is for 14th. Parker Eatman had a 3,000-pound car nearly sitting on his head maybe an hour ago. And here he is here in the top 15 and making up positions.
And this is definitely hurting Caden Quapple as Eatman and Jones now bounce off each other here off of turn 2. But Quapple has faded to 15th caution.
And it's, well,
Jace Hale up into the wall here off turn 4. Wow.
When does it stop? This is exciting.
The 2025 Spears Cars Tour West Pro Late Model Champion has really had a tough start to the late model stock season here in 2026 on the east side. Did have a pair of Pro Late Model starts here back in 2025, and he completed all 200 laps. This is his first late model stock seat start. It's getting late, guys.
Yeah, it's late. Well, again, we talked about the teams getting here at 8 a.m. I mean, this is turning very quickly in about an 18 or 19-hour day.
Picked a good day to miss.
Yeah.
I didn't get here till 5. So,
and it's nice and air conditioned
it's
up
very
here.
Nice. It feels good up here.
Yeah.
I get to have a good time too, and I don't have to spend a lot of money like a lot of these guys have been tonight. It's been an expensive night.
Well, I think too, on nights like this, of course, you know, it's gotten cooler throughout the night, but I think you can speak to it. You're one of the few drivers in this field that runs a cool suit. These cars get so hot. I don't think people really appreciate or understand that. And the thing is, it's worse when you have a lot of red flags or a lot of downtime like this.
That's the worst time. It's like sitting in a sauna. It's just still air that's it feels like it's boiling your skin because you're sweating so much that your sweat gets hot. There's no more uncomfortable feeling being in a race car than under red flag in a race in August.
Yeah.
Especially a day where it's race, so the humidity just feels like it's out of control. It's miserable. And I got to do it last year because we had that big wreck going into turn 1, and I was miserable. And my cool shirt actually failed in that race, so I didn't have the luxury of sitting there being cool for a little while.
So what you're saying is these drivers are probably happy that we're racing at nearly 2 in the morning here than if we would have come back at noon tomorrow when it was going to be about 91 degrees.
I would think that everybody would be happy we can get out of here tonight. That's what I would think. They're not really thinking about the weather conditions. Caden Honeycutt just wants this thing to go green for 21 more laps, and everybody else is just focused on keeping their car clean. I would like to see Lee, I said it before, get in the corner just a little bit softer. He has the drive to get out of the corner. And to be completely honest, he didn't really lose a lot of ground after they cycled out. He was staying within 3 or 4 car lengths of Caden Honeycutt. And we talk about how exciting it is for all the racing outside the top 10. If there's 2 drivers in this field that are going to make it exciting, it's your top 2 cars right now. I want to see them duke it out.
Yeah, if anything, Honeycutt, he's been dominant in several recent late model stock wins, but even at South Boston, he won the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, started to fade a little bit at the end of that race. He won to North Wilkesboro, but Corey Heim was reeling him in kind of those last few laps when we got to the long run. James Pike, what's he saying on the radio now? Does he think he can contend for this win?
Well, the crew just got on the radio and reminded him to save me some fuel, so if they have concerns, maybe, about whether or not they can make it to the end, who else might have concerns about making it on fuel? We've had a lot of yellow flags as of late, and as they go about that, cars are now coming down pit road.
Concerned no longer.
Good timing on that.
But we talked about this being a possibility. Both races showing us the precautionary fuel stop. This one here with 21 laps still to go in this race on what has been a long and wild night in the Spears Manufacturing Cars Tour Throwback Classic here at Hickory. And we are now giving the teams a chance to top off the fuel tanks, so we will step aside, catch our breath, and drink one more Red Bull or coffee before we wrap up our weekend here at Hickory. Come on back to see who wins it.
Caden Honeycutt still leading the field as we have stopped for fuel here. The Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic at Hickory Motor Speedway in Newton, North Carolina, looking to settle who will win a very coveted crown jewel race here in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Could it be the top two that we've seen for the last 50 laps or so, or somebody else waiting in the wings to try and snatch it away from one of them? It has been entertaining from the drop, and man, I just can't wait for them to get back out there. And again, we still have a pretty decent distance left in this race, 21 laps to go.
Yeah, and also looking at the championship picture, being that this is race number 9 of 14, you know, Caden Quapple lost a few spots when we were watching some of that battling happening outside of the top 10. Trayton Lapcevich came into this race 28 points behind Caden and is currently running in a podium spot in 3rd right now. This could be a huge opportunity for that Chad Bryant Racing team to really carve into that points lead should Caden not be able to gain monumental ground or take advantage of another multi-car incident between now and the end of the race. And honestly, those don't seem to come to fruition very often. I mean, Caden and that junior motorsports team has been on it all year long. And even though he hasn't won it with the Tour since April, he did win the Hampton Heat a couple of weeks ago. But that momentum is not necessarily parlaying over to Hickory here tonight, as they really have not been in the fold all that much up to this point. We'll see if they could pull a rabbit out of the hat with 21 to go.
And again, something that I wasn't really expecting out of this team, because yes, it's been a little bit of a struggle in qualifying for Caden this year. He's had so many starts. In fact, only one start in the top 10 all year long. But yet at the end of these races, whether it's attrition filled or whether we get these long runs, he just finds a way to keep climbing up through the field. This has traditionally been an incredibly strong track for junior motorsports over the years. You think of Carson Quapple, of Josh Berry, and all they were able to accomplish here. So just kind of a surprising run for them to not be typically where they are here at Hickory running up front. But again, they don't make these types of mistakes, or there's not many races like this. So if you are a Trayton Lapcevich, you've got to capitalize when these nights present themselves.
Well, we talked about Lee Pulliam having this shot. For more on the driver, the number 5, here's Pike.
Most everybody in the top 5 took fuel under this break. The one driver amongst them that did not was Lee Pulliam. I went to his crew and I asked him, are you willing to take this risk, this gamble? Is he willing to take this risk and this gamble and try and stretch out the fuel? Does he have enough to make it the rest of the way? They looked at me and they said, we'll see. So Lee Pulliam going to try and go with a lighter tank to maybe get that little edge and advantage. He says that he doesn't quite have enough drive off of corner exit to try and catch Honeycutt, but if the rear end's a little bit lighter, maybe that's the difference between Lee Pulliam and a trip to Cookout Victory Lane.
So Lee and company evidently hoping that the yellow fever that we've had all night long does not continue beyond this point, because it sounds like they're taking a bit of a gamble. And at this point, that 17's been so good, you got to try something. Might as well give it a go there with being a little bit lighter on fuel.
Well, again, these teams are smart. They want to maximize everything they can, but this is the Tour's way of saying, hey, if you run out of fuel now, it's not on us. We gave you the chance. So you could put in as much as you wanted, but again, these teams, they want to run, for the most part, as low as they can. A lighter race car, usually a faster race car. So, but we gave them the chance. You know, that's what the Tour's saying, is that, you know, we gave you the opportunity if you wanted to add some fuel.
And I like that move if you're fighting with drive. I've spoken on it a little bit in the Pro Late Model race, but more so in these cars than the pros. If you're fighting drive and you put some fuel in it, that's a very uncomfortable race car, and that's a condition you don't normally fight. Your practice runs, you put on tires full of fuel, and you run on those tires and burn your fuel off, and then you do it again, and that's your cycle. You don't ever have old tires and then put fuel in the car. That's not how we do things.
Yeah.
So it's very odd to race on, but I like this move from him.
Well, it's different, too, that, you know, traditional races that we have, you don't have the cars up front typically able to come down and make adjustments because they give up track position to do it. They don't want to do that. So this is kind of their one way, you know, if they are complaining about maybe not having something, this is kind of their one avenue to be able to do that when traditionally that opportunity wouldn't be available.
And while the battle for the lead is certainly what we have our eyes on, Doug, your subplot continues. Matt Gould was scored 4th. He picked the inside of row 3 again. Just gonna have to see how that plays out in these final 21 laps.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure what we're expecting here at this point. You just keep giving it up and fighting for it. I really would have loved to see him take a chance at the outside, but here we go.
Caden Honeycutt, Lee Pulliam. Can Pulliam finally wrestle away the lead from Caden Honeycutt on a late restart? Let's see if he can do it here at Hickory as they go into 1 and 2. Honeycutt with the advantage, 21 laps to go. Here comes Pulliam, he's on the outside. He's gonna try to cross him over, and a little bit of contact as they go into 3
Still in the back of him there as they came past the start-finish line. Still in the back of him there in 1 and 2. Pulliam is bringing the fight to Honeycutt, and he's fending it off so far.
There's a white and black number 5 in the rear view mirror of Caden Honeycutt, who will not go away. 19 laps to go. Pulliam applying all the pressure he can. Honeycutt holding strong. Pulliam peeking her nose down to the bottom, but thinking better of it. Now going to shoot him up the track, leaning into him. Honeycutt still hanging on.
These are big shots, and he's just taking them like they're nothing, still continuing to hold the lead. I don't know how he hasn't gotten knocked out of the groove yet. Oh, he's to the inside.
He's finally there. Pulliam down to the bottom, 18 to go, looking for his first Cars Tour win in a number of years. They lean on each other once again off of turn 4, but this time Pulliam to the bottom of 1 and 2, side by side down the back straightaway.
Many of the fans who have stuck it out here tonight at Hickory are on their feet. Pulliam losing the edge though off the corner. Honeycutt still the leader with Lapcevich on the scene.
Should something happen to your top 2, Lapcevich is there. Off and 2, does he look 3 wide? He sees a bare knuckle fight happening right in front of him, and he's going to try to take one of his own. 15 to go. Honeycutt back in the lead.
How much longer can Lee sit behind him? He knows he's going to fall into the crutches of the 77. He's to the inside, 3 wide for the lead.
Oh, Lapcevich in a Pulliam.
2 for 1. Oh!
Around goes Honeycutt. Lapcevich to the lead. Caution is out with 15 laps to go.
And it's going to be interesting to see what race control does here, because Matt Gold might inherit the lead.
Maybe restarting 5th was a good idea.
Wow. Well, he got by the 29. Holy cow.
And the dominant car of the race, making a bit of a statement there.
Wow.
And you can imagine Caden Honeycutt's crew. Lee Pulliam drove by on pit road. Was not happy with
I can't wait to
the
see this
driver of the
replay.
5. And Pulliam pulls it to the trailer. He's done.
Yeah, he's not racing for points, so you're just saving the race car at this point. There's only a handful of laps to go. You're not going to gain anything from, you're not calling out of the top 20. Here's the replay.
You can't say they didn't give it all here at Hickory tonight, as Pulliam felt like he was leaning into the rear quarter panel for about 5 laps. Lapcevich down to the bottom. And I mean, they're going 3 wide. It's tough to do at Hickory, but in Lapcevich's defense, he was there.
He was completely on the yellow line. He can't really go much further. And Lee's got to make the corner too. It's just such a racing deal. He kind of comes down on him, and then Lee catches it, but it's just at the expense of Caden. It's just a tough break. I mean, Caden had the best car all night. The 2 best cars have gotten wrecked out of the race. This is insane.
And I would put Pulliam right there as probably the 3rd best car that we've seen here tonight. I mean, I don't know where that pace came from after that break. Here it is again. Watch Lapcevich. I mean, left sides are just about to that line. When the initial contact happens, they almost survive it. And it's not the first blow, but the second one that finishes off Honeycutt here in the middle of 3 and 4.
And he can't go any lower. And watching this replay, I almost feel like if they're enforcing the rule as you're involved in the caution, the 77 should probably go to the rear. If you're doing it by fault, he's got to hold his line. What's he gonna? We're racing for a Cars Tour win in the throwback race, and there's only a handful of laps to go. He's not surrendering that spot for nobody.
As you see, Lee Pulliam has already vacated his machine here tonight with 16 laps to go. After being in contention and doing everything that he felt he needed to do to try to have a chance to win this race. And he is now out of it. I'm going to watch the remaining laps along with the rest of us.
I feel for him. I ran for Lee last year. I want to see him succeed. I love when he gets opportunities to get back in a race car. And if you've seen from his health, his physical health, he is taking this as serious as possible. I don't really think there's another driver that wants it as bad as him. And you said, where did the pace come from? I think it was just one.
Sounds like James Pike may have something down there for us. Pike, what do you got?
I've got Lee Pulliam here. Lee, what did you see? What did you feel and all that?
Just hard racing. I mean, trying to go for the win. I get to race about 5 times a year, so I'm hungry, man. I'm as good as ever. And, just disappointing. I want to go to victory lane, but 77 made it 3 wide there and just got in my left rear and turned me, and I had to save it into the 17 and took him out. And hate that part happened, but not going to just roll over and give races away. So raced hard. Whenever we hit with the 17, it broke the steering arm on the right front spindle, and we couldn't do nothing. So just here's what it is. But just got to thank everybody for allowing me to do this. It's a pleasure, and we're going to get to victory lane soon.
Gave absolutely everything he had. Nobody can doubt the desire for Lee Pulliam, but tonight comes up short.
And the night appears to be also over for Caden Honeycutt. So his streak, not only in the pro late model, comes to an end. The same for the late model stock side, as he will solely turn his focus over to his Truck Series obligations at Richmond this upcoming Friday. A hug from the team on the job well done. And now the front row looks completely different than we've seen it all night.
Trayton Lapsevich, who stayed there all night. Matt Gould, who's raced his way forward. And who did I mention maybe 20 laps ago? He's back there in row 2, Ryan Millington. Yep. Minnie Tyrell, have we mentioned his name
Not once
tonight?
Not once. He's P6 now.
He's this is 6th. Half his car looks like it's got tire marks and scuffs all over it.
Yeah, I mean, this is unbelievable. You've thrown so many new names into the mix because now you have 2 people that haven't been on the front row all night. And then you have 2 people thinking about a potential 2-for-1 here that haven't seen the front all night. Like, this is going to be a lot of fun.
Driver on the outside row has yet to visit Cookout Victory Lane in the Z-Max Cars Tour. Could we see another first-time winner in the Throwback Classic? Trayton Lapsevich brings us back underway here at Hickory. As we get back underway, Matt Gould finally stuck on the top side, but he's going to have a run to stay alongside Lapsevich as they go down into 3.
Landon Lewis is going to be quite the variable here as they come off the corner. Gould with a great run on the top side. Power move for Matt Gould to lead the lap, but can he hold it off at turn 2?
Maybe this is why he didn't take the top yet. He didn't want to show his true powers. He's clear. It's 4 to the lead.
Incredible as Matt Gould takes the lead from the outside and looking to drive away with the Throwback Classic. 15 to go, now 14 to go. And he's continuing to make up ground and pull away from Trayton Lapsevich. Further back, Millington trying to hang on. Bassett sliding on the bottom of the racetrack.
I would say of all the top 3 cars, Matt Gould has had the least stressful race. He has made his passes when he needed to make them, and these other guys have been racing like hard all night for every single position, and he's just had a good race car, and he's put himself in this position to take the lead late.
Speaking of racing hard, that's what Ryan Millington's doing up here on the top side in that 9 car, trying to hold Ronnie Bassett at bay. Big slide behind him by Chad McCumbee. Connor Jones also thinking about points. He's ahead of Caden Quapple and trying to claw his way back up through the field behind him.
With the amount of cars that have gotten into Connor Jones, I cannot believe he is up here battling for 6th. That is just incredible. The mental fortitude he's had for and a lot of reasons that he wouldn't have kept it. Just incredible that he's been able to stay the course here.
Pair of 16s duking it out here. This Ford, the 6th spot.
It's unbelievable how many cars Connor Jones has probably ran into tonight, and the power steering in the pro race. He's ready to get this thing done, but he hasn't quit. He's moving forward. He's moved forward all night in both races.
Doing it for the biff.
For the biff. Man, I tell you what, I said this earlier about Matthew Gould. I said when he got up to 4th, I said his biggest enemy was the laps. Now I think the laps is his best friend. He just wants to see no caution. He is clear by almost a half straightaway at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's 1.5 seconds ahead of Trayton Lapsevich right now. That car is just on rails. Again, a car that is led in this late model Nice Motorsports program by driver Connor Hall, who, again, we look forward to watching in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series here in upcoming starts with Nice Motorsports. But what a program he's built. He's gotten the keys to this late model program with this team, and he is taking it. He's got good equipment, and we know that he can build a great race car.
And I haven't checked Race Monitor, but I would be shocked if he didn't pick up a victory of his own tonight at Langley. So I'm sure he's watching in the race shop, jumping up and down right now with 8 laps to go. It is 2 o'clock in the morning, and Matthew Gould is leading this race.
And prior to tonight, his best career finish, 10th at Dominion. He did have a front row start at Langley where he started on the outside pole, but a remarkable effort for the driver whose father is a full-time crew chief in the Truck Series for Nice Motorsports.
And right now, Matt Gould is about 3.5 laps away from celebrating one of the toughest tasks to do in short track racing, and that is win a Cars Tour late model stock race. But the fight for third is starting to ratchet up, and the fight for second.
And by the way, you're right, Connor Hawley did win. He won the first of 2 features tonight, finished third in the second. So there you go.
It's all right. He's about to pick up his second win. Things can stay green here.
2 laps to go. Battle for third's probably going to be the best all the way down to the wire. We'll see if Millington can get the defending champion here for a podium spot. But what a shocker. We are about to see 1 lap to go.
As Matt Gould brings it around, turns 1 and 2 for the final time. 2 seconds clear of Trayton Lapcevich. It's going to be a first-time winner yet again in the Throwback Classic. Matt Gould wins the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic in Hickory.
Wow.
And the first one that's going to drive up and congratulate him, his Nice Motorsports teammate, Landon Lewis. What an incredible car, and what an incredible drive for Matt Gould. Again, he's won over 80 features at Millbridge, but this one has got to be special for this driver who is...
He's running it down.
Yeah.
What a huge win for those guys. I mean, I know firsthand, Connor's my neighbor. I know firsthand how hard they work and how much pride they take in it as well. I'm just super happy for those guys.
Did he lose the flag?
He lost the flag.
I think he's only...
no.
Oh, he's waving his stick. Hey, at least he made it unique.
Oh, my goodness. Career win #1 in start #5 for Matt Gould. Back in about, 2022, he was running in the Allison Legacy Series here at this racetrack. I remember catching up with his father, who cut his teeth at Wall Stadium Speedway, home track of mine as well, and he said, man, I promise you, this kid's going to be good. This kid's going to be good. And after running 2 ARCA races for the organization that same year, finished top 10 in both of those. Doesn't take him long for the stars to align and for him to win on the Cars Tour side with this organization. What a great job for Matt Gould and company.
I fully believe he was hiding the superpowers about running the top, because I critiqued him about 5 times for picking the bottom, and then he wins the race from the top.
The one time.
The one time. That's all it takes. That's all it took.
Just incredible. Again, this is only his 5th start in the series.
Wow.
I mean, to come into Hickory Motor Speedway and do that with the competitive field that we have here, 20 years of age. Again, birthplace of the NASCAR stars, and I think for a lot of folks that have been watching this series for a long time, this is kind of the beginning for him.
At least they fixed the flag for him.
They did fix the flag. And this is a grueling race, too. Like, think of how many red flags we had, how long he's been in the car.
No worry, he's going to be able to stay up all night long. It's 2:04 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I don't think he's going to have any trouble staying up until the sun's peeking out.
I personally would be a little more urgent getting out of this car.
Matt Gould and Cookout Victory Lane here at Hickory.
Matt Gould is ready to pop out and will climb out of this Nice Motorsports machine and pick up their first win in the Throwback Classic, his first win in Cars Tour competition in the late model stock cars, and what a way to cap off the final run. The last 15, 20 laps, this car was untouchable. As he comes through, Ron Hornaday comes in to congratulate him after Landon Lewis, part of the new stable, came in to congratulate him a little bit earlier. Matt Gould, where did you find the speed in the final quarter of this race to drive away from everybody else?
Yeah, well, I just had to be patient at the beginning and just, mind my P's and Q's and be at the right places at the right time. I feel like we ran a mistake-free race, and we put ourselves in the right position on restarts. It was skeptical on whether to take the top or bottom and lose a row, but at the end, I feel like it worked out for us. But I can't thank everybody enough. Nice Motorsports, JF Electric, DQS, Precision Vehicle Logistics, Comprehensive Logistics, Connor Hall. This is the man right here. My dad was here this weekend. this whole crew. I just can't thank everybody enough, and just really blessed to be here.
Well, let's talk about Connor. Let's talk about this niche program, what you all have built over the course of the past few months in particular. Why has it been such a priority to build up this late model program for you all?
Well, specifically for me, it's a way to get laps. You know, I was thrown into a truck, and I really wasn't ready, and I didn't really get the results I needed. And, you know, everything was in the right spot to be able to build a development program, and I inherited Connor, and it's really changed my life. You know, me and my dad, we run a family program ourselves, and it's been a struggle. And it's been 4 years since I've sat in this exact victory lane. So, yeah, you know, Connor, he's been incredible. And, you know, we bang heads a lot, but really we are best friends. So, yeah, I can't thank this guy enough.
Let's go, says Connor over the speaker. Also, not only are you a Cars Tour winner, you're in Cookout Victory Lane, but you're in Cookout Victory Lane at Hickory Motor Speedway in the Throwback Classic, in a race that has as much history as any in this series. To get it done here in this moment, what's that mean to you?
Oh, of course it means a lot. It's the biggest day of my career, obviously. You know, in practice, I thought we were not very good, and we kept working on it and making it worse, and then we put it all back, and I messed up in qualifying. So to be able to come kind of mid-pack where we were and come all the way to the front, it's incredible, man. And yeah, you know, the throwback race, I joke every year, I race at Hickory every year and sit on the couch for the throwback race. So for our first attempt to win, it's just awesome.
He's got a FaceTime to take with Connor Hall, and then he'll have a lot of pictures. He'll have a sticker to put on that car as a Cars Tour winner. Matt Gould breaks through and wins the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic at Hickory.
Thanks, Pike. Doug, I know you said that Connor's a neighbor of yours. Are you worried that you're not going to get any sleep tonight when you get home with the way these two were just celebrating?
Well, it looked like he was in his shop, man. His shop is in Hampton, Virginia. So I think I might be safe, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to party like I'm a part of the Nice crew tomorrow.
You and me both, brother. How about Matt Gould? I mean, it is unbelievable to see how quickly he has been able to fine-tune his ability to drive these race cars. As you said, Blake, 5th start. He's under some really good tutelage. Of course, his father has accomplished so much in the truck series over the last few years, and the Nice Motorsports organization just continues to bolster their strength. And it's going to be exciting to see all the different pilots of their vehicles, many of them coming up through this pipeline for the remainder of 2026.
Well, it's been a couple of years that they've, you know, wanted to build a late model stock car program. It's been about a year or two that they've been working on it, and to come out here and already have the tools and the people necessary to build these fast cars, it says a lot about the great people that they have working on them. And you know, Connor Hall kind of spearheading that effort. Again, he's a winner as a driver. Now as a the head of the program at Nice Motorsports. So really special for he and that team. And you know that they're going to be a force. That if they can build cars like this, they're gonna be winning races here in the foreseeable future.
The driver came up one spot shy of a victory, but closed the gap in the battle for the championship is with Pike.
Trayton Lapsevich fought and ends up with a P2 finish. Trayton, Eric just mentioned it. How do you view this? Is this an opportunity lost because you're not in Cookout Victory Lane? Is it points gained on Caden? Where do you sort of look at this when you look back on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing for sure to come up short, but yeah, good points day, and that's what you can take from it. Felt like we had a really good car today. Big thanks to all the Chad Brown Racing guys, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Seems like the left front sway bar arm fell off right at that last restart of the race. So kind of a handful there, but yeah, no, it's disappointing for sure. Thought we had a car that we could take to victory lane tonight.
Not victory lane, but still a podium finish for Trayton Lapsevich as we'll work our way down to Landon Lewis, who ended up third, having a conversation with a few pretty famous folks, and Harvick and Hornaday and Miles as well. Landon, you've had quite the run in these late models. You continue it tonight with this. Where's your mind at, knowing what you've accomplished and how things have gone here and how tonight went?
Yeah, tonight, obviously, it was a hard-fought one for sure, but, you know, obviously my guys never gave up, and we all just pushed forward as hard as we could and just salvaged a third-place finish. But we just need to be a little bit better. I feel like we just lack a little center exit, but we'll continue to work on it. Just want to thank all my sponsors, Rent Source, Star Trade, Kevin Delana, all our partners, Treetop, Panini, just our contingencies to get us to the racetrack, right? Without them, we wouldn't be here. So last one of the year for me, and we'll move on and try to make this program even better.
It's had a pretty good run in the late models and leaves behind a pretty good legacy with that Cars Tour title from last season and towed all the wins as well. And so that concludes a pretty long night at Hickory. Not as long as we had last year, but still another great night of racing here in the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic, a wild pro late model race, which TJ DeCare was able to get done and bring it home for all the Florida folks. And then Matt Gould and company just running a long game race. He mentioned it a little bit in the interview. I think that's maybe one of the biggest things I pulled out of it, that sometimes you don't necessarily want to win these races on lap one. Sometimes you don't necessarily have to have the fastest car. And with the way this track transitioned over the course of the evening, these cars handle very differently towards the end of this race a few moments ago than what we had even for qualifying. Gould had a car that works very, very well under these cool conditions, and now for everything that he, Connor Hall, everybody at Nice Motorsports have built, they not only get to victory lane for the first time, but they do it here in the Throwback Classic, one of the crown jewel races of the Cars Tour, a massive, massive moment for them and a lot of validation of what they're building. And we turn our attention now to Anderson Motor Speedway. The AMS Rowdies and the folks of upstate South Carolina will be the next track that we visit on the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Going to be a really fun one, August 22nd here on FloRacing. Very, very entertaining race from a place that runs similarly to Hickory in some respects. A little bit old asphalt, a little bumpy. Should be a very, very fun night in South Carolina.
I think before we sign off here tonight, we just have to look back at all that took place because, man, it was it's almost easy to forget with just how many things transpired over the course of this night, whether it was the pro late models or the late model stock cars. I mean, we got to take a look back just to be able to appreciate everything that we saw. It started out, Caden Honeycutt, Corey Heim, they were the two cars to beat, and man, did they race hard at the front of the field for it.
Yeah, pretty much all night long. We thought it was going to be those two, but the trouble began rather early in a scary moment here where Jake Bowman ended up on top of Parker Eatman's car, also catching up Matt Light. And then one of the most dramatic moments of the race right here. Heim to the inside of Honeycutt. Around he goes and up into the wall. He would try to rejoin the race, but be involved in another incident later on. Then 3 wide for the lead. Sees Lee Polium into Honeycutt, the pole sitter. And that takes him out of contention to kick the door wide open for who would go on to win this race.
Again, Lapsevich able to stay up at the front, but he had nothing for what Matt Gould mustered up on this restart from the high side. Was just dominant and drove away. 5th start of his career, and yet we have another first-time winner in the Throwback Classic here at Hickory. Well, that's 3 of the last 4 years. Mason Diaz, Ronnie Bassett Jr., and Matt Gould.
Pretty remarkable what Matt Gould was able to accomplish tonight. As Pike mentioned, our next race, August 22nd, Anderson Motor Speedway, will be the next time that we will see both the Cars Tour Pro late models and the late model stock cars as we inch closer to crowning champions in both groups of the 2026 season. Doug, did you have fun?
I had a lot of fun.
we had a blast with you.
Great time. And I got the luxury of having a 2-hour pro late model race to kind of warm up to the division that I know the best, which is the late model stocks. But thank you guys for having me. This was a blast.
Well, I got to say, we prefer to see you out there driving. Tonight might have been a good night to take off. There is a lot of body work out there if you want to go grab some additional souvenirs or parts for your race car.
I'm still rebuilding a race car.
But anytime that you're available, doors always open. Great job tonight, bud.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Well, Blake, it's been a fun night, a long night. Let's go home.
Yeah. For our entire hard-working FloRacing crew that battled the elements and the heat all day long, we want to thank them for all of their hard work, and we want to thank you for sticking with us all day long here at Hickory Motor Speedway on a night and a morning that they won't soon forget. On behalf of James Pike, Eric Brennan, and Doug Barnes Jr., I'm Blake McCandless saying so long. We bid you farewell. And congratulations to tonight's winners in the Spears Manufacturing Throwback Classic at Hickory, TJ DeCare and Matt Gould. Until next time, we'll see you at Anderson.